This handsome young man dressed like a CEO is our protagonist, Kang Ju-hyun. Just 3 seconds earlier, he croaked and was reincarnated into the body of a cotton ball. And before he could understand what was happening, a stag-headed man suddenly appeared from nowhere and explained that they would become narrators and work for some dismissed company. Then this horned fellow gave them a task to complete within an hour. If they failed, they'd be sold as salt immediately. But interestingly, after 59 minutes had passed, Kang Ju-hyun still hadn't finished the task. All of this began about an hour earlier in a scene of utter ruin. Someone's stream of thoughts started. My mother said that no matter how hard life gets, I should dream big. If I keep aiming for my dream, one day I'll wake up as the protagonist of my own life. I foolishly believed her. Thinking of which, Kang Ju-hyun coughed up a mouthful of blood and muttered, "Is this where I'm going to die?" He then looked at the large wound on his abdomen in despair. The wound was caused by a demon's horn and couldn't be healed by elixirs or healing spells. Maybe an elixir could, but of course he didn't own one, or maybe he did. But just as Kang Ju-hyun thought that, footsteps began to sound ahead of him. Then a group of people appeared, led by an overbearing, handsome young man. Upon seeing them, Kang Ju-hyun called out, "Hey, Choi Do-jun," but before he finished, Choi Do-jun coldly said, "I could have taken him down if you hadn't interfered." "Ah, that's true," Kang Ju-hyun smiled. That smile made Choi Do-jun curious. He asked, "What's so funny?" Kang Ju-hyun smiled and replied, "You just said exactly what I thought you would." Saying that, he mocked himself for how hard he'd had to struggle to get here, even joining up with this maniac to survive. And unbelievably, he died saving him. As he spoke, Kang Ju-hyun glanced toward a man in the distance. At that moment, the man was happily embracing someone. Thinking that, he looked at Choi Do-jun and asked, "You still have a vial of elixir, right?" "Yes," Choi Do-jun replied coldly. "And you won't use it on me, will you, Choi Do-jun?" Hearing this, Choi Do-jun took the vial from his pack and explained, "The value of an elixir is infinite. I'll keep it for myself." "You're not worth me using it on." That line made Kang Ju-hyun laugh mockingly. "Worth it, huh? This is a rotten world. This world is observed by the divine spirits. They are the higher beings of heaven. They watch humanity for their amusement, and at the same time they present trials and rewards to people. They found this bastard's cruel nature entertaining, and they didn't care about a nobody like him. In the first place, no one had ever cared about him." Thinking that, Kang Ju-hyun couldn't help swearing, "Damn world, damn spirits, screw you too." He said this while staring at Choi Do-jun, the pink-haired girl beside him. Hearing him, started scolding, "Isn't that a bit rude?" As she was about to lecture him further, Choi Do-jun raised his hand to stop her. "Enough, Kang Ju-hyun, let me ask you something. Why did you do that? Do you always just provide information and observe battles? Then why did you intervene this time?" Kang Ju-hyun chuckled twice and said, "I was just too tired to keep dragging you through life. Maybe this is my limit." Choi Do-jun understood a bit after hearing that, but he still thought it was unworthy. "So you did that just to save a few civilians?" But as Choi Do-jun spoke, he stopped because everyone suddenly sensed someone's presence and turned around. Behind them hovered a figure hidden under a cloak. The moment they saw this person, everyone recognized them as a storyteller. They are intermediaries and outsiders who led humanity to the apocalypse and sold people out to the divine spirits. They seek out things that are entertaining, and to do so they don't care how many people die. Just now, seeing Choi Do-jun's group still alive, he couldn't help but praise them. "Wonderful. You survived far more than expected. We eagerly await the next trial. The end is very near. Do your best." After saying this, the storyteller vanished immediately. Seeing him circle away, Kang Ju-hyun turned to Choi Do-jun and said, "Go on, Choi Do-jun, get out of here with your little lackeys." This remark annoyed the pink-haired girl. "What lackeys?" she shouted. "Ignore him," the blue-haired girl hurriedly advised her teammate. Looking at Choi Do-jun, he kept staring at Kang Ju-hyun with a contemplative, judging look. Seeing that look, Kang Ju-hyun taunted, "Well, suddenly sad that I'm about to die, or are you going to use an elixir on me or what?" And after hearing that, he turned and left immediately with his teammates. Watching them go, Kang Ju-hyun tilted his face to the sky and muttered, "Farewell." Right after saying that, his eyes rolled up and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. He didn't know how many times he'd coughed up blood that day, and now Kang Ju-hyun began to brood. In the end, I failed to become the protagonist, both in this world and in my own life. I wasn't the protagonist, I was merely a supporting character, nothing more, someone with no choice but to follow in the protagonist's shadow. Thinking that, he collapsed to the ground and reached his hand to the sky as if grasping for something. If I were given another chance, if I could fix this regret. Then I'll climb higher than anyone else, so high I won't have to envy anyone. Then I can be proud of myself. I want to live a life like that. That is the life I long for. Those were Kang Ju-hyun's final words before his vision went dark. And it seemed heaven truly heard his prayer and granted him another chance. Suddenly, whispers sounded in his ear, causing Kang Ju-hyun to slowly open his eyes. What is this? Where am I? Am I still alive? No, this is impossible. I'm certain I was pierced by a demon's horn. There's no way I'm alive, he thought. He noticed his tiny, stubby hands and was slightly shocked. What is this? Then he hurriedly lifted his head to look ahead, and his two huge, bulging eyes went wide. But through his sight now, all he saw was a bunch of cute cotton balls, and Kang Ju-hyun himself was one of them. The strange scene made his head feel like it was about to smoke. What is this? What on earth are these things? While he was still wondering, a voice suddenly rang out. It seems you are all here. As a reflex, Kang Ju-hyun immediately looked toward where the sound came from and flinched slightly. Before him stood a strange man wearing a neat suit but with a deer skull for a head. From his experience, Kang Ju-hyun immediately recognized him as a storyteller, though this one didn't look like the narrator who had been observing humanity's apocalypse. Facing this storyteller after seeing the gathered cotton balls, he explained, I'll briefly explain your current situation. You will become storytellers working for the Celestial Corporation. You are here to prove your ability. From that point, the ultra-brief, disjointed explanation made Kang Ju-hyun's head spin. 3 seconds ago he was dead, then reborn as a cotton ball, and before he could understand anything, a stag-headed man appeared saying they'd become storytellers and work for some damned company. Everything happened so fast he felt like his head was in the clouds. Then the two-horned man waved his hand and created a spatial gate beneath their feet, making the cotton siblings pale with fear. Immediately after, the lot of them fell through the space gate together, and the storyteller above didn't forget to bid them farewell. Now show us what you've got. Turning to Kang Ju-hyun, whose spirit was about to leave his body, he said, Are we in outer space? Is he planning to kill us all or what? But luckily for him, a notification screen suddenly appeared. Genesis blessing activated. According to the notification, a stream of power enveloped all the little cotton balls to protect them. Thanks to it, everyone could breathe and was floating in space. Then a mission notification appeared. Initial mission, you are now a storyteller. Storytellers present tales to the divine spirits. To do this, you must choose the person to whom you will present the first binding contract. Success will earn you promotion to full staff. Failure will result in death. Time limit, 1 hour. After reading the mission, he wanted to kick the one who assigned it in the face. What the hell is this? A 1-hour time limit after dumping us into this situation without explanation? And what, I'll die if I fail? What a stupid mission. As he thought that, Kang Ju-hyun noticed something ahead and was a little surprised. That's Earth. But Earth had been destroyed a few years ago, so how? Kang Ju-hyun pushed his brain to 100%. I'm definitely dead, yet I was suddenly reborn as a storyteller. Have I gone back to the past? What's happening? Forget it, I'm not sure what's going on, but now I'll focus on this mission. If this is the past, then it's before Earth's destruction, and it's likely when collectors were actively operating. Even before Earth's apocalypse, life on the planet was already far from normal. Gates appeared everywhere and monsters poured out. Collectors were the ones who hunted and killed those monsters. It seemed he'd have to choose one of the collectors who hadn't signed a contract yet, but something was off. Collectors are supposed to sign contracts with storytellers in order to receive sponsorship from the divine spirits and earn points to grow stronger. That means any ordinary collector would crave a contract with a storyteller. It's a mutually beneficial relationship, but isn't this mission a bit too easy? Thinking that, he stretched his tiny hand and pressed the accept button on the screen. Then Kang Ju-hyun began scanning the map to choose a landing location. Let's see, my location is Seoul, South Korea. But there was a small problem. His hand was too short to reach the screen. It's hard to tap the screen, my arms are way too short. I don't even have fingers, there's even a glove with a special thumb slot. If I ever meet whoever designed this interface, they won't get off easy. As if hearing Kang Ju-hyun's thoughts, his body suddenly began to glow and undergo some transformation. Back to the stag-headed man, he was watching all the trainee storytellers and thinking to himself, most of them don't even understand their situation yet, this doesn't look like it'll be fun either. But just then he noticed a monitor and was slightly startled. From his view, Kang Ju-hyun had suddenly transformed from a cotton ball into a handsome CEO. Even Kang Ju-hyun, the one who had just changed, couldn't understand what had happened. I suddenly transformed. Was it because I wished for it? Well, it doesn't matter now, he thought, and began using his human hand to tap the screen. Then he vanished before the astonished eyes of the remaining cotton balls. Do you see that? He changed his appearance. How is that possible? Shouts of amazement rang out, and even the stag-headed man widened his eyes. He changed appearance. Normally it takes 2 to 4 weeks for a newborn storyteller to change appearance. But he did it in just 3 minutes. How can that be, it seems? This mission might not be boring after all, the stag-headed man thought with pleasure. Turning to Kang Ju-hyun, he was now in Seoul, South Korea. More specifically, he appeared at the Collectors Association, a place that, in the past, was reduced to ashes when the apocalypse began. But that was only a fleeting thought. Now he had to focus on finding a collector for himself. With that in mind, Kang Ju-hyun hurriedly began to scan the map. On his map, different green and red dots appeared. Red dots were people who had already signed contracts. Green dots were those who hadn't. If Kang Ju-hyun's read of the mission was correct, he had to sign a contract with someone. If he contracted with an inept collector, he wouldn't attract the divine spirit's attention, which meant no points. Put simply, storytellers are streamers and collectors are the stars. These storyteller gods livestream collectors' battles, and the divine spirits are the viewers. If they like it, they'll donate. I'll have to jump a high barrier, Kang Ju-hyun muttered. At that moment, a police officer appeared behind him and asked, "Hey, who are you, a collector?" Kang Ju-hyun replied, "I'm just looking for someone, don't bother me." The officer, assuming he wasn't a collector, snapped back, "Don't you know only authorized people can enter here?" as he reached to grab Kang Ju-hyun's shoulder. But immediately he was flung away by a bolt of lightning. It was the Genesis system's protection mechanism. It prevents these streamer gods from getting stabbed in the back. Back in reality, after being thrown aside, the officer realized something and hurriedly asked, "Could you be a storyteller?" "Yes," Kang Ju-hyun said. The officer stammered, "I'm sorry, I thought you were human, please forgive me." He then quickly left. Watching this, Kang Ju-hyun could only smile wryly. Being treated this way made his return to the past feel more real. "Well, whatever," Kang Ju-hyun said as he began to leave the association. At that moment, he noticed the system screen displaying the names and ages of passers-by ahead. Names and ages of everyone, but that information won't help with my mission at all. I can't just grab any collector I see and interview them. This is a nightmare, Kang Ju-hyun thought as he began to shut off the system's screen. But at that moment, Kang Ju-hyun suddenly noticed something strange ahead. To his eyes, a book was suddenly hovering over everyone's heads. This made Kang Ju-hyun a bit curious. What is that, a book? Can't they see it? It seemed this book wasn't displayed by the Genesis system either, which meant it might be a unique skill of my own. Next. He glanced at the remaining time and calculated. Time was short, but there was still a little left. With that thought, Kang Ju-hyun reached toward one of the books and hesitated. Then the hovering book slowly floated toward him. It actually worked. I was just going to test it, Kang Ju-hyun exclaimed in amazement. He then opened the silver book and began to read. The content inside genuinely startled him. Wait, isn't this cheating? Kang Ju-hyun was so thrilled he broke into a sweat. Back with the stag-headed man, after checking the timer and seeing only 3 minutes left, he muttered, Everyone else has found someone to contract with, seems only he remains. I'm very curious to see what he'll do since he transformed so fast." But only 1 minute remains, it's basically over. No matter how talented he is, if he can't complete the mission, he'll be logged out. Back to Kang Ju-hyun, he suddenly appeared inside a room and saw a girl eating noodles. When the girl saw Kang Ju-hyun appear suddenly, she screamed, fell backward in fear, and cried, "What is this? Who are you? How did you get in here? If you don't leave right now, I'll call the police." "Can you hear me?" the girl shouted when Kang Ju-hyun didn't respond to her. But this was understandable, because to Kang Ju-hyun, a blazing golden book was hovering above the girl's head. "Found you," he murmured. A bit more info: the hybrid world is where Kang Ju-hyun now resides. Even abstract concepts can exist here. It's where ideas and concepts become real: myths, hero tales, legends, horror stories, and so on. It's a reality formed by the fusion of material and spiritual things, which is where he currently lives. So, even if he learned skills like this, it wasn't unusual. Back to the moment when Kang Ju-hyun had just read the silver book. This is what it wrote inside. Name: Kim Sang-duk. Age: 31. Skill: water cannon. Awakening date: 5 years ago. Combat ability: average. Born into a poor family. The book not only showed someone's skill but also revealed that person's past. Kang Ju-hyun was truly impressed by the information the book displayed. Then he glanced up at his own head to check. "Do I have a book like that too?" "Probably not. I'm not expecting much, but I still feel a little sad." "But why are these books different colors?" he said as he began to return the book to its owner. Then he took someone's silver book and read it for comparison. Soon after, he realized something, if his conjecture was correct. "I've only seen bronze and silver books so far, but there's certainly a golden book too. The higher the book's color, the more valuable the life that person has lived. And the aura radiating from the book also indicates that person's talent and potential. Even if the book is bronze but the aura is silver, that person has the potential to rise to silver level. I never expected I could preview the potential of collectors who haven't signed contracts yet. This is amazing. So now I only have to do one thing: stroll around the areas with the most green dots and find someone with extremely high potential. With this skill, I'll definitely find someone talented." Thinking that, Kang Ju-hyun immediately vanished on the spot. And soon after, he began to realize how cruel this society was. Even with this overpowered skill helping him, all he saw were scrap bronze books. He couldn't find anyone. Damn it, why is there nobody? Kang Ju-hyun lay sprawled on the ground lamenting. Then he glanced at the time and worried. "Time's almost up, but I can't just pick another color randomly. But I can't randomly choose another color when I know there's someone out there with a golden book. If that blessing that let me teleport in the first place hadn't had a cooldown, I could have searched faster." Saying that, he remembered something and hurriedly turned to ask a passerby. "Excuse me, what year is this?" Kang Ju-hyun's odd question surprised the woman, but she answered, "It's 2020. "Ah, thank you," Kang Ju-hyun said, then stroked his chin in thought. "So it's 5 years before the apocalypse. Who hasn't shown their talent yet in this period? I should choose someone who will appear within the next 6 months. That's it. Within the next 6 months, the so-called miraculous trio will appear. Bang Sang-ho the Strange Immortal, the Legion Knight Indian, and Sword Empress Kang Hee-jin. I think those are the names." It seems those are the ones. Bang Sang-ho hides his identity, and with so little time left you can't find him. The knight is probably still in America, so finding him is tough. So the remaining one is Sword Empress Kang Hee-jin. She's definitely the strongest of the miraculous trio. An interview said she remained anonymous during the early part of her career. Thinking that, Kang Ju-hyun immediately used the storyteller's teleportation ability. Then he vanished on the spot. When he reappeared, he found himself inside a cramped room. This place is a dorm. Someone like Kang Hee-jin living in a place like this. Then, he noticed a girl slurping noodles in the corner and asked, "Are you Kang Hee-jin?" As you can guess, Kang Hee-jin was startled and threatened to call the police on Kang Ju-hyun. Back to Kang Ju-hyun. After confirming the golden book above Kang Hee-jin's head, he politely placed his hand on his chest and said, "Hello, are you Collector Kang Hee-jin?" Kang Hee-jin stammered, "Yes. Who are you?" "I'm a storyteller sent from Celestial Corporation to Earth. My name is Kang Ju-hyun." I'm here to sign a contract with you, Kang Hee-jin, surprised, replied, really? Are you really here to contract with me? She asked, her eyes shining with expectation. That expression, combined with her patched, torn clothes, made Kang Joo-hyun doubt for a moment. Did I really find the right person? But then he decided to trust his special skill and said, yes, I'm here to contract with you, Ms. Kang Hee-jin. She was genuinely honest. After hearing his offer, she worriedly said, but my skills are terrible and I can't even fight. And I can't even fight anymore. Those words from the famed sword empress surprised Kang Joo-hyun. Who told you those baseless things? Kang Hee-jin replied despondently. Everyone around me said that, so I gave up becoming a collector and considered taking the civil service exam. Hearing that, Kang Joo-hyun understood everything. I was wondering why she lived in a place like this. It's probably because she hasn't realized her own talent. With that thought, he decided to encourage her with a few words. They say that because they don't know how amazing your skills really are. Really? Kang Hee-jin asked anxiously. Of course I'm a storyteller. I create tales for the spirits. You don't even trust me. As he spoke, Kang Joo-hyun stared at her with the look of a con artist. The future outcome didn't matter. For now, getting this chicken to believe was enough. I'm joking. Back to the story. At this point, Kang Joo-hyun pulled a contract out of thin air and said, I'll help you reach your full potential. You just need to sign here. At this point, Kang Hee-jin still couldn't believe it. I'll become a collector for real? Yes, you can easily become a collector, Kang Joo-hyun urged her on. Hearing that, Kang Hee-jin reached back for a pen but suddenly cried out, wait, where did I put my pen? Here. Kang Joo-hyun immediately handed her a pen. Time was running out. If she kept searching for it, he might as well have sold salt. Hurry, hurry, Kang Joo-hyun muttered as he watched her begin to sign the contract. And then Kang Hee-jin smiled brightly and said, done. Kang Joo-hyun looked at his watch and only relaxed when 2 seconds remained. Only when there were 2 seconds left did he breathe a sigh of relief and a screen popped up announcing, congratulations, you've completed the first step of the mission. Your reward is promotion to full-time staff. The screen made Kang Joo-hyun smile faintly. This was the first step toward his new life. Before I died, I swore I wouldn't live a life full of regrets again. I never expected to be reborn as a storyteller. But since it happened, I'll do my best to live a meaningful life. With that in mind, he turned to the Sword Empress and said, I look forward to working with you, Ms. Kang Hee-jin. Yes, thanks to you, Kang Hee-jin replied happily. Sword Empress Kang Hee-jin looked so noble that rumors said she came from a wealthy family, yet she turned out to be surprisingly simple. Putting that aside, Kang Joo-hyun reached up to take the book above her head and began to read. He took the book above her head and started reading to see if he could find anything interesting. And then his eyes nearly popped out. Oh my. His eyes nearly popped out. Oh my, what is this? She has 3 main character traits. According to Kang Joo-hyun's view, this is what the book recorded. Name, Kang Hee-jin. Abilities, Goryeo-era Swordmaster, not yet awakened. Human Sword Unification, not yet awakened. Sky-piercing Sword Path, not yet awakened. After reading the description, he looked at Kang Hee-jin as if she were a monster. Yes, all 3 traits are top tier. She possessed 3 protagonist-level abilities at the highest grade, and 2 of them weren't even awakened yet. If she awakened all 3, who knew how strong she'd become? Thinking that, who knows how powerful she'd be? With that thought, he spoke. Ms. Kang Hee-jin. Yes, I'm listening, esteemed storyteller, she said politely. Her excessive deference made Kang Joo-hyun a bit awkward, so he said, call me Kang Joo-hyun. Do you know about your abilities, Kang Hee-jin? Kang Hee-jin grew sad and said, I know, my abilities are terrible. After hearing that, Kang Joo-hyun's head swelled and his face filled with question marks. Seeing his confusion, Kang Hee-jin began to explain, well, during basic training we were told, not to tell others about our abilities. But didn't we just sign a contract? Kang Joo-hyun sighed. Kang Hee-jin scratched her head and laughed. The name of that ability is Goryeo-era Swordmaster. Doesn't that sound like a joke? Her words started to make Kang Joo-hyun opposite her a bit furious. This girl, everyone dreams of having protagonist-level abilities like that, and she belittles it, thinking that. He forced himself to calm down and said, you haven't told anyone else about your ability, have you? No, people don't usually ask, and I'm embarrassed to tell, Kang Hee-jin replied. After hearing that, Kang Ju-hyun didn't know what to say to this scatterbrained girl. Ignorance really is frightening. His silence made Kang Hee-jin worried. Are you disappointed because my ability is strange? You can't withdraw the offer, can you? If this keeps up, they'll kick me out. No, I'm not disappointed at all, Kang Ju-hyun said awkwardly. Really, she asked. Really, he replied firmly. But at that moment, a notification suddenly appeared before his eyes. Mission Welcome Ceremony. You have completed the first step to becoming a storyteller. You have been promoted to full-time staff and will assume duties appropriate to your position. Therefore, the company will hold a welcome ceremony to celebrate your promotion. Participation details. You cannot refuse this mission. If completed, you will be rewarded based on your actions. Would you like to begin immediately? After reading the mission, Kang Ju-hyun knew he had to leave immediately, so he told Kang Hee-jin, Ms. Kang Hee-jin, I need to leave for a bit. So suddenly, how long will you be gone? She asked. I'm not sure, but it looks like it will take quite some time. By the way, what equipment are you using? Hearing his question, Kang Hee-jin pointed to a shield in the corner and said, I use a shield. Kang Ju-hyun was a bit surprised. Instead of a weapon she uses that, Kang Hee. Seeing his confusion, Kang Hee-jin explained, Yes, although none of my abilities are combat-related, I have great strength, so I thought it best to carry a shield into battle. But that didn't answer all of his questions, so he asked, During basic training you must have tried other weapons, right, Kang? Right, Kang Hee-jin smiled and said, Oh, back then I used a spear. The trainers recommended it because of its range and safety. After hearing that, Kang Ju-hyun could only clench his teeth and think, this Kang Hee-jin, why does she pick everything except the sword? To prevent her from wasting more time on irrelevant things, he said seriously, Listen carefully. First, exchange that shield for a sword, then find a wide-open place where you can practice swinging it. Is that all I have to do? Kang Hee-jin asked in surprise. Yes, you'll understand what I mean soon. The ability Gorye Oira Swordmaster, see how remarkable it is. Remember to train exactly as I tell you. Having said that, he pressed the accept button on the system screen and vanished instantly. Kang Hee-jin was about to ask something, but unfortunately he had already disappeared. After a long while, she had traded the shield for a sword and gone to a wide-open place as Kang Ju-hyun instructed. I've switched to a sword like he said. But can I learn how to use it just by swinging the sword? I've never swung a sword before. Kang Ju-hyun, you idiot, you should have explained more clearly, she thought as Kang Hee-jin began wildly swinging the sword. But then she was surprised to find, what is this feeling? It's a strange sensation I've never felt before. What on earth is this? Kang Hee-jin thought to herself and continued swinging the sword. Sometime later, Kang Ju-hyun used the teleport ability to fly to Kang Hee-jin's location. It took longer than I thought. I wonder how she's doing. With that thought, he saw Kang Hee-jin practicing sword swings and felt impressed. Her stance was very steady, even without anyone teaching her. But it's understandable, it's not without reason she's called the Sword Empress. At that moment, Kang Hee-jin noticed Kang Ju-hyun's presence and exclaimed, Oh, storyteller, when did you get here? Did I interrupt your training? You look so focused I didn't want to bother you. Oh, not that much, hee, Kang Hee-jin said shyly. Turning to Kang Ju-hyun after saying that, he glanced at a notification that had just arrived. Mission Official Staff of the Poetry Department. You have completed the work and chosen your path as a staff member. This is only the first step. From now on, your life as a storyteller truly begins. As a member of the Poetry Department, the road ahead will not be easy. Begin collecting what you need for the future and create your own story. Objective, create a library. Reward if completed, receive a personal library. Failure, no penalty. Deadline, none. Noticing Kang Ju-hyun staring at something, Kang Hee-jin asked, Storyteller, what are you doing? Kang Ju-hyun replied, I'm thinking about creating a library. Kang Hee-jin was a bit surprised. Isn't creating a library the first thing storytellers should do? To explain, Kang Ju-hyun said, because I'm just starting out as a storyteller. That made Kang Hee-jin even more astonished. No way, you look like a veteran with lots of experience. Why would I lie to you? Kang Ju-hyun said. Then he looked at the system screen, which was asking him to enter a name for his library. To make it easier, it even provided suggestion names. SSS Tier Storyteller Collector libraries like I Alone Have Endless Luck. Collector with Combat Power 99,999,999. Eldest son of a wealthy family, is a collector. Collector hiding extremely powerful strength. I keep getting unbelievable luck. I became a cheating level collector with pets, and so on. In short, those names made Kang Ju-hyun cringe just looking at them. The damn names were exhausting to hear, yet from them he realized, do I have to pick a name like this to attract attention? Wait, it seems someone has started their story, let's see. Thinking that, Kang Ju-hyun tapped the screen and an image appeared before him. On the TV was some guy being tormented by 4 or 5 puffball things while the divine spirits watching donated 100 points and started yelling wildly. Kang Ju. Seeing those comments, Kang Ju-hyun felt pity for the colleague. These divine spirits only left negative comments for him. This is why one should sign a contract with a skilled collector, though that collector really was terrible. I'll create the library first, I can name it later. Right after Kang Ju-hyun created the library, the system announced, task confirmed complete. You have received a personal library. You have received the observer's room. You can freely move to the observer's room. He turned to Kang Hee-jin behind him and said, Ms. Kang Hee-jin, are you ready to swing your sword? And while the scatterbrained girl still didn't understand, Kang Ju-hyun pressed the teleport button, and the two of them vanished instantly. They appeared on the rooftop of some building. Upon arriving, Kang Hee-jin asked, where is this? This place is modeled after myths and stories, he said, then looked at the spatial gate before them and added, this is the entrance to the mind world. You know that after signing a contract with a collector, we storytellers will present stories, right? That means we showcase our stories. We storytellers sign contracts with collectors so the divine spirits can see our stories. Now let me ask you this, do you know what kind of story we want to present, Kang Hee? Hearing the question about what story they wanted to present, Kang Hee-jin pondered for a moment and said, isn't that the life of a character? Kang Hee-jin's answer was fairly accurate, but it was a bit incomplete, so Kang Ju-hyun began to explain in more detail. You could say that, but the divine spirits each prefer different kinds of stories, so genres vary. Even so, among them there's one genre that draws the most attention, and that is the epic. From now on, you'll become the protagonist of those epics, Kang Hee-jin. Hearing that, Kang Hee-jin grew anxious and asked, can I really do it? Kang Ju-hyun patted her shoulder to boost her confidence and said, of course I will help you achieve it. First, let's go inside. With that, the two stepped through the gate and vanished. After reappearing on the other side of the gate, Kang Ju-hyun explained the place. This is the goblin horde of the Manhwa Mountains. Do you know about goblins? A little bit, Kang Hee-jin hurriedly replied. Turning to Kang Ju-hyun, he opened his library to broadcast live. In short, he started a live stream. And the moment he opened the stream, several notifications popped up. Painful explorer entered the library, drunk customer entered the library, Chachurara's guide entered the library, and Kang. Seeing divine spirits arriving, Kang Ju-hyun hurriedly said, welcome to my library. I am the owner of this library, Kang Ju-hyun. He also realized the viewers were the same ones who made negative comments earlier. They were probably here out of curiosity. The divine spirits didn't care much about his polite greeting. In short, they didn't hold Kang Ju-hyun in high regard and wanted him to get on with his story to save time. Their comments made Kang Ju-hyun dizzy. It seemed they were just waiting to see us fail, and to teach those divine spirits a lesson for looking down on others. Kang Ju-hyun turned to Kang Hee-jin and said, Ms. Kang Hee-jin, I'll go to the observer's room to show the divine spirits your story, and from now on you'll have to fight alone. His words made Kang Hee-jin gasp. Alone, me? It's fine, just swing the sword like you practiced earlier, Kang Ju-hyun encouraged confidently. At the same time, a monster began to emerge in front of them. The ugly appearance of the monster made Kang Hee-jin even more frightened. Storyteller, these goblins. To that, Kang Ju-hyun offered a bit of encouragement. Kang Hee-jin, you can do it. Believe in yourself. Even if you say that, it's still terrifying, Kang Hee-jin said weakly. The lizard-like monster had frightened her to tears. I'm so scared I'm going to die. Meanwhile, the monster. At that moment, the lizard monster swung an arm straight at her. Luckily, Kang Hee-jin's limbs were quick enough to dodge, but even so the blow was powerful enough to shatter the ground beneath. Then, the red-scaled lizard kept swinging its arms in attack while she could only panic and cry out, someone help me. As Kang Hee-jin backed up to avoid the attacks, she suddenly tripped over a protruding rock and fell flat to the ground. Because of that, she managed to avoid a horizontal slashing swing from the monster, but falling to the ground seemed to sap Kang Hee-jin of her fighting spirit. "This is bad, at this rate I'll die, I have to escape." In the midst of overwhelming fear, memories from long ago suddenly surfaced in Kang Hee-jin's mind. It was when she had just become a collector. "Hey, look at her, is that her? She's nothing but strength, her ability isn't special at all. A healer would be more useful when it comes to signing a contract. A healer would be more useful if she can't even contract with a storyteller. Isn't she just an ordinary person? She'd be better off taking a civil service exam." At that time, she could only grit her teeth and endure those words. "Can I keep going like this forever? Run away? What if I run away again? I'm useless. So no matter what I do, I can't. I won't even be able to face Kang Joo-hyun anymore. Nothing that happens to me matters." Thinking that, it seemed Kang Hee-jin regained her resolve and tightened her grip on the sword. Meanwhile, in the observer's room, Kang Joo-hyun saw the scene outside and shouted, "Kang Hee-jin, dodge." But from his view, the lizard monster had already lunged right in front of Kang Hee-jin and swung at her. In that dangerous moment, Kang Hee-jin bowed her head slightly to steady herself. Then she stared intently at the red-scaled lizard with a dangerous look in her eyes. At the same time, she raised her sword to block the monster's overhead strike. Not only that, she used the momentum to parry the lizard's arm aside with her blade and then slashed straight at it. The result, the red lizard took a direct slash to the head. It sounds long-winded to describe, but in truth it all happened within seconds. The sudden shift from a frightened, weak girl to a lion that felled the monster in one move left both Kang Joo-hyun and the watching divine spirits gaping in astonishment. At that moment, the monster inside Kang Hee-jin also awakened. "I will never be afraid again," determination flashed in her eyes. Exactly seeing that expression, Kang Joo-hyun smiled and said, "All right, Kang Hee-jin, that's the real you." At the same time, a shaft of light emerged from the red lizard's corpse and entered Kang Hee-jin's body. Then she received a notification, "You have gained 7 cities." The notification made Kang Hee-jin happy. "I did it. I did it, I really did it." Kang Joo-hyun congratulated her. "Well done, I knew you could do it. But the battle isn't over yet. This world has many more amusements, so you can't stop here. Be greedier, hunger for more, can you do that?" "All right," Kang Hee-jin said. She then charged alone at 3 red lizards. Meanwhile, at the management office of Celestial Body Company, someone checked Kang Joo-hyun's live stream and wondered, "What is this? 15 viewers in less than an hour." Really? The speaker was senior trader Tao Dan. He began to check Kang Joo-hyun's information in confusion. Even if promoted, it wouldn't make sense. Kang Joo-hyun, it's the first time I've heard that name, must be a newcomer. But it's unbelievable that he attracted so many viewers. There must be some trick. I need to inspect immediately. With that, he clicked into Kang Joo-hyun's library to see what method the newcomer used to draw such an audience. Moments later, his eyes widened at the sight on the screen. What the hell is this? Who is this collector? She isn't even wearing protective gear, and her weapon is too ordinary. I've seen many collectors, but this one is stronger than anyone and keeps growing stronger by the minute. Turning to Kang Joo-hyun, after watching Kang Hee-jin slaughter the red lizards until they cried, he admired her. She adapted to her ability very quickly, truly worth the time he spent finding her. Then he boasted to the divine spirits about his rookie. "So, divine spirits, this is her first battle, impressive, isn't it? But that's not all, she can do even more." Kang Joo-hyun's words were like a stimulant for the divine spirits. They grew excited and began continuously awarding points to Kang Hee-jin. Numerous notification screens popped up congratulating her for gaining 200 points and 150 points. At that moment, Kang Hee-jin noticed something ahead and asked, "Hey Kang Joo-hyun, what's that?" From her view, a red barrier had appeared at the back of the first cavern. Kang Joo-hyun began to explain, "Yes, that's the area boundary. You can't go into battle beyond it. Collectors agreed on that to keep stability." "Yes, I understand," Kang Hee-jin said, sounding a bit disappointed, and Kang He-jin was a little disappointed, and Kang Ju-hyun seemed to notice and asked, "Are you disappointed?" "Ah yes, a little, because it ended too quickly," Kang He-jin hurriedly replied. "When did I say it was over? We've come this far, so we should go all the way." You mean?" Kang He-jin spoke as she began looking toward the boundary. "Yes, you're going to erase this whole mental realm," Kang Ju-hyun began to tempt. "A mental realm can be removed from reality by wiping it out. But when one is erased, a new one appears elsewhere. Since no one knows what those stories contain, they enter without hesitation, though it's quite dangerous. That's why people began maintaining this mental realm as it is instead of erasing it." And as a collector, Kang He-jin knew this well, so she turned to Kang Ju-hyun to confirm, "Is this really okay?" Kang Ju-hyun, hearing her, assured her, "Worried about anything? If something happens, just say I forced you to do it. Besides, you don't seem like someone who wants to stop here." "Do I show it that clearly?" Kang He-jin said, embarrassed. Then she brightened and said, "All right, I'll do as you say." Her decision was met with strong support from the divine spirits. To liven things up, Kang Ju-hyun continued as host. "Come on, divine spirits, let's cheer for Kang He-jin. It would be boring if we stopped here." Turning to Tao Dan, seeing the new duo decide to break the boundary on their first battle, he worried for them. "Wait, what is she trying to do? Cross the boundary? No way, she can't actually be serious, can she? She's crazy, that's taboo for collectors on Earth, this shouldn't be happening." The blue lizard god began to shout when he saw Kang He-jin charging straight for the boundary. And the dangerous move boosted Kang Ju-hyun's stream viewers to 20, though it didn't particularly surprise him. The protagonist must relentlessly push forward to achieve their goal. That is the meaning of becoming a hero. Back on Earth, stories were full of adventure, but collectors set boundaries in mental realms and repeatedly farmed to stay safe. So the divine spirits lost interest, and the apocalypse began instead to generate more interesting stories. The outcome of this world, I have to change that. Not by outside intervention, but by relying on myself, thinking that Kang Ju-hyun also decided on a title for his story, Chronicles of the Sword Empress, The Hero's Tale, viewers 25. Not long after, just before Kang He-jin entered the deepest part of the mine, Kang Ju-hyun suddenly appeared before her and said, "Well done, Kang He-jin, we've reached the deepest part of the mine." But Kang He-jin brightened when she saw Kang Ju-hyun and exclaimed, "Kang Ju-hyun." The way her expression changed so quickly surprised Kang Ju-hyun. She looked terrifying just a moment ago. Then he said, "We're almost there, why don't you rest a bit?" On hearing that, Kang He-jin flopped down and said, "Ah yes, I'm a little tired." Turning back to Kang Ju-hyun, he looked at her and thought, "She got this far thanks to her strength skills, but she's probably pushed herself too hard. I'll need to help her train her stamina later." With that in mind, he asked, "How does fighting with a sword feel?" "Amazing, I should have used a sword from the start," Kang He-jin said, giving a thumbs up. As soon as she said that, Kang Ju-hyun noticed the book above her head beginning to glow more. The book is brighter. What Kang He-jin achieved today seems to have changed something. He then sat down and reminded her, "This is the final level. Remember when they all fled earlier? They've gathered and are waiting for you. It seems they have a leader. Their actions are very coordinated. What will you do?" "Their actions are very coordinated. What will you do? If you want to stop here, that's fine too." At that, Kang He-jin burst out laughing and said, "Are you kidding me? We've come this far, we have to finish it. You didn't get me to cross the border here just to do nonsense like this, did you?" "Of course not. I'll take responsibility for my words." "So shall we go?" "All right," Kang He-jin replied confidently. Her confident demeanor made Kang Ju-hyun a bit relieved. "I was ready to stop her if she hesitated, but it seems she's made up her mind." Still, this is extremely dangerous for a newcomer, so Kang Ju-hyun reminded her before they continued, "It will be dangerous, so we should set a goal first." "Do you know how to erase a mental realm?" "Yes, I've been taught," Kang He-jin answered. "Then it's easy to explain. The condition to erase a mental realm is conquest. Ideally defeat all the kobolds, but you should target the leader first. There are many ways to remove a mental realm." "There are many ways, but the easiest is to defeat a boss monster there." Then let's go, Kang Hee-jin said cheerfully and skipped forward, but Kang Ju-hyun called out, "Wait, I think you should change weapons first." Huh, why? Kang Hee-jin was puzzled, then looked at the battered sword in her hand and understood why Kang Ju-hyun warned her. "What do we do now?" Kang Hee-jin said, tears welling up. Kang Ju-hyun, seeing its condition, commented, "It could break mid-fight. It's a cheap weapon but still somewhat useful." "You've earned plenty of points. I've filtered out the most useful swords. Pick a new one." As he spoke, Kang Ju-hyun showed her a list of swords he considered best. But the prices of those swords made her voice tremble. "No, no discounts? I have to make a living too," Kang Ju-hyun said cheerfully. So Kang Hee-jin inwardly wailed over her points and pressed the button to buy a sword. And as soon as she pressed the button, her points immediately dropped to 0, and the system delivered a new sword to her. "Wow, it looks great, much higher grade than what you had before," Kang Ju-hyun cheered, but his words did little to console Kang Hee-jin. She was still racked with regret over the points she'd bled for that vanished instantly. "My points," she lamented. "You can earn them back, now let's go," Kang Ju-hyun said. Not long after, Kang Hee-jin, full of murderous rage, began hunting for the mine's boss. By then it had gathered a fair number of minions together, and as soon as she saw it, Kang Hee-jin said coldly, "It's all because of these bastards that my sword broke. Now die." With that she charged into the lizard pack, striking her sword hard into the ground. Her landing was so forceful that rock and soil exploded, and the lizards were hurled away by the shockwave. "Die, all of you. Do you know how hard I worked to earn those points?" As she spoke, she sliced the head off one of the lizards. Immediately after, she sensed the presence of the boss and stared at it with a terrifying look. That killer's gaze made even the leader of the red lizard pack tremble violently. It was so terrified it began to cry, swearing it had never met anyone this crazy in its life. And that was all it had time to think before its head was severed from its body. At that moment, the system announced, "You have cleared the Kobold dungeon in the Manhwa range." After that, to celebrate conquering the dungeon, Kang Ju-hyun and Kang Hee-jin went to a pastry shop. She devoured each bite and said happily, "This is amazing. I didn't realize such delicious pastries existed." Seeing her so happy over a single pastry made Kang Ju-hyun curious. "Is it that good?" "Of course, I never imagined I'd taste anything this good. I'm so glad we cleared the Kobold mine and earned so many points," Kang Hee-jin said. Turning to Kang Ju-hyun, seeing her simple delight, he warned, "You're that happy over just a few pastries? At this rate you could eat them all year if you keep going like this." "Really?" Kang Hee-jin asked excitedly. To her question, Kang Ju-hyun bluntly replied, "How you spend your points is up to you, but if you eat pastries every day and gain weight, that's on you." "That's a bit rude," Kang Hee-jin exclaimed. It seemed that if he hadn't warned her, she really would have eaten pastries for a month. Putting pastries aside for a moment, she remembered something and said, "By the way, you said you know about my special skill, right? I realized something while fighting, but what exactly is the sword master of the Goryeo dynasty?" Kang Ju-hyun across from her grew serious and asked, "Do you know the story of Cho Yong?" "No." Cho Yong, as a low-ranking military commander, a general. He single-handedly climbed the Great Wall of China while it was occupied by the Mandai tribes. He was revered not only for defeating thousands of enemies, but for his courage in charging into tens of thousands of foes and swinging his sword at them without hesitation. People said he may have surpassed human limits, so they called him the sword master of the Goryeo dynasty, and Kang Hee-jin. After hearing this, she said in amazement, "Wow, he was that great. Why don't I know about him? A story like that deserves to be made into a movie." Kang Ju-hyun, embarrassed, replied, "Ah, it's because his comrade's name is kind of odd." "What's that comrade's name?" Kang Hee-jin asked. "I can't say it myself." "Come on, you're making me curious, tell me," Kang Hee-jin said excitedly. "Come on, I'm not telling you, so stop asking, I'll report you for harassment," Kang Ju-hyun said, hugging himself. This made Kang Hee-jin a bit startled. What did I do to you?" "If you're curious, look it up online yourself, you always carry your phone." Kang Hee-jin pulled out her phone and muttered, "How odd could that name be?" But right after checking, her cheeks flushed bright red for some reason. She then hurled her phone at Kang Ju-hyan's head and shouted angrily, "Pervert, I'll sue you for harassment." "Why are you blaming me?" Kang Ju-hyan yelled. After calming down, he sighed and said, "Anyway, you can see why it wasn't adapted into a film, but that doesn't tarnish his reputation. Honestly, your potential is greater than you think." His words made her face light up as she said, "So I'm considered a natural talent." Looking at Kang Hee-jin's dazed expression, Kang Ju-hyan worried when the future Sword Empress would become the powerful swordswoman he knew. Realizing this, Kang Ju-hyan snapped to attention and said urgently, "Right, we don't have time to loiter, we need to execute the plan." He then took Kang Hee-jin's hand and began to pull her away. "What plan?" Kang Hee-jin asked. Kang Ju-hyan began to explain, "We need to build your image." The first step in building that image was that Kang Ju-hyan finished re-outfitting Kang Hee-jin. Kang Ju-hyan, does this outfit suit me?" she asked shyly. He replied, "It looks fine, be more confident. Now before we get to the main part." "What did I tell her? Don't laugh like an idiot and be very careful in front of the divine spirits," Kang Hee-jin blurted. Kang Ju-hyan, relieved, said, "Good, let's go." At that moment, he noticed the viewer count rising and guessed more people in the Sword Empress Chronicle had spotted them. Has the news leaked? Then there were also a few comments from divine spirits marveling at Kang Hee-jin's new look. This made Kang Ju-hyan exclaim in surprise, "Ah, right." The divine spirits had never seen Kang Hee-jin dressed like this. To Kang Ju-hyan's eye, she wore a classic swordsman-style outfit, and because of it, the support points began to skyrocket. If you surveyed what matters most for a character, most would say strength. Ask what matters second, and you'll get varied answers. People might say morale or survivability, but if you ask me, I'm confident the second most important is appearance. Thanks to her attractive looks, Kang Hee-jin began to gain a few thirsty fans sending heart icons. This didn't surprise Kang Ju-hyan much. She had potential but never dressed up. This sudden change altered her aura. Thinking this, Kang Ju-hyan sent her a few spheres of light and said, "Before you enter the mental realm, you should learn this move." "Those are the stories I bought earlier. Is this the first time you've seen them in person?" "Ah, yes, I've heard of them." "Then you'll be seeing them often from now on." "Your ability is very good, Kang Hee-jin, but you can't handle everything alone, so we need to prepare thoroughly." "I know, thank you," she said shyly. Then she began to absorb the spheres of light into her body. Seeing that, Kang Ju-hyan quickly asked, "How does it feel?" Kang Hee-jin explained, "It feels rather refreshing." "That's a good sign. It usually takes some effort to assimilate them." Kang Ju-hyan said. Kang Hee-jin, after hearing this, looked puzzled and asked, "But Kang Ju-hyan, where did you get the points to buy these stories?" Her question made Kang Ju-hyan startle. It seemed the money had been obtained by cheating, so he hurriedly changed the subject. "Shall we head out now? We should put on a good show for the divine spirits." Soon after, the two stepped through the gate and appeared in another strange place. Barely out, she asked, "Where is this? Haven't I told you yet, Kang?" Kang Ju-hyan said. Kang Hee-jin then gasped, "Oh, I remember. But what exactly is this place? It's deserted, no one walks around here." Her scatterbrained nature nearly made Kang Ju-hyan laugh, but he held it in and began to explain. "We're in the Cretan labyrinth, more precisely, the maze inside the Knossos Palace on Crete. Some have tried to decode it, but no one has succeeded." Kang Hee-jin asked, "Why?" "Because they can't find the completion conditions, and the labyrinth itself is a tangled mess," Kang Ju-hyan said. As he spoke, Kang Hee-jin, walking ahead, discovered several corpses at a fork and cried out, "This is..." Kang Ju-hyan quickly raised a hand to signal her and whispered, "Don't say anything." She lowered her voice and asked, "Kang Ju-hyan, so these..." He knew what she meant and replied bluntly, "Yes, they're all dead. Judging by the decomposition, they died not long ago." He then checked the stream and thought, the viewer count has passed 100, and there's even a storyteller among them. They're practically writing it on their faces, trying to steal ideas from rising stars like her. Let them watch. Our main goal is to turn passing viewers into regulars. With that in mind, he produced a spool of red thread and handed it to Kang Hee-jin, saying, "Here, take this." She took the spool and asked, "It's just a spool of thread." Kang Ju-hyun, knowing she didn't understand, explained, "This maze is extremely complex. In the myth, Theseus used a spool of thread to escape the labyrinth. You should use it if you get lost." "I'll pray you get lucky." With that, Kang Ju-hyun teleported to the observer's room. A screen displaying Kang Ju-hyun's image appeared before Kang Hee-jin. "Walk forward bravely and don't look back. Don't overdo things and don't sweat the small details." Those words seemed to bolster her resolve. Hearing Kang Ju-hyun, determination spread across her face and she said, "All right." With that, she began to wander through the skull-strewn labyrinth. Kang Ju-hyun couldn't help but admire her steel will. She didn't realize it, but her mental strength was far above normal. She didn't panic at the horrific sight. Back to Kang Hee-jin, after wandering down many corridors. She noticed a light at the end of one hallway. "A ray of lights," Kang Hee-jin murmured. At the same time, Kang Ju-hyun beside her sensed something odd and warned, "Wait, Kang Hee-jin." After his warning, a giant bull-headed humanoid suddenly appeared before Kang Hee-jin for some reason. Seeing her, it let out an enraged roar to intimidate her. Then it swung its massive fist toward the slight girl. Its powerful punch caused a small explosion, and Kang Ju-hyun in the observation room could only shout in alarm, "Kang Hee-jin." Back in the battle, when the dust settled, the Bull Demon King discovered there was no human body beneath his fist at all. And then in its astonished eyes, Kang Hee-jin struck it with a sword at super speed, right into its chest. It seemed the slash hit an artery, blood spurted everywhere, and Kang Hee-jin, upon seeing the scene, cheerfully said, "Tonight we're having bullhead soup, the divine spirits watching." Upon hearing her, all began commenting, asking what bullhead soup was. Kang Ju-hyun could only helplessly say, "Oh come on, I told you not to say that." He then urgently shouted guidance to Kang Hee-jin. "Kang Hee-jin, that minotaur is much stronger than goblins. Its hide is thicker and tougher, making it hard for you to hurt it. So fighting it head-on is difficult. You should switch to hit and run, poke and harass, then finish with a truly explosive strike." "Kang Hee-jin, are you listening to me?" Kang Ju-hyun yelled as she kept charging in for a straight-up brawl. From his view, the minotaur picked up a huge rock at its feet and hurled it straight at her. But facing the rock, Kang Hee-jin remained calm and unleashed a sword strike that cleaved it into many pieces. Not only that, through the screen, Kang Ju-hyun was startled to notice that the sword in Kang Hee-jin's hand began to emit faint rays of light. Her face also took on a look of seriousness. She slowly raised the sword above her head. Streams of light began converging into the blade. With the experience of a regressor, Kang Ju-hyun immediately realized what this meant. When did Kang Hee-jin learn the radiant sword? Sword Chi, also known as sword light, is a skill that can only be attained at a certain level. It allows the wielder to channel their internal energy into the weapon. And most characters cannot learn Sword Chi on their own. Instead, they acquire it through the plot. But Kang Hee-jin learned it herself, typical of a sword empress. She's truly talented. Kang Ju-hyun exclaimed. Back in the fight, after gathering the sword light, both the Minotaur and Kang Hee-jin let out a loud roar and charged at each other. The result, the Minotaur took a sword that shattered its head, and the force of the blow sent the creature hurtling far away. After confirming the Minotaur was truly dead, Kang Hee-jin wiped the sweat from her face and smiled triumphantly. This victory earned her a downpour of support points from the divine spirits. Kang Ju-hyun in the observation room was stunned. "I didn't even have to do anything. Registrations from divine spirits doubled. I'm growing incredibly fast." Suddenly Kang Hee-jin's voice rang out, startling him. "Kang Ju-hyun, something strange. I defeated all the monsters here but still haven't passed the mental realm." Not only she, but the observing divine spirits shared the same question, as they didn't understand why it hadn't ended. Upon hearing this, Kang Ju-hyun immediately appeared before her and explained, "That's because this mental realm hasn't ended yet." Then he turned to the divine spirits watching and said, "You must be wondering why the maze remains intact even though the monsters have been wiped out. That's because this maze won't end simply because you defeated the Minotaur boss." As he said this, Kang Ju-hyun began recalling knowledge from his previous life. Even then, many had tried to defeat the Minotaur, but none had successfully cleared the labyrinth. That was because they didn't know the proper way to get through it, until one day an explorer found a hidden item inside the maze and conquered it. Thanks to that person, I discovered how to clear this stage. Thinking of that, he began to explain how to complete it. The way to clear this stage is... But before he could finish, Kang Hee-jin eagerly interrupted. I get it, so I just follow the thread. Kang Ju-hyun understood what she meant, but this wasn't the correct way to finish the maze, so he started to say, you're not wrong, but that will lead you back to the entrance. Usually the maze entrance is not the exit. Then where is the exit? Kang Hee-jin asked. Over there. As he spoke, Kang Ju-hyun looked up at the cave ceiling. Do you know Daedalus? Oh yes, I've heard he's the one who built the labyrinth. Correct. He was such a genius that he created this complex maze. The thing is, someone did escape this place somewhere that was supposed to be inescapable. Kang Hee-jin guessed aloud, could that have been Theseus? Yes, because Daedalus gave him a way to use a thread. Minos trapped Daedalus and his son Icarus in a labyrinth in a fit of anger, but Daedalus still found a way to escape. As he spoke, he bent down to pick up a feather. He held it up to Kang Hee-jin and said, do you see, there are a lot of feathers around here. Seeing that, Kang Hee-jin understood and hurriedly said, yes, I know what to do. Saying that, she quickly ran forward. Not long after, she returned with a bunch of feathers in her hands. Seeing her delighted face, Kang Ju-hyun didn't know what to say. She was like a first grader. I think this should be enough, Kang Hee-jin said as she began tossing the feathers onto her chest. And then something strange happened. Suddenly the feathers transformed into a pair of wings attached to Kang Hee-jin's back and allowed her to hover in midair. No, unbelievable, Kang Hee-jin cried in amazement. Kang Ju-hyun, seeing this, cheerfully congratulated her. Congratulations, Hee-jin, you found the item. This is the wings of Icarus, rare, you can fly for 1x one day. Seeing her just standing suspended in the air, he had to remind her, what are you doing standing there? Remember what I told you earlier? Kang Hee-jin startled and said, oh right, I'm so lucky you helped me. Then, thanks to the wings flying ability, Kang Hee-jin easily completed the labyrinth. The system immediately announced, you have cleared the maze in the mental realm. This is an incredible victory. You have conquered the mental realm by your own strength. At the same time, her victory earned her a large amount of support points from the divine spirits. Returning to Kang Hee-jin, although she had left the mental realm a while ago, she couldn't stop boasting. What do you think? Awesome, right? As she said this, she began spreading the wings on her shoulders to show off to Kang Ju-hyun. Our protagonist could only awkwardly say, great, it looks cool. Now I'm a collector too, and look at the points we earned this time. I won't be like last time anymore, haha. What do you think? Am I pretty? Am I charming? Can you stop? Kang Ju-hyun said helplessly. But his words had no effect on the scatterbrained girl. After hearing him, she even blew Kang Ju-hyun a kiss and said, come on, don't be shy, this beauty even works on divine spirits. You're just pretending, right? So what do you think? The result, Kang Ju-hyun turned pale with fear. He immediately tried to correct her attitude in an angry tone. Stop it if you don't want to get hits. You're so mean, Kang Hee-jin said, tears welling up. And that was a bit of playful banter between them. After calming down, Kang Ju-hyun said, enough horsing around, have you been to the guild yet? Kang Hee-jin scratched her head in confusion. The guild? No, why do you ask? It's time for you to upgrade your rank. You can't stay at level 9 forever, right? You need to level up if you want to earn more money, Kang Ju-hyun said. The moment she heard the word money, the scatterbrained girl's face lit up and her eyes practically turned into dollar signs. Immediately she spread her wings and flew straight out the window, calling, I'm heading there now. Hey, wait for me, don't use your wings for that. Kang Ju-hyun hurried after her, worried if he let her go alone she'd cause trouble. Not long after, the two of them arrived at the Collectors Guild. Those present were stunned by Kang Hee-jin's beauty and presence. Do you remember any collector who looks like her? She gives off a truly special aura. She doesn't seem like an ordinary collector, and she's so beautiful. To their eyes, Kang Hee-jin now radiated the cold, powerful bearing of a sword empress, completely different from her goofy attitude at home. To be safe, Kang Ju-hyun reminded the girl beside him again. I said just in case, don't think about showing those wings here. His words seemed to hit a nerve. Kang Hee-jin flinched and stammered, I wasn't thinking that. They approached the counter. The clerk, seeing the sword Empress aura from Kang Hee-jin, nervously asked, "Hello, how can I help you?" Kang Ju-hyun wasn't surprised. She must have made him uneasy. He knew the feeling from his past life. Thinking that, Kang Ju-hyun stated their purpose. "We're here to claim the reward for conquering the mental realm." Kang Ju-hyun's words caused a commotion behind them. "What? A reward for conquering a mental realm? I heard 2 mental realms were recently cleared. Are you saying those are the ones who did it? Are they blinded by fame or something? I can't believe they conquered a mental realm. With that arrogant attitude, they won't last long." Voices rose, mixing admiration and envy. The clerk, having heard this, asked for details. "Was anyone with you?" "No, she conquered the mental realm by herself," Kang Ju-hyun said. His statement made the onlookers more astonished. "What? No way, he must be lying." Even the clerk found it hard to believe and asked, "Then tell me her rank." "Level 9, Kang Ju-hyun replied coldly. "Understood, I'll call the person in charge. Please wait a moment." They took a seat to wait for the person in charge. Meanwhile, the crowd's chatter didn't stop. "Did you hear? She's level 9, I thought at least level 5. She's lying about clearing a mental realm, right?" Hearing the gossip, Kang Ju-hyun grew a little anxious and glanced at Kang Hee-jin to gently check if she was okay. Luckily, she was fine. As he thought this, an unpleasant voice sounded from in front of them. "Look at that, scammers are getting bolder these days." The remark came from a burly, cocky-looking man. Then he leaned down to look at Kang Hee-jin and sneered, "This girl cleared a mental realm? Ridiculous. Who does she think she is? Some fraud bold enough to mouth off here." At his words, Kang Hee-jin's expression remained icy, and she refused to reply. But her cold attitude started to rile the big thug. Unbelievable that a level 9 would dare snub him. Thinking that, he began to sneer. "Ha, you won't even answer me? Understandable, a level 9 collector clearing a mental realm. What a joke." After saying that, he stared hard at Kang Hee-jin to see if she'd react, but unfortunately that icy expression remained unchanged. This began to make the thug ready to snap. "You ignoring me?" he said in a tone ready to fight at any moment. Luckily, Kang Ju-hyun beside them spoke up. "I'm sorry, but she doesn't want to talk to you." His remark drew the thug's attention and he retorted, "And who are you? Just her manager, yet you dare interfere between 2 collectors." "I prefer to be called her colleague," Kang Ju-hyun said. Hearing that, the big guy's anger shifted to Kang Ju-hyun. "So you're a fellow fraud too? I don't know where you crawled out from, but this is the Collectors Guild. Leave if you don't want a beating." He glared threateningly at Kang Ju-hyun. Of course, those words had no effect. Kang Ju-hyun was protected by the Genesis system, so he answered confidently. At Kang Ju-hyun's nonchalant attitude, the thug shouted, "Bastard," and raised his hand to strike. Fortunately, Kang Ju-hyun, being a decent person, warned him, "I'll tell you now, she's fierce, you'd better be careful." But his warning seemed useless against thugs like that, because after hearing it, he still launched his fist straight at Kang Ju-hyun. Yet just before the punch could reach him, it was caught by Kang Hee-jin's small hand. The thug, seeing this, glared at her in anger and said, "Huh, what's this now? I was being generous." But before he could finish, the violent girl used a move that sent him flat to the ground. The blow was so powerful it dented the floor into a large crater. The extras who witnessed the scene went pale. Only Kang Ju-hyun could still smile cheerfully at the sight. "See, I warned you. I told you to be careful, but you didn't listen." Turning to the big guy, he didn't understand what had just happened to him. "What just happened?" "I remember reaching out. No way did I really get beaten by a tiny girl like this." Thinking that, fury boiled inside him, and he hurriedly got to his feet. As soon as he stood up, he swung his fist again toward Kang Hee-jin. The onlookers began to sweat nervously for her. Some even squeezed their eyes shut, too afraid to watch what would happen next. But then events took a direction that surprised everyone. Once again, the big guy was easily subdued by Kang Hee-jin. Now she had one of his arms twisted behind him and pinned his entire body flat to the ground. This is a familiar control position. Once held like this, escape is nearly impossible. That a slight girl like Kang Hee-jin could easily subdue the thug caused murmurs of admiration. "He lost again? I thought he was level 7. How did he end up like this?" Even if he had let his guard down, the crowd's whispers felt like thorns in the big guy's heart. Immediately he turned angrily to Kang Ju-hyun and cursed under his breath. That bastard, he planned this from the start. Thinking that, he couldn't contain his anger and burst up once more. The bastard began to shout and actually managed to rise a little despite being tightly locked by Kang Hee-jin. He started to emit a powerful aura. The surrounding crowd quickly shouted, "That's Kaiflo technique. Do they want to fight inside the guild? Are these two crazy?" Seeing the big guy trying to struggle up, Kang Hee-jin pressed him down again with force. Though pinned to the ground, the thug still hadn't learned his lesson and turned to threaten Kang Ju-hyun. "I'll never forgive you. I'll show you how strong I am. I'll wipe that half smile off your face." His words angered Kang Hee-jin. "Stay still," she said coldly, then with a single stomp she drove his face into the floor. The stomp nearly sent the thug's soul out of his body. Weakly he gasped, How did?" Kang Ju-hyun was also quite surprised. "Oh, she learned Heavenly Weight Collapse on her own. I chose her for the famous Sword Empress title, but this is even better than I expected." Note: Heavenly Weight Collapse is a martial move using inner power to make the body heavier. Facing Kang Hee-jin, Kang Ju-hyun's stare made her cheeks flush red with embarrassment. The crowd, seeing the thug pinned motionless, murmured in astonishment, "No way, he used Kaiflo and still can't get up. Is she really level 9? While people were still whispering, a few shouts rang out. "What are you doing? Fighting is forbidden at the guild. Clear out. Who's causing this disturbance?" The voices came from several staff members in black uniforms who looked like security. Kang Ju-hyun looked coldly at the approaching group and observed, "If they're only intervening now, it's too late. They timed this on purpose. Someone must be ordering them." Just as he thought, a man from the back approached and said, "What's all this noise? Fighting again in the guild? Do you think we're a joke?" The speaker was a bespectacled man who looked like the manager of the place. Seeing him appear, Kang Ju-hyun asked, "Are you the person in charge here?" "Yes." "And who are you?" the man asked, turning to Kang Ju-hyun. "I'm a colleague of the person involved in this matter. I think there's been a misunderstanding. We weren't fighting, we just had a disagreement. He was the aggressor, so this young lady had no choice but to restrain him. We were acting in self-defense." The managing man, hearing that, asked again, "So you mean the earlier commotion was all caused by that other person?" "Of course. Can't you see this young lady doesn't have a single wound? Someone who just fought wouldn't have that calm expression. We were kind enough to detain the troublemaker. Shouldn't you be grateful to us?" The surrounding crowd agreed with this explanation. "He's right, that man was the one who started the fight." The murmurs made the manager pause and think for a moment. Soon after, his expression changed to a smile and he said, "It seems I misunderstood. My apologies." After accepting the apology, Kang Ju-hyun went straight to the point. "Anyway, my young lady needs to collect the reward for clearing the mind realm. So when will the manager here arrive?" The bespectacled man hurriedly said, "I am the manager. We've been busier than usual this time, so we're a bit late, but I heard there was a fight, so please understand. I'd like to speak with you alone. Can you spare some time?" "Fine, Hezim, that's enough," Kang Ju-hyun said as he turned to look at her. Then the two followed the old manager to a private room. When the crowd saw them leave, they began to praise, "Wow, that 9th-tier woman is amazing. She looks so cool." The crowd's reaction pleased Kang Ju-hyun a little. She made a spectacular debut as a collector, but now the important part begins. "I'll squeeze every advantage out of what you have," Kang Ju-hyun thought, staring intently at the man ahead. But this wouldn't be easy because from his perspective the man wore a silver book on his head. The cover and aura were dazzling silver, though not gold. He was not someone easily defeated. Judging from earlier, he was someone who applied pressure but immediately changed his attitude when situations turned unfavorable. The ability to read circumstances isn't innate but a mood shift honed by accumulated experience, like a crafty old fox. As Kang Ju-hyun thought this, they arrived at the office. "Please come this way," the man continued. After everyone was seated, he introduced himself. "I'm Choi Jong-mo, though it's not grand. My responsibilities here are considerable." Opposite him, Kang Ju-hyun introduced, "I'm Kang Ju-hyun and this is Kang Hezim." Then they moved to the main topic. "I heard you completed the mind realm." "Not the two of us, she completed it alone," Kang Ju-hyun said coldly. Hearing that, Choi Jong-mo sneered, "Oh, really? If she did it alone, that's even harder to believe." "Everyone thought so until she showed her ability," Kang Joo-hyun said, staring at the man. His gaze made Choi Jong-mo quickly switch to a smile and say, "Indeed, so what do you want from us?" To that question, Kang Joo-hyun didn't rush to demand but asked back, "That's an odd question. All we request are the rightful benefits for clearing the mind realm." "Or are you not going to grant us the reward?" The remark made Choi Jong-mo falter slightly. He quickly regained composure and explained calmly, "I can't unilaterally approve any reward decisions." "Aren't you the manager who brought us here to talk?" Kang Joo-hyun asked. "I'm sorry, it's just that the situation is like this," Choi Jong-mo replied hastily. From here, Kang Joo-hyun stopped beating around the bush and laid his cards on the table. "You're Choi Jong-mo, right? Since things have come this far, I'll be frank, I already know the association won't give us a fair reward." "Impossible, how could?" Choi Jong-mo stammered. Before he could finish, Kang Joo-hyun interrupted. "No more arguing. The important thing now is that you don't intend to give us the reward, right? We've probed each other enough, let's speak plainly." The blunt words made Choi Jong-mo start to ponder. If one doesn't complete a mind realm, other mind realms won't be added. Thus the government prefers to maintain the status quo, and the association and collectors agree with that choice to avoid creating extra problems for the government while allowing collectors to safely hunt and level up. Thinking that, he said seriously, "Joo-hyun, you're striking right at our sore spot. You two have doused the situation everyone tacitly agreed on with a bucket of cold water. Do you realize that?" To that, Kang Joo-hyun replied immediately, "The reason mind realms exist is to tell stories to the sacred spirits and to prove our value as collectors, but look at how people are behaving, they've done the exact opposite." Choi Jong-mo said in a low voice, "Opposite? No, this is the reasonable way. If another mind realm is created, it will cost a lot of money and manpower to analyze, and there's a risk that many people could die. We deliberately keep mind realms as they are so people won't lose their precious lives." "That's quite an impressive excuse," Kang Joo-hyun said coldly. Choi Jong-mo angrily slammed the table and shouted, "We do this to keep things unchanged. If we follow what you say and someone dies, will you take responsibility?" That anger didn't affect Kang Joo-hyun. He answered calmly, "Why should we be responsible? We're only doing our role as collectors. We don't even get the reward, and yet we're being forced to take responsibility. How absurd. Whether they die or not depends on their ability and fate." Those words made Choi Jong-mo tremble with anger. "Watch your language." Meanwhile, Kang Joo-hyun continued, "I may feel sorry for their deaths, but that doesn't mean I should be held responsible." Hearing that, Choi Jong-mo could not contain himself and sprang to his feet. "People could lose their lives. You shouldn't speak so casually about matters that don't concern you." The man's words nearly made Kang Joo-hyun laugh. "How ridiculous! So people don't have to die in the end. How many have already died because they lacked the strength to fight those entities?" Thinking that, Kang Joo-hyun retorted immediately, "People might die. Someone dying while clearing a mind realm is a tragedy, but doing nothing out of fear of mind realms solves nothing. That's why we acted. Collectors nowadays have rotted. For their own safety, they've become cowards who won't challenge limits." "You mean you two are different?" Choi Jong-mo exclaimed. "Yes, we're different. Unlike those others, we don't hide, stop, or prevent." But that grand speech had no effect on Choi Jong-mo. He sneered and said, "You think you'll be rewarded for that? No matter what you say, nothing will change. This society is what it is, and that's how its system operates, understand?" Finally, the old man laid his cards on the table, but Kang Joo-hyun remained calm and said, "So this is the game you intend to play. Aren't you afraid of the consequences?" "Consequences? Ha, what can just two people do?" Choi Jong-mo said confidently. But his confidence lasted only a few seconds because Kang Joo-hyun opened his eyes. "Just the two of us, maybe for you, but how will others react?" "Others? There are no others here," Choi Jong-mo asked. Then suddenly something appeared before his eyes that made them widen. From his perspective, countless comment screens from the sacred spirits were appearing above Kang Joo-hyun's head. All of the comments were furious at the old man's words. At the same time, Kang Joo-hyun spoke up, "Oh right, I forgot to introduce myself. Allow me to make a proper introduction. I am a storyteller from Celestial Corporation, currently in the process of writing a story. My name is Kang Ju-hyun. Welcome to my library, Choi Jong-mo." Only then did Choi Jong-mo realize he'd fallen into a trap. He had read the man like a book, assuming he was merely a manager concerned about collectors, but his humble demeanor. The way he cared for collectors and his seasoned negotiating skill showed these figures deserved more respect than those storytellers who always act superior to humans. Still, exactly when did he plan all of this? Since when? That hypothesis is impossible. The young man in front of him acted as if he'd long anticipated this situation. In this circumstance, there was no way to dodge it anymore if the association's image is affected. And bad rumors reached the sacred spirits, it would cause trouble for all the association's collectors. Thinking that, sweat began to pour down the old man's face. I have to think of something. Think there must be a way to resolve this. Think surely there's a way to handle this situation. With that in mind, he looked up at Kang Ju-hyun's confident expression ahead. That expression made him even more anxious. He felt as if all his thoughts were being held hostage by this young man. From the stress, his legs began to tremble uncontrollably. Then he slumped back into his chair. Seeing this, Kang Ju-hyun understood that the old man had grasped the situation, so he smiled and said, "I'm glad you're perceptive, Mr. Choi Jong-mo." After saying that, he thought to himself, I figured he'd come around. If he doesn't concede and stays stubborn, I'll be able to pry out more useful things, but he's quite clever and quick too. Turning to Choi Jong-mo, who had regained some composure, the old man looked up at Kang Ju-hyun and asked, "What do you want?" Kang Ju-hyun replied, "I've already explained it to you." Those words were like a lifeline for Choi Jong-mo. Upon hearing them, he hurriedly said, "Ah yes, we'll give an appropriate reward for clearing the mind realm, and we'll add a few extra gifts to compensate for my earlier rudeness. The matter isn't that serious, but if you're willing, we shouldn't refuse," Kang Ju-hyun said with a smile. Then he turned to the sacred spirits watching and said, "Sacred spirits, what do you think? Shall we let it pass this time?" He seemed sincere. Thanks to Kang Ju-hyun's words, the matter was temporarily forgiven by the sacred spirits. After that, he cheerfully stood and said, "Then I expect the money to be transferred to my account today." "Of course," Choi Jong-mo replied hastily. Just as the old man thought Kang Ju-hyun was about to leave, he suddenly spoke up. "Oh, one more thing." "What is it?" Choi Jong-mo asked nervously. Seeing the old man's fear, Kang Ju-hyun reassured him, "You don't need to be so tense. I'm not asking for anything unreasonable, just help me find one person." Choi Jong-mo calmed and asked, "Who are you looking for?" "Is there a collector here named Choi Do-jun?" "Choi Do-jun? I've never heard that name. Are you sure he's a collector?" Kang Ju-hyun paused thoughtfully, then said, "He may or may not be a collector. I'm not sure. I only know he's about 18 or 19, around 1.84 m tall, and though I hate to admit it, fairly handsome. By any means, I hope you can find him. If you have any useful leads, send them to me via the Genesis network." Since the information was sparse, Choi Jong-mo asked further, "Do you know any distinguishing traits?" Kang Ju-hyun fell silent for a moment, then delivered a bold line. "He's an extreme romantic." After that, the two left the Collectors Association and went home. The moment they stepped inside, Kang Hezim, deflating like a popped balloon, complained, "My nerves, I'm so anxious I could have died." Kang Ju-hyun praised, "You handled yourself well. I tried. One small mistake can cost you dearly, but I'm exhausted." To Kang Ju-hyun, that complaint was null. He said, "You should get used to this. We'll be doing it often from now on, dear." Kang Hezim stammered, "Can I act normally?" Kang Ju-hyun muttered, recalling her goofy antics, then gritted his teeth and said, "Never. Who cares about your little cat tricks?" Then he pointed at Kang Hezim and instructed, "Have you heard how they're talking about you? Your performance is seductive. You've been seen as a beautiful, strong woman. That's great, right? They're admiring your beauty and talent. Do you want to lose that fanfare? Keep pushing to the end. Imagine a near future where everyone praises you as you rise to fame, sitting on piles of money until you're bored." Kang Ju-hyun's words painted that image for Kang Hezim so vividly she started to drool. "A pile of money," she murmured. Thinking that, she wanted to relax a bit and said, "All right, are we done for today? Let's go home. After all, I'm still a promising figure." Before she could take a few steps, Kang Ju-hyun grabbed her sleeve. "Dream on, we still have a lot to do." "What else is there?" Kang Hezim asked wearily. "Nothing much, it's just." As soon as Kang Ju-hyun thought that, he stopped. Kang Hezim ahead saw this and asked curiously, "Ju-hyun, what's wrong?" He replied with some concern, "There's something urgent I need to check out." "Don't worry, I'll be right back." Saying that, he used his teleportation ability and vanished instantly from her anxious gaze. Kang Ju-hyun was teleported to the city's midair. He glanced at the man behind him and asked, "Who are you?" I asked, "Who are you?" After seeing the old man stroke his beard without answering. Only on the second time did the fellow speak. "Rude brat, what did he see that makes me come recruit him in person?" Muttering that, he stated his purpose. "Glad you've come, you must be a rookie. I personally came to recruit you into the Pentagram Star Division." At that, Kang Ju-hyun asked coldly, "I'll ask again, who are you?" Only then did the old man reveal his name. "I'm Jin Peng, a member of the Pentagram Star Division, and I'm your senior." "What do you want with me?" Kang Ju-hyun asked nonchalantly. That attitude angered Jin Peng. "Impudent brat, how dare you speak to a senior like that? You nameless bastard, you're too arrogant." Kang Ju-hyun replied calmly, "Sorry, but I do have a name, it's Kang Ju-hyun." That startled Jin Peng. "What, he already has a name? It took me over 3 weeks to get one, and he gets one as soon as he arrives." Thinking that, jealousy stirred. "I don't care what your name is, shut up and join the organization." Facing the anger, Kang Ju-hyun said bluntly, "I don't want to." The refusal left the bearded man astonished. What did you just say?" Kang Ju-hyun repeated. "I said I don't want to join. Do I have to repeat myself for you to understand?" "You brat, how dare you? Do you know who I am?" Jin Peng fumed. Kang Ju-hyun replied wearily, "Of course I know. I'm wasting time talking to a storyteller who acts superior while being weak, clinging to a little power." Kang Ju-hyun's uncompromising attitude began to make Jin Peng think, "What the hell, why does this kid act like that? I heard he hasn't joined any division. Impossible, could he have joined one already?" As if reading his thoughts, Kang Ju-hyun said, "What, worried I already joined some division? No, I haven't joined any bureau." Jin Peng stammered, "How dare you have that attitude toward a senior?" The name Jin Peng kept calling himself senior, which bored Kang Ju-hyun. "Clinging to the title senior won't make you more powerful. You aren't even an assistant anymore. A mere recruiter like you has the nerve to brag about being a senior. As far as I know, at Celestial Corporation, standing is decided by contribution and job position." His words made Jin Peng tremble and stammer, "How dare you?" before he could finish. Kang Ju-hyun cut him off. "You surprised I know? You think I'm just a rookie and a few threats will scare me? Do you know which division I'm in?" Jin Peng barked, but Kang Ju-hyun paid him no mind. He said bluntly, "Go back to your big division and tell them I will never join your faction. And while you're at it, tell whoever sent you. If you want me to come, at least send someone with some sense or have him come in person. Understand, now get lost." The words left the bearded Jin Peng furious and speechless. In the end, he could only snarl a few meaningless things like "we'll see" and vanished immediately. Kang Ju-hyun muttered, "What a bunch of lunatics." With that, he teleported back to Kang Hezim at once. She was surprised at how quickly he returned. "You're back already?" "Of course, I never go back on my word." "So earlier you mentioned, what else did we have to do?" Kang Hezim asked. Kang Ju-hyun startled and remembered. "All right, I think it's time to hire you a manager." After that, Kang Ju-hyun led Kang Hezim around to somewhere. Since it had been a while, it took a bit of time to find it. "Not here either. If I remember correctly, it should be around here somewhere." Thinking that, Kang Ju-hyun looked in a direction and happily said, "Here it is." Kang Hezim hurriedly looked where he pointed, then said with some worry, "Here, this place seems less reliable than the others we've visited. Are you sure this is the one you had in mind?" "Yes, I'm sure it's this." Kang Ju-hyun confirmed and knocked on the door. He said, "Hello." Immediately, a shrill shout came from inside. "Wait a moment." The shout made them both startle. And that "wait a moment" from inside took quite long, longer than a normal person's moment. Only then did the door opening sound ring out. Afterwards, a short-haired girl stepped out, looked at the two of them and asked, "What are you here for?" Turning to Kang Ju-hyun, the moment he saw her face, a few memories began to flood his mind. It's too late, no matter what you do, you can't mend a relationship that's already ended. At first it was fine, but sooner or later the problems returned. It's a pity I can't see you again. You know, you should stay away from that man. A man who's lost all humanity, and come work with me. I can give you the best things. But from these images, it seemed that in the past this girl had been humiliated by Choi Do-jun right in front of Kang Ju-hyun. These painful memories suddenly surged back and made his face go pale. Luckily, the girl's voice in front snapped him back. Hey, hello. Sorry. Is this the BHWA Management Bureau? Kang Ju-hyun hurriedly said, and he thought, though she's a bit different now, she still looks the same as before. Turning to the brown-haired girl, after seeing the two had come about business, she quickly invited them in and introduced herself. Let me introduce myself, I'm Baek-soo Ryan, director of the BHWA Management Bureau. So are you two here to hire someone from our place? She asked with an eager tone. And in response to that expectation, Kang Ju-hyun upfront said, yes, this girl needs a manager. Hearing that, Baek-soo Ryan turned to look at Kang Hejim and was captivated by her aura. This cold, beautiful collector wants to use our services. Am I dreaming? But before she could daydream long, Kang Ju-hyun spoke up. Hejim, you don't have to put on a front here. Kang Hejim sighed in relief and immediately went goofy. Really? Phew, saved. I'm pretty tired today, hee. That 180-degree shift in attitude and expression made Baek-soo Ryan feel as if she'd been hit on the head with a rock. Then she grew a bit flustered and said, I see she's a collector, but you are. Why don't you guess? Kang Ju-hyun smiled. Prompted by him, Baek-soo Ryan stroked her chin, thoughtful and analyzed. If you were also a collector, you wouldn't have time to come all the way here to find a manager for her, but you don't look like you belong to any group or company. Are you a storyteller? Her words genuinely surprised Kang Ju-hyun. Even Choi Jong-mo couldn't guess I was a storyteller. It seemed that. Baek-soo Ryan noticed the astonishment on Kang Ju-hyun's face and began, you know, storytellers often have traits unlike ordinary people. It's not obvious at a glance, but if you look closely you'll see an aura around them that makes them seem not of this world. That's why I thought you were a storyteller. Sorry if I'm wrong. Turning to Kang Ju-hyun. The sharp observations of this woman left him speechless. Right now, she's just the director of a small management bureau, but later, when the end times begin, she'll become the leader of the BHWA group. Countless people will be under her banner. She'll use decisive ability, far-sighted vision, and eloquence to become the captain. At that, Kang Ju-hyun spoke. No, you're right. I'm a storyteller of Celestial Corporation, Kang Ju-hyun. Hearing that, Baek-soo Ryan's eyes lit up with admiration. Wow, really? Oh my, not only a collector but a storyteller has come to my office. Her excitement rubbed off on Kang Hejim. He's amazing, right? He's not like other storytellers. How did you two meet? Baek-soo Ryan asked. Oh, I was eating noodles at home when suddenly, blah blah blah, and Kang Ju-hyun, watching the two women happily chat, gave a faint smile and said, So may I see the contract? Contract, you mean? Baek-soo Ryan said, her face brightening. As she guessed correctly, Kang Ju-hyun added, Let's start discussing the contract. We should go over the terms. Kang Hejim at his side happily congratulated. That's great, Ms. Soo Ryan. Don't act like it's not your business. You're the one who benefits from this contract, Kang Ju-hyun complained. A while later, after both sides signed the contract, Baek-soo Ryan said, This contract will do. At the same time, Kang Hejim had a question and asked, Ms. Soo Ryan, what does a manager usually do? Baek-soo Ryan cheerfully explained, the first and most important job, we provide assistance so collectors can stay focused on their work. We also cover schedules, diet, housing, many things. Sometimes we double as brokers and arrange interview schedules. If you do so many tasks, does anyone help you with the workload? Kang Hejim asked. Baek-soo Ryan confidently replied, No, but I know how to do all those jobs. Don't worry about me. I used to work at a fairly famous association before starting this office. But then her tone turned negative and she said, Honestly, I've probably been a driver too, but I still couldn't afford a car after setting up this office. You can drive? Kang Ju-hyun asked. I have a Class A license and a truck license too. I also have an excavator license and know electric welding and gas welding. This jack-of-all-trades knowledge made Kang Hejim across from her sweat and ask, "Why is that?" "I prepared in case I change jobs," Biksu Ryan explained. Then she grew a bit anxious and told the two of them, "Anyway, I can handle it, trust me." Kang Ju-hyun noticed her worry, sighed, and reassured her, "You don't need to worry. I'll choose the mind realms, recruit new people, and arrange the schedules. Besides, Hejim has already made a name for herself, so we don't need your services immediately." Biksu Ryan hurriedly asked, "So is there anything I can do to help?" Kang Ju-hyun gently declined, "Not right now, but there will be soon." Then he looked at the happy expression on Kang Hejim's face and thought to himself, "Judging by Hejim's reaction, we'll have a lot to do soon. By then Biksu Ryan will be so busy she won't have time to nap." Thinking that, Kang Ju-hyun had nothing left to do, so he and Kang Hejim prepared to leave and said, "We'll contact you if we need anything." "Okay, see you both," Biksu Ryan said cheerfully. But right after hearing that, for some reason Kang Ju-hyun grew pensive, scratched his head, and asked, It seems odd, but do you have any dreams?" At that moment, a few memories flooded his mind of asking Biksu Ryan a similar question in a past life. "Is there something you want but haven't done, Captain Su Ryan? I'm curious what you'll do after this crisis ends and the world returns to how it was." Biksu Ryan sighed and said, "Even if things go back, my pre-apocalypse life wasn't great. But if that's the case, what I want most is, I just want to make a lot of money." And that was the answer she gave Kang Ju-hyun. "Now, I understand." Kang Ju-hyun smiled and thought, "That's right, she's the Biksu Ryan I knew." Having thought that, he said, "Then we'll be off." And while they were on the way, Kang Ju-hyun had some wandering thoughts, make a lot of money, so that's why she bonded with Hejim so quickly. At that, Kang Hejim beside him smiled and said, "Ju-hyun, didn't I get close to her really fast? I only met her once, but it feels like we've been connected for a long time. It's strange, isn't it?" Her words made Kang Ju-hyun recall some memories of when Kang Hejim and Biksu Ryan met in a past life. "Not exactly," Kang Ju-hyun said. "Really, I wonder if we're soulmates from a past life," Kang Hejim asked cheerfully. "No." Cut to Jinpeng. Right after returning to his office, he started going crazy. "Ah, that bastard, what the? Telling me that a member of the Pentacle Star vanished, and he didn't even call me senior. That arrogant bastard, I will get my revenge. But he's protected by Genesis's blessing. There must be some way." As he said this, he began to glance at the system screen. Then it seemed he found something interesting to use against Kang Ju-hyun. An evil smile spread across his face as he thought, "Wait, here it is, I found a way." A week passed quickly. At this time, Kang Ju-hyun brought Kang Hejim to the gate to enter some mind realm. Quite a number of people had gathered there already. And as soon as Kang Hejim appeared, murmurs spread. "Look, isn't that the rising star lately? I heard she completed 4 mind realms. I also heard she reached level 7 less than a week after debut." Back to Kang Hejim, seeing so many people gathered there, she grew a little worried and asked, "There are a lot of people here. Has the mind realm become dangerous recently?" "Yes, mind realms opened at this time are very special. Unlike other places, it only opens once every 3 months and you don't get another chance if you fail," Kang Ju-hyun explained. His words made Kang Hejim even more worried. "Then why did you choose this dangerous place today?" And to her question, Kang Ju-hyun replied in turn, "You became a collector to become successful, right?" "Ah, yes, so did I. Although I've become a storyteller, my goal is the same as yours. I want to succeed, to climb to a position no one can reach. I'm just like you. You strive for personal reasons, for passion. I don't think that's bad, but half-hearted passion is the only thing holding you back. When you truly want something, you'll try to get it no matter if your flesh is torn and bones crushed until you're a wreck. Do you believe you can do it?" Kang Ju-hyun said, looking straight at Kang Hejim. His words seemed to make her hesitate. That, and just as she was saying that, the gate in front suddenly flared bright. Immediately after, someone shouted, "Hey, the mind realm is opening." Seeing this, Kang Ju-hyun knew it wasn't the time to talk, so he said, "I'm not asking you to answer me right now, but sooner or later you must have an answer for me and for yourself." And that was what Kang Ju-hyun told Kang Hejim before she stepped through the gate. As they emerged from the other side, everyone's faces were sweating. Because before them lay a horrific battlefield with countless slayings underway. Facing such a brutal battlefield, the trembling voices of the collectors rose. Do we have to join? A full-scale battle like this sounds fun. Meanwhile, below, the commander began ordering the soldiers beside him. Stop them at all costs. We'll teach those Ottomans a lesson. Then he turned back and yelled to the remaining soldiers. At that, the soldiers shouted, we must not lose. If they break through, it's all over. And so the battle between the two sides began. The screams and cries for help on the battlefield echoed, bringing back painful memories of his past life to Kang Ju-hyan. The scene was people fleeing in panic from the monster's attack. Pleas and cries for help rang everywhere. And Kang Ju-hyan could only watch helplessly. Thinking of that, Kang Ju-hyan clenched his teeth and told himself, no, I can't let this happen again, I swear it to myself. Back to a week earlier at Celestial Corporation, exactly when the welcome ceremony for the newly joined storytellers was taking place. At that time, the stag-headed man led the group of newcomers, offering some advice to these rookies to help them avoid losses when participating. I'll tell you something to be wary of before the celebration begins. The welcome will be held alongside the Holy Spirit ceremony. His words made the Cotton brothers gasp. What? Holy Spirits? We're going to a place like that? But before they could discuss further, the stag-headed man's voice continued. Some famous holy spirits will appear, but the welcome won't be in the same room, so you won't have to face them, don't worry. Then, everyone happily joined the celebration. The event was simple, basically a party organized by the company for the newcomers. Activities mostly revolved around eating and cheerful conversation. While the Cotton crowd was cheerfully toasting, the god Kang Ju-hyan slipped off to a corner and began to think. Celestial Corporation. It's one of the 3 largest lending companies. I've never been here before, but I'm somewhat surprised. And while he was daydreaming, a voice beside him snapped him back down. Hey, what are you doing? Aren't you enjoying the party? Reacting, Kang Ju-hyan looked down toward where the voice came from and saw a cotton boy with 2 horns on his head talking to him. His appearance made Kang Ju-hyan a bit curious. Who is this? He has horns. Can people change body parts? But despite his curiosity, Kang Ju-hyan didn't ask and instead began answering the cotton boy's question. I really don't want to, but I don't know why. That answer angered the cotton boy. You think you're better than us because you can change your appearance? No, I don't, Kang Ju-hyan replied immediately. But before he could finish, the cotton boy cut him off. You'd better not underestimate us. I'll catch up to you soon. After saying that, he turned and left at once. His fighting spirit didn't make Kang Ju-hyan angry, it even piqued his interest. At the same time, a few strange guests suddenly appeared in the room. The oddest was a suited general among them who had no head. One person in the group asked, is the party over? But the newcomers seemed nervous at the sudden arrival, so no one dared speak. The visitors quickly reassured them, no, please continue the party. We are from a department of Celestial Corporation, we're just here to get acquainted. Seeing these people, Kang Ju-hyan quietly hid behind a pillar and observed, they showed up at the right time as if they're here to evaluate us after the first mission. Do they want to recruit me? And just as Kang Ju-hyan thought, these were the thoughts of members from other departments. We must gather the best and invite them into our department. This place has become a battlefield where people hunt for top talents. Back to Kang Ju-hyan, to keep himself safe, he began to slip away quietly. I'll get dragged into something, better get out of here. But it seemed heaven wouldn't let him leave easily. Just as he started to go, someone spotted him and shouted, it's him. The newbie who can transform his whole body. I didn't believe it, but it's real. The voice made Kang Ju-hyan startle. Sure enough, trouble followed. Members from other departments swarmed him with offers. Do you want to join our finance team? What, that fast? No, he should be on my team. Facing the barrage of offers, Kang Ju-hyan could only force a smile and say, thank you all very much. At the same time, he racked his brains. How do I get out of here now? As he thought that, Kang Ju-hyan suddenly noticed someone ahead with an unusual presence. That person is, I have to get out of here first. With that, Kang Ju-hyan hurriedly pushed through the crowd and ran straight to the man in black, saying, if you're here you should have told me. What brings you? Kang Ju-hyun spoke as if they were close, though he didn't know who the man was. Naturally, the man in black froze in surprise. Seeing this, Kang Ju-hyun grew flustered and said, "You don't recognize me?" Then he silently prayed, "Please play along a little." As if reading his mind, the man in black spoke to cooperate. "Ah, sorry, I was a bit preoccupied." "Perfect, that's how it should be," Kang Ju-hyun thought joyfully and hurriedly pulled the man away. "Let's step outside and talk," staff from other departments watching complained. "He already has a team. But who is he?" "Yeah, I've never seen him. What department is he from?" Back to Kang Ju-hyun, after pulling the man in black to a quiet spot, he quickly thanked him. "Thanks for unexpectedly playing along with me. Because of you I got away." But in response to Kang Ju-hyun's thanks, the man began murmuring something he couldn't quite catch. What did he say? But the vibe he gives off is a bit terrifying, isn't it? Thinking this, Kang Ju-hyun decided to bail immediately. "Well then, I'll take my leave, sorry to bother you." As he spoke, Kang Ju-hyun turned around to leave. But his steps immediately halted when the mysterious man in black spoke from behind. "How entertaining! I disguised myself so storytellers wouldn't recognize me, but how did you manage to spot me?" These words caused Kang Ju-hyun to turn back around to observe the man. The next sight was truly mind-blowing. At this moment, an overwhelmingly oppressive aura began to emanate from the man's entire body, making Kang Ju-hyun break out in a cold sweat of panic. "This is bad. This person is extremely dangerous." But at least he managed to keep his composure enough to ask, "What do you want?" The man in black replied, "I'm just curious. I don't want to hurt you, at least not right now." "So will you answer my question? How could you see me?" "No, I didn't see you. I only saw a book. I noticed the black mist floating around and focused on it. And then I saw you. That is my special ability." "Omitted." "A special ability?" the man in black wondered. "That's right, my eyesight is very sharp so I can see things clearer than usual. Even you, at first, I wasn't sure. But when I looked around, no one else seemed to see you." These words made the man in black stroke his chin and say, "This is a bit hard to believe." "But it's true, I'm different from other storytellers," Kang Ju-hyun said. The man in black burst into laughter. "Ah, I see, this is also the first time I've seen a storyteller shaped like you." His laughter eased Kang Ju-hyun's tension, prompting him to say, "Anyway, I apologize for suddenly talking to you like that. HMPH, is that all?" "Perhaps this is fate. Why don't we make a little wager?" the man in black proposed with interest. His words left Kang Ju-hyun scratching his head. "Why all of a sudden? I really want to leave right now," Kang Ju-hyun thought to himself, then asked, "A wager? A wager like what?" across from him. The man in black explained, "The rules are simple. You just need to guess who I am. If you guess right, I'll give you a reward." Hearing this, Kang Ju-hyun remained sharp and didn't rush to accept, instead asking, "And what if I guess wrong? Then you will take responsibility for suddenly bothering me," the man in black said coldly. "What?" This statement made Kang Ju-hyun realize the situation was turning bad. "Damn it, he knows I can't guess right, but it's fine, I just need to look at the book." Thinking that, Kang Ju-hyun reached out his hand to pull the book toward himself. But right after that, he started in surprise. "I can't open it. Does that mean he's too powerful for me to open it?" Kang Ju-hyun thought as he tried desperately to open the book, but no matter how much his arm muscles strained, the book wouldn't budge an inch. In this world, you cannot do things that exceed your level. Inherited abilities from stories won't work either. Some very famous holy spirits will appear, but the welcome ceremony is in a different room. Every word of the deer-headed man echoed in Kang Ju-hyun's ears, sparking a bold thought. Wait. A bold thought, wait, could this person be a famous holy spirit? The 5 major divine powers are Asgard's celestial realm, Hermopolis Mount Olympus, and Hell, the dwelling place of the supreme ones. This power is suffocating, this book and the 3-headed snake. A corrupted serpent. The blood dragon spewing fire, one who approached the brightest light but ultimately fell into the darkest hell. The one standing before me is, thinking this, Kang Ju-hyun looked straight at the man and said, "The first generation Hell Saint Spirit, Satan." And at his answer, Satan laughed and applauded. "Exactly. What a good guess, I didn't expect you to figure it out, you win." Seeing him pleased, Kang Juhyan thought about slipping away. Can I leave now? But before he could act, Satan continued, I was only joking, but you surprised me. Joking? Kang Juhyan said in astonishment. You could have punished me for sneaking into the ceremony. How could I punish you? Yet Kang Juhyan didn't fully believe the light-hearted words. Nonsense, if he had guessed wrong he'd surely face a penalty. Satan keeps his word. Turning to Satan, since he had lost, the man now muttered uncertainly. Anyway, I lost, I should keep my promise. What should I give you? Ah, right. You want to build your own library, right? Yes, Kang Juhyan hurriedly said. Then make it so. I'll become an investor in your library, what do you think? Satan began offering a very tempting proposal to Kang Juhyan. The sudden offer from someone like him left Kang Juhyan with many thoughts. Funding from Satan? He hadn't expected sponsorship from such a high-ranking saint spirit. He'd been grateful even for mid-level support before. This could be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, a beautiful invitation that would never come again. All he had to do was shake hands and then, as he spoke, Kang Juhyan reached towards Satan. Just as his hand was about to touch the man's, he suddenly paused and thought. But is this really okay? Should I accept this offer? Kang Juhyan hesitated so much he was sweating. Somehow his mind short-circuited and he blurted out, I'm sorry, I decline the offer. Kang Juhyan's refusal surprised Satan, who asked, May I ask why you refuse? Kang Juhyan hurriedly replied, Your sponsorship would help my library a lot, but afterwards I'd lose control of it. In truth, he had more to say but dared not. In the worst case, he'd earn the enmity of the Paradise Saint spirits. That's why he couldn't shake on it. Satan, having heard Kang Juhyan's words, understood his intent but wondered, I see what you want, but even so, wouldn't you still benefit? That's not enough for me, Kang Juhyan said, not enough. Satan asked again. Kang Juhyan, fearing he'd anger him, quickly explained, The Hell Saint spirits are very powerful, especially you, Satan, one of the 7 archdemons, so of course I'd like to work with you. But the moment we collaborate, I can only tell Hell's stories, and even the authority to run my library would gradually belong to you, Satan. I believe there will be many opportunities and stories to tell if I let it continue as it is. So I must decline. This library must belong to no one but me. I hope you understand. Hearing this and seeing Kang Juhyan's anxious demeanor, Satan doubled over laughing. Ha ha. I thought you might have grander ambitions than simply taking over hell. No, that's not it. Kang Juhyan hurriedly waved his hand. Don't worry, I praise you, you're right. The moment you agree to cooperate with me, I'll take over the library's operations, which means you'll lose what you've worked so hard to build. But you agreed. You didn't choose the easy path, you chose the thorny one. To me that might look like foolishness, yet I rather like your foolishness. Let's end the conversation here. I'm not ambitious enough to force someone to submit to my will whether they want to or not. Yes. Hearing that, Kang Juhyan breathed a sigh of relief, then asked curiously, So you don't want to cooperate with me anymore, Satan? So you don't want to cooperate with me anymore, Satan? Hearing this, he smiled mysteriously and said, I'm not so sure. Honestly, you make me crave you, make me want to have you at any cost. Kang Juhyan, on the opposite side, heard only that much and his sweat had already soaked his shirt. Right now he wanted to slap his past self from 5 seconds ago. Why did I have to ask and land myself in this mess? Then Satan seriously asked him once more, I ask you again, do you really not want my sponsorship? Yes. I only want to accept sponsorships from saint spirits on their own terms, not a deal like this. Kang Juhyan hurriedly said. Hearing this, Satan grinned slyly. Such ambition, if another storyteller dared say that, I'd have punished him for arrogance. But actions like that would affect my image. Because you won this bargain, there will be consequences. I can't do it now, but I'll give you a wonderful gift. It was a pleasure meeting you today. I'll visit your library as soon as I can. With that said, he vanished, immediately leaving the worry clear on the boy's face. After he left, the boy suddenly realized, how long has it been? The other storytellers will come looking for me soon, let's go. After that he wandered around and ended up at a huge library. Where did I run to? Where did I run to? I didn't expect a place like this to exist here, and it seems no one is looking for me. Good. And since it seems no one is coming for me, maybe I should read some books to pass the time. The first one, saying that, Kang Ju-hyun began to open a book to read. At that moment, footsteps sounded behind him. Then an elderly voice rang out, "How strange, a visitor for the first time." Kang Ju-hyun hurriedly turned toward the sound and nearly went blind. He almost went blind. What is that light? It was a book radiating intense light. From Kang Ju-hyun's point of view, an old man stood before him, and perched above the man's head was a brilliantly glowing book. And the man's book was surprisingly large. How valuable must the story be to be like that, Kang Ju-hyun thought to himself. Then the old man opposite him asked, "Who are you? Few people come here." Kang Ju-hyun hurriedly answered, "I'm a newly joined storyteller." His words made the old man slightly startled. "What, a newcomer?" "Ha ha, I'm too out of touch. You look so mature, I didn't realize you were new. I didn't expect to meet the person from the rumors in person here." "What are you doing here?" Kang Ju-hyun asked. "I manage this place. Is there something the matter?" "Do you work for the organization too?" Kang Ju-hyun asked. The old man cheerfully replied, "No, this is a place the branches abandoned reorganizing. Although I'm retired now, I volunteer to stay and manage it." He said this cheerfully, and it made Kang Ju-hyun think, a man with a book like that is retired. This man must have had a glorious past. Turning back to the old man, he suddenly remembered something and said, "By the way, young man, didn't you join the welcome ceremony?" Kang Ju-hyun blushed and said, "Attendance was mandatory, but after the ceremony we were free. Everyone kept pestering me to join their branch, so I ran away." His awkward words made the old man chuckle. "I went through that when I was young too. So you haven't joined any branch yet, right?" "That's right." "Haven't joined any branch, right, and you won't in the future either," Kang Ju-hyun said firmly. The old man, hearing this, asked, "You chose a path without support, aren't you afraid?" "Aren't you afraid? If I said I'm not afraid, that would be a lie. But I have my own goal, is that so? So you have ambition after all. Storytellers like us are not born naturally but are made. We are born with a certain skill level, but we're just empty slabs, neither knowing what to do nor what we will do. What should I do? Will the system guide me or follow the higher saint spirits? But the path you walk, it's not what you want. Fundamentally, someone is ordering you to do it. It's a pity most storytellers lack desire. It's rare to meet someone like you, a storyteller not swayed by others' views and who has a path they truly want to take." With that, he made a decision and told Kang Ju-hyun, "Come with me, I have something to show you." For some reason, Kang Ju-hyun followed. His eyes widened at what the old man showed him. This is, Kang Ju-hyun stammered. He said as he saw a corridor lined with countless paintings. The old man noticed Kang Ju-hyun's wonder and began to explain, "Since the Celestial Joint Stock Company was founded, this place has been used to store the most influential stories with the largest feedback across the multiverse. It's also known as the Hall of Fame." As the old man spoke, Kang Ju-hyun moved slowly, observing the paintings and exclaiming, "In these stories, everything is so vivid, unbelievable." He began to beam as he witnessed these legendary tales. But not long after, the old man's footsteps stopped ahead and his voice rang out. "It's the end of the line." From both their perspectives, the corridor had reached a dead end with no way forward. Then the old man looked ahead and said, 35 years ago, it completely ended. The reason I brought you here is because I want someone to remember this place, though now it's been discarded and no one knows how brightly it once shone. If one day I die, I'd be very sad if no one remembered this place. I brought you here because you're the only visitor to come see this old, shabby place. Other storytellers just repeat boring stories to farm points, and the good, warm, moving tales are dismissed as sappy old people stuff. But I believe there will come a day when these stories are needed. Turning to Kang Ju-hyun, he watched as the boy placed his hand on a painting and thought, "After I die, if Choi Do-jun is still alive and completes the challenge, perhaps he'll be commemorated in this hall too. I want the same." At that thought, Kang Ju-hyun's hand unconsciously clenched. Then he turned to the old man and said, "Sir, thank you for letting me behold these wonderful things. May I ask your name?" The young man's sudden question surprised the old man a little. He then smiled brightly and said, "Ask me next time you come back, Kang Ju-hyun." Hearing that, Kang Ju-hyun smiled and assured him, "See you soon, old man." With that, Kang Ju-hyun vanished immediately. At the same time, a notice was sent. The welcome ceremony has ended. Back in reality, a loud shout suddenly sounded in Kang Hee-jim's ear. Ms. Hee-jim, can you hear me?" The shouting startled Kang Hee-jim, who called out, "Yes, I can hear." Kang Ju-hyun then said, "Not good, focus." Then Kang Hee-jim observed the battle below and asked, "Ju-hyun, is this a battlefield?" Kang Ju-hyun answered, "Yes." The siege marked the end of the medieval era and the dawn of the modern age. The decisive battle, with about 150,000 Ottoman troops, ended the Eastern Roman Empire. That was the siege of Constantinople. The Roman Empire was destroyed when it lost to the Ottoman Empire. Hearing this, Kang Hee-jim realized something and asked, "Are we on the Roman side defending the city?" "Yes," Kang Ju-hyun said. At the same time, he recalled information from a previous life. In that life, Kang Hee-jim first awakened her skill here and earned the title Sword Empress. If she is to awaken her skill again, participating in this event is inevitable. As he thought this, Kang Hee-jim's trembling voice rang out, "Ju-hyun, you can see it too, right?" "Yes, I see it clearly." Kang Ju-hyun replied, a little worried about her mental state. Her voice is shaking. On Kang Hee-jim's side, standing on the wall and watching countless soldiers slashing below, especially the overwhelming number of attackers, she couldn't hide her anxiety and asked, "Can we win?" "I thought this would be easy since many other collectors enter here, but I was wrong." From the observation room, Kang Ju-hyun heard the question and gave a definitive answer. "Nearly 500 people won't be enough. Our defense has only 7,000 while the enemy numbers 150,000. And that's just the attacking force, including support units. The number rises to nearly 300,000. This overwhelming, despair-inducing figure puzzled Kang Hee-jim, who turned to the other collectors and asked, "Do we have any chance of winning? Why is everyone here?" Before any collector answered, Kang Ju-hyun explained the reason. Nearly 2,000 saint spirits are currently watching this battle. We must show them this is a once-in-a-lifetime chance to display everything you have before the saint spirits. Even the saint spirits can see collectors they've never met before. I see a few saint spirits from other channels watching you closely. Hearing this, even someone with a goldfish memory like Kang Hee-jim understood. People here aren't just clearing the dungeon, they're seeking opportunities for themselves too. As you said, storytellers pitch their channels to divine entities from other channels to develop them. If we don't interest them, they'll switch channels, but that's no different from those boring channels. Our goal today is to complete this mind realm. We'll be eliminated if we face danger, but at least we dared to try." And Kang Hee-jim, hearing Kang Ju-hyun's intention, gasped, "What?" She truly couldn't understand where his confidence came from to think she could complete this mind realm. Looking at Kang Ju-hyun, in truth, the plan for Kang Hee-jim to complete this mind realm was only 50-50, but it wasn't baseless. In a previous life, the Sword Empress failed to complete it. Though she survived the longest, she ultimately failed. Still, it's not an exaggeration to say Hee-jim is now as strong as the previous Sword Empress. It's worth a try. If we actually have a chance to clear this stage, the rewards would be unimaginably large. Turning to Kang Hee-jim, someone called out an invitation for her to join their team. "Hey girl, are you planning to act alone? Want to join us? We should cooperate and split the spoils evenly, right?" Before the courting couple's invitation, Kang Hee-jim just coldly turned away and ignored them. Naturally, her attitude irritated the white-haired guy opposite. "What, you snubbing me?" Meanwhile, his pink-haired girlfriend spoke up. "Ignore her. She's arrogant because she can clear some mind realms solo. She doesn't think much of you. Just go clear this place yourself. Act like you're right while they're trying to exploit you. You should just keep quiet and do what needs to be done." Kang Hee-jim thought to herself. At that moment, a loud shout suddenly drew the attention of all the collectors. "Welcome, mercenaries." At the sound, everyone hurriedly turned toward it and saw a commander and 2 guards. The shout came from this old commander, and his identity made people wonder. Who is that? Is someone else here? That's the illusion of the defender in this battle. He's a king. Questions from the collectors began to rise. The commander seemed to hear their doubts and introduced himself. I am Constantine Xi Palaeologos. Though circumstances are not in my favor, I remain the legitimate emperor of Rome. As emperor of the Roman Empire, I am grateful to the brave mercenaries here who have come to help us against our enemy. With everyone present, we blah blah blah. While the king continued speaking, Kang Heejim stared at him, thinking, this is just an illusion created for the scene. But he looks too real, and as she thought that, a few command horns sounded ahead. The Roman king then reminded, it seems preparations are complete. Right after he said this, a system notification was sent to all collectors. The siege of Constantinople has officially begun. Defend and lead this battle to victory. You have only one chance. Then the two armies charged into combat. With overwhelming numbers, the enemy soldiers' morale surged. Advance for the emperor, end this war once and for all. As for the collectors, they didn't just stand by, some dove in to help. Like the couple who had invited Kang Heejim. This will be a piece of cake, the pink-haired girl said, while the white-haired boyfriend used a skill to form 2 magic circles on his fists. He then unleashed successive shockwave punches forward. The enemy troops hit by those blows began to rout like ducks. This made the white-haired guy get more excited. How many more? Keep them coming, he said gleefully. But his cheer didn't last long. After a while, his voice turned anxious. Why is there no notification? Did we come to the wrong place? The pink-haired girl behind him snapped. Don't waste words. If you have time to talk, use that energy to cast skills. They spoke like that likely because after some fighting, the situation still hadn't improved. Kang Ju-hyun, watching the battle from the observation room, realized something was wrong. Not right, he muttered. As time passed, the couple truly fought with incredible strength. Most opponents who engaged them were thoroughly beaten. But after a long time of fighting, even if they weren't injured, they grew exhausted. Sweat streamed down the white-haired guy's face and his breathing became labored. What made them both despair was that ahead, the enemy still outnumbered them by the thousands. The number of foes they killed compared to the enemy's total force was like salt in the sea. When will it end? Look, it's like an endless sea of people, the couple said despondently. And it wasn't just them, other collectors began to show signs of disorder. Damn, I used too much energy at the start. Oh dear saint spirits, not yet, I'm not giving up, I'll keep trying, the split-haired guy said, but his face was already slick with sweat and he looked far from well. At that moment, Kang Ju-hyun in the observation room frowned as he examined the battle and said, they all made mistakes from the beginning. On the other hand, she's still performing very well, Kang Ju-hyun said as he began to turn his gaze to his favored rookie. After seeing Kang Heejim still fighting reasonably well, he stopped worrying and wondered how the other channels were doing. With that thought, he manipulated something on the system screen. Then a notification was sent, you are transferring to the broadcast center. Next, Kang Ju-hyun vanished from his spot and reappeared in a strange place like a work center. In front of him, a few other streamers were interacting with their collectors. But most of it was complaints. I told you not to use so much energy right away. Ah damn, I'm so frustrated, why did I sign a contract with him? Cut to a streamer with a tiger head, he seemed in a bad mood and was shouting. Ridiculous, he sounded so confident at the start, wait until the end and see. And as he said that, a few comments suddenly suggested, go check out the Sword Empress's channel. This caught the tiger-headed man's attention, and he turned to look toward Kang Ju-hyun. Back to Kang Ju-hyun, he was watching Kang Heejim's battle on his screen. Thanks to his superior skill and looks, his viewer count skyrocketed to 512. And Kang Ju-hyun expected nothing more. She's doing her job quite well, he thought, turning back to the tiger. After seeing the saint spirits leaving his channel, the tiger-headed man shouted at the collector he contracted. You idiot, fight faster. Can't you see the saint spirits are leaving? The collector screamed back, damn it, you think I don't see that? But what could I do? If I'd known, I wouldn't have burned all my energy at the start. Back with Kang Ju-hyun, he realized the waves of assault were starting to shift. People were gradually tiring. Even Kang Heejim had visibly slowed. She still looked fine now, but she'd soon be exhausted. If at some point she's pushed into a corner, what will she do? Kang Ju-hyun began to wonder and kept watching. And at that moment, a large explosion suddenly rang out behind Kang Heejim, followed by a piercing scream. The wall has collapsed. The news that the wall had collapsed made Kang Heejim start and cry out, "How is that possible?" Using the god's eye view, Kang Ju-hyun observed the whole battlefield and explained immediately, "Those are urban cannons. Historically, the Ottomans brought incredibly powerful artillery to breach the Roman walls. That's what they're using." Back on the battlefield, the sudden collapse of the wall caused the soldiers to panic and shout, "Stop them, don't let them in, we need reinforcements, quickly block this passage." The collectors grew extremely anxious and began telling each other, "Hey, what do we do now? At this rate we'll all die." Those demoralized voices reached the Roman king's ears, so he turned back and said, "Mercenaries, please lend us your strength. With your support we can hold off the enemy. From the bottom of my heart, I beg you, help us protect our homeland, protect our families." His words stirred a flicker of hope in Kang Heejim. Right, there's still hope. If the collectors band together, we can push them back and form a defensive line. With that thought, she turned and called out, "Everyone, fight together." But as soon as she said that, a panicked voice ahead cried out, "I can't do it, I give up." That sounded like the signal for others to give up too. "Damn it, I'm out too. I'm never risking myself no matter what." Seeing that, Kang Heejim hurried forward, grabbed the white-haired man's shoulder and anxiously asked, "What are you doing? If you all run, the defenses will." Before she could finish, the white-haired man said helplessly, "Defend what? Can't you see these people are about to die? Maybe you're new and don't know, but this damned place is where everyone fails. If you just hold out as long as you can, that's already good enough." "But what about the soldiers trying to defend this place?" Kang Heejim shouted. To answer her, the white-haired man grabbed her collar and bellowed, "Warrior, these people are just illusions. They're all fake, and whether they die or whatever has nothing to do with me. Don't block my way, get out of the way. If you want to die, go die alone." With that, he turned and left immediately. His words plunged Kang Heejim into chaotic thoughts. Do people really give up so easily? Does everyone become a collector with their own goal? That's why they fight in the mind realms. What should I do now? Kang Heejim stared blankly at the collectors fleeing toward the gate to escape. She herself stood frozen like a fool in the brutal battlefield. Cut to the Roman king's perspective. He was all too familiar with the sight of collectors giving up when faced with overwhelming enemy numbers. "Damn it, I can't take this any longer. How can we possibly do this? I'm retreating, I'm not ready to die. I knew all along the mercenaries would flee back to their real world and leave us to die. That's something I've endured countless times in this endless hellish loop. But even so, I cannot stop fighting. A world with a predetermined outcome. Even if I'm not truly human, how could I stand by and watch my people die? If this is fate foretold, then I will fight against it with all my might. No matter how many times I die, I will not give up." With those thoughts in his heart, the Roman king continued to swing his sword at the enemy without hesitation. The enemy soldiers spotted him and shouted, "There, it's the enemy commander. Kill him and present his head to Satan." "Die!" the enemy troops began to shout as they charged straight toward him. And at the moment, the Roman king thought he would be reset once more. Something suddenly fell from the sky, hurtling straight toward the soldiers charging at him. The guards who had just run up beside the Roman king cried in astonishment, "What is that?" With superhuman vision, the Roman king made out the silhouette of someone and murmured, "That woman." As the dust cleared, Kang Heejim's figure appeared in everyone's sight. The remaining soldiers, seeing her, were astonished. Is she one of the mercenaries from earlier? Is she Saint Joan of Arc? Even the king himself couldn't believe his eyes and asked, "Why haven't you fled? This battle is beyond saving." To his question, Kang Heejim calmly replied, "We still have to fight. I don't want you to die in vain." The opposing king snorted and said, "Amazing, every mercenary who's come here has fled to survive. You remember all of them?" Kang Heejim asked, a little surprised. The king's expression turned wistful as he said, "You must be surprised. After all, we were created in this place. I suppose the man who bore my name lived long ago. I'm just a remnant of him." "You are not a remnant. I see everyone here as human, which is why I decided to help you and why I remain standing." You consider us human? The king hurriedly asked when he heard her. Kang Heejim gave a wry smile and said, don't you want me to think that? Something deep inside my heart is blazing, a fire that leaves me speechless. It's not rage or sorrow. It's joy. Of course I want to protect them, the king said with a bright smile. He then looked straight at Kang Heejim and spoke from his heart. You're saying our lives are real and precious and worth protecting? How could I hate that? I'm grateful to you. While he spoke those moving words, the enemy soldiers had no leisure to watch and shouted, what are you doing? There's an opening, kill them. The Roman king opposite saw this and took a fighting stance, telling Kang Heejim beside him, help us buy time. If we form a defensive line, they'll have a much harder time. All right, Kang Heejim said quickly. Then the king loudly rallied his troops, protect our front line, our people, our nation, and our savior. At his words, both sides charged into battle once more. Back with Kang Ju-hyun, watching Heejim from the room, he was a bit surprised and noticed the book of Heejim turning silver. She's caught up to her past life. Show us, Heejim, show us how you fight. And because other collectors had left the field, Kang Heejim's viewer count surged to 800. At the same time, the system notified Kang Heejim. Special trait unlocked. Kang Heejim, Master Swordsman of the Goryeo Dynasty, fully unlocked. Previously locked special trait, Human Sword Unification, partially unlocked. But Heejim was so focused on fighting she didn't notice the notification. Right then, an enemy soldier lunged at her. Die, he shouted as he swung his sword toward her. It was a fast slash. Kang Heejim only had time to tilt her head to dodge, yet the blade still grazed her face, leaving a cut. Immediately after, she drove her sword straight into the enemy in front of her, and sent him on his way. Thus Kang Heejim began to slaughter enemies, bloodlust in full swing on the battlefield. Her combat display was seen by other streamers who sneered, hey, your collector looks like he's trying too hard, why don't you give up? Yeah, she's done enough, she's arrogant for staying. Now look at her, hee, she won't hold out much longer. Faced with these taunts, Kang Ju-hyun turned to them with murderous eyes and said, shut up, you idiots. What? The tiger-headed guy said, sweating. Are you deaf? I told you to shut up. Aren't you ashamed to tuck your tails and run? What do you think you'll gain by staying in my library? Or are you hopping I'll die? She's arrogant, greedy, you lot can't do anything, you're all trash, you treat collectors like score-gathering machines. What right do you have to look down on others like that? If you knew your place, you'd shut up and watch. His lecturing shut the robot and the tiger-headed guy up. Then he anxiously turned to look at the screen. At this moment, the battle began to swing decisively. The last line of defense was collapsing. The final line can't hold much longer. Retreat now. No, if they fall, it's over. Damn it, what should we do? Shouts of alarm began echoing through the allied ranks, and faced with their worry, the slight figure of Kang Heejim rose resolutely to the front. The soldiers cried out, Saint. Facing hundreds, even thousands of enemies, Kang Heejim felt no fear. All she thought was, I must hold them back even if I'm the only one. Why don't I give up? Why don't I stop? If I die, it's all over. Shouldn't I escape from here? I don't know, but I have a feeling that the moment I give up and run away, I'll lose something very important to me. But as Kang Heejim thought this, her thoughts suddenly stopped, because an arrow suddenly struck her from the front. The sight of Kang Heejim being hit excited the enemy soldiers, who shouted, they're down, kill them. The allied soldiers yelled, damn Ottomans, protect the saint and the emperor, and began advancing, shielding Kang Heejim from behind. Despite high morale, they couldn't withstand the overwhelming numbers. Kill them all and loot their valuables, an enemy cried, then plunged his sword into a soldier. That man immediately fell, his eyes wide toward Kang Heejim. The image of the dying soldier staring sightless at her began to shatter Kang Heejim's resolve. I believed we could win. I was full of pride that I could do what others couldn't, so I thought things would go my way. What should I do now? Kang Heejim gritted her teeth, then her whole body collapsed to her knees as if drained of strength. Some saint spirits felt sad for her, others praised her for doing well, and some were disappointed. And the number of negative comments kept growing, making Kang Ju-hyun in the observation room extremely anxious. Damn, so many viewers, I can't do anything. If I don't block all these people, my library will. Go insane, be quiet, what should I do? Kang Juhyan muttered as he tried to regain control. But suddenly the Saint Spirit's comments all stopped at once, leaving him puzzled. Why did they all go silent? What happened? As he spoke, Kang Juhyan began paying close attention to the system screen and realized a special guest had visited his library. The one who smiles from the darkest abyss was entering. The name made him break out in a sweat with anxiety. This is Satan. The moment Satan stepped in, the chat went dead silent, which made him chuckle as he typed. The one who smiles from the darkest abyss asked, "Why is the atmosphere so tense?" "Because everyone's worried," Kang Juhyan answered him. Thanks to the arrival of this gentleman in black, the chat calmed down for a moment, and Kang Juhyan could compose himself and say, "You're a bit late. I thought you'd appear as soon as I opened the library. I've been busy. I only dropped by because I had a free moment, but things seem to be getting more interesting." Satan messaged with curiosity. Kang Juhyan smiled and said, "It'll get even more interesting from now on. I'm tired of sitting still." With that, Kang Juhyan clicked on the screen and vanished. A notification appeared. "You have left the integration zone and entered the subconscious realm." Turning to Kang Juhyan, he had now entered the mind realm and stood before Kang Heejim. "Kang Heejim, it's over," Kang Juhyan said coldly. Hearing his voice, Kang Heejim forced herself to lift her head and was about to say something. Before she could utter a word, Kang Juhyan advised, "Drop your sword. If you stay here, you'll really die." "No, I've given everything. It's just that there are things I can't control." "Yes, there are things I can't change," Kang Heejim said, tears welling as if she might cry. "So will you give up?" At Kang Juhyan's question, she shouted, "No. I know I'm stubborn. You're right, life has many things beyond our control, and no matter how hard we try, we can't reach them. But so what? Can I just give up? Why would you say such cruel things? Everyone said I had no hope, that I shouldn't be a collector. In that moment, I wanted to give up. But you came and told me I have talent too, that I can do things others can't, and because of that, I learned more about myself. That's why I am who I am today. I only just realized what I want. I won't run away anymore. I've had enough." As she said this, Kang Heejim struggled to use her sword to brace herself up, tears streaming down her face. But facing her determination, Kang Juhyan still warned, "You could die, Heejim. I know. But I still don't want to give up. Sorry, I'm being foolish, aren't I?" Stubborn at the crucial moment again. Kang Heejim bowed her head. After hearing this, Kang Juhyan quietly said, "I understand." As Kang Juhyan said this, a loud shout rose behind them, "Die, you witch!" And immediately a sword-wielding soldier lunged at them while Kang Heejim, seeing this, her whole body trembled and she tried to move but couldn't. "I have to stop him, but I can't move." "Is this the end? Sorry, Juhyan," she grit her teeth and thought. And just when she thought everything had collapsed, Kang Juhyan's voice rang out ahead. "Good job, Kang Heejim." Echoing ahead, "Good job," Kang Heejim was slightly surprised, looked up, and saw him smiling at her with pride. Then Kang Heejim noticed the notification in front of Kang Juhyan and asked, "Juhyan, what's that?" Faced with the question, Kang Juhyan fell silent and tapped the option on the screen, and immediately after, a message appeared: "Genesis's blessing has been revoked." At the same moment, the soldier in front swung his blade straight at Kang Juhyan. Then a spray of blood burst out. And in Kang Heejim's astonished eyes, Kang Juhyan felled the enemy with a single quick stroke. Satan, watching the battle from somewhere, laughed aloud at Kang Juhyan's action as if he found it extremely amusing. "It's late to say this now, but I've always wanted to be the protagonist. Regrets about youthful dreams, the dreams that once gave me wings, have tangled all my emotions, and a single remark from Choi Do-jun burned all those complex feelings. The past me believed him. I was useless, so I gave up my dream early and worked for Choi Do-jun. But Heejim was different. Her will was unyielding to the end. Even facing death, she remained defiant, confident, and beautiful. So I couldn't just stand by and do nothing." Turning to Kang Heejim, after a few seconds frozen by Kang Juhyan's action, she shouted, "Juhyan, are you crazy? What if you die? Without Genesis's blessing, you're no longer protected from danger. I just felt it was the right thing to do. You're right, I can be as stubborn as you are, Kang. Zhu Haiyan said as he began cutting down several enemies ahead. He then glanced at the viewer count above and continued. Over 1,000 people are watching. Don't you see this is the perfect debut stage for an unknown actor? Kang Zhu Haiyan's teasing tone made Kang Heejim start to chuckle and say, Hee, thank you Zhu Haiyan, it's all thanks to you. And as she said that, Kang Heejim began to change. Her body started to be enveloped in a radiant light. And hearing her call on him, Kang Zhu Haiyan replied firmly, all right. He pushed back the enemy before him and shouted to the system, open the dimensional shop. They say narrators stand aside and never interfere. Many storytellers agree they don't need to intervene. Aren't narrators supposed to be non-combatants? Must they stand by because a blessing protects them? No rule says that, it's just an unwritten convention. That's why I decided to fight. I'll take to the stage in a way no one else has. With that thought, Kang Zhu Haiyan launched himself at the enemies. The enemy soldiers noticed and shouted, kill the witch, if she dies we can win. It sounded like one of them, perhaps a captain, said this, but no sooner had he finished than Kang Zhu Haiyan promptly sent his head flying. I won't let you have your way, he muttered. Kang Zhu Haiyan's formidable combat ability surprised the opposing soldiers, making them hesitate to charge forward. On the opposing side, Kang Zhu Haiyan took the chance to warn them, who dares step over here? Then he casually cut down another enemy. Turning to Kang Heejim, who watched from behind, she could only silently give thanks in her heart. Zhu Haiyan, thank you for making me brave. For giving me the courage to move forward, and for abandoning your blessing to stand with us. And because you gave up the blessing to stand with us, I will fight too. Facing the opposing soldiers, after seeing Kang Zhu Haiyan fight so fiercely, they began to panic and cry out, who the hell is that? He's alone, and yet he's holding us back. Because I'm strong, of course, Kang Zhu Haiyan said confidently. To prove it, he neatly decapitated another man. But shortly after, Kang Zhu Haiyan struggled to plant his sword on the ground to keep from collapsing. I've reached my limit, how much longer can I hold on? Kang Zhu Haiyan thought. The Ottoman soldiers realized he was near exhaustion and surged forward. Charge, he's spent, this is our chance to take him down. But at that moment, a loud shout rose from the enemy ranks that drew everyone's attention. Wait, look, what the hell is that? The shout caught Kang Zhu Haiyan's attention, and he turned to look. Immediately his eyes widened, through his gaze. Kang Heejim was in a remarkable state. The sword in her hand was surrounded by a faint sword aura. At the same time, the system announced, Kang Heejim has fully awakened unity of sword and self. Kang Heejim has fully awakened heaven-piercing sword path. The Ottoman soldiers realized something was wrong and shouted to each other, what is that? Fall back quickly. Panic cries began to spread. Unfortunately, it was too late, because Kang Heejim swung her sword forcefully toward the crowd in front of them. The strike in unity of sword and self unleashed a terrifying blade aura that shot straight forward. Its force was so great it swept away all the enemies and left a deep trench in the ground. Her power stunned Kang Zhu Haiyan beside her. She had become far stronger than he'd expected, and thanks to this burst of power, the Ottoman advance was temporarily halted, and only then did the Roman king have a chance to speak to Kang Zhu Haiyan. I don't know what happened, but thank you, because of you we had time to stop the enemy. Kang Zhu Haiyan, hearing this, replied anxiously, it's only temporary. They've been stopped for now, but once they recover we'll still lose. I know, but what can we do? From the start we didn't have enough forces, the king said dejectedly. Fortunately, Kang Zhu Haiyan had an idea to address the situation. No, there's still something we can do. This battle won't end like the others, you know, we have to kill their leader, that's the only way we can win. Kang Zhu Haiyan's words sounded reasonable. But carrying it out would be astronomically difficult, so the king asked, can we actually win? Kang Zhu Haiyan answered confidently, it sounds impossible, but it's doable. If we have Heejim, we can do it. They're retreating now, the Ottomans outnumber us by far. Joining this mission means it's unlikely you'll survive the return. We need at least 300 people for this operation. Can you do it? At his question, the king fell silent for a moment. Then he was surprised to realize that, without him noticing when it happened, the soldiers had stepped forward to stand before him as if volunteering for the mission. and the king. Seeing the soldier's spirit, said, "My people, today I owe you a great debt. You have given everything to defend this nation. I said the gods would help us win this war, but that will not happen. We ourselves will defend this city and this land. I still hope you will stand with me to protect our homeland until the end. Those who wish to accompany me should remain here. This is not an order or a demand. If you wish, you may leave. You have the right to choose. Who among you will stay with me?" At the king's words, all the soldiers said nothing but. He fell silent and stepped forward to stand beside him. No words were needed. Everyone understood each other's intent. Though they knew the mission was deadly, their faces showed no worry or fear. "Thank you," the king said softly. King Juhyan at his side, seeing everyone volunteer, cheerfully said, "Then let's depart." At the same time, not far away, maimed I, the Ottoman commander, looked at the battlefield and muttered, "You still won't give up, huh?" He added with some puzzlement, "But something is different this time. By now their reinforcements should have fled. Why are a few still here?" As he spoke, a soldier's voice rang beside him. "Your Majesty, look over there. The Roman forces are advancing." Maimed. The Roman troops, hearing this, looked straight at King Constantine Xi and coldly asked, "What do you intend to do?" To answer, Constantine Xi suddenly roared, "All troops attack." At his command, countless Roman soldiers surged forward. But the Ottoman soldiers reacted quickly, immediately forming an archer line, at the command to fire from their leader. A rain of arrows flew toward King Juhyan's group. "They're shooting arrows, stop them," someone from the allies shouted. "Stop them," an ally shouted, but it was useless. Soon they fell under the arrow storm. King Hejim, seeing this, worriedly turned back but was immediately stopped by King Juhyan. "Hejim, don't look back," she was about to say more, but King Juhyan cut her off. "They came here knowing what would happen, to protect their country and their families. Don't pity them. Don't pity them. If you truly feel such regret, then succeed at any cost." King Juhyan's decisive words silenced King Hejim. At that moment, allied soldiers were risking their lives to clear a path for them. They even used their bodies as shields so King Hejim could advance. "No. Can King Hejim move forward? I have to help them." King Hejim thought anxiously as she saw a soldier stabbed right behind her, and the expression behind her and that expression were seen by the soldiers, so they smiled and told King Hejim, "We'll handle everything here, don't worry about us." And so their group continued advancing until they were halted by a band of cavalry. The moment King Juhyan saw them, he shouted urgently, "That's the Spahis. Hejim, dismount," and in response to his command, King Hejim immediately got off her horse. Then the two began to proceed on foot. At the same time, King Juhyan warned her, "Go, Hejim, and don't look back. Go, Hejim, and don't turn around, just keep looking ahead." King Hejim clenched her teeth at his words. The two rushed forward and cut straight through the cavalry, but their action was spotted and the soldiers shouted to each other, "They're running toward Satan, stop that witch. Stop her quickly." Immediately 3 Ottoman soldiers formed a barrier to block her. But the barrier didn't last 3 seconds before King Hejim swung once and cut them all down. "Don't stand in my way," she shouted through tears. "Faster. Stronger to survive to save others, each. Stronger to survive to save others." These thoughts repeated in the heads of King Juhyan and King Hejim as they frenziedly slashed forward. Not long after, King Juhyan spotted King Maim's figure and yelled, "Hejim, they're almost here, that's Satan." He grew anxious. If they had to take down the soldiers in front of him first, it would be too late. They needed another approach. As if fate wanted to help, King Juhyan noticed a shield not far off and an idea sprang to mind. "Hejim, I'll hold that shield, we'll use it to boost you up." King Hejim had barely processed the words when King Juhyan quickly propped the shield up and shouted, "Now." At that moment, King Hejim understood his plan. She clenched her jaw and jumped straight onto the shield he was holding. Then, thanks to the powerful thrust of her legs, King Hejim's body flew like a bird into the sky, to the astonishment of the Ottoman soldiers. From below, King Juhyan shouted, "Hejim, spread your wings high." At his command, King Hejim's angelic wings unfurled over the battlefield. The Ottoman soldiers quickly knocked their bows and said to one another, "Fire, we must stop her." A volley of arrows flew straight at Kang Hejim, but with top-tier piloting skill she weaved and dodged them. Then she flew straight toward King Maimed. Facing Maimed, seeing a winged woman charging at him, he felt not fear but amazement and admiration. Incredible. Constantine Xi, my eternal nemesis. As he spoke, Kang Hejim dove straight at him. Next, she fell like a cannonball and struck down, creating a tremendous explosion. At that moment, Kang Juhyan down below also shouted, "Hejim, spread your wings wide." And at his command, Kang Hejim's angelic wings unfurled on the battlefield. The Ottoman soldiers quickly knocked their bows and told one another, "Shoot, stop her." Countless arrows then began to fly straight at Kang Hejim, but with the skills of a top pilot, she was able to weave and dodge them. Then she flew straight toward King Maimed. Turning to Maimed upon seeing a woman with wings charging at him, he showed no fear, only surprise and admiration. "Unbelievable, Constantine Xi, my eternal enemy." And as he spoke those words, Kang Hejim lunged right in front of him. She then dropped like a cannonball and created a horrific explosion upon impact. When the smoke cleared, everyone saw King Maimed struck by a slash from Kang Hejim. And in the astonished gazes of all, the bodies of the Ottoman soldiers were also slowly dissolving. Kang Hejim then raised the sword in her hand to celebrate the victory. The allied soldiers cheered with joy, we've won, we really won." They spoke with tears of happiness streaming down their faces. This scene moved even King Constantine Xi. "This is what I wanted to see." Faces smiling with happiness, not grieving, thinking of this. Not sorrowful, he turned to Kang Juhyan and Kang Hejim and spoke. "To Juhyan and Kang Hejim, I truly thank both of you. Even if we are merely characters of this world, I will not forget your kindness." As he said this, he began to bow in gratitude. Kang Juhyan gently replied, "You are not created characters but real people. Your smiles, your tears, it's all real, and you are living people, so do not belittle yourselves. To bring this about is the pride of many, a simple thank you to me is enough. Is that so? Ha ha." Constantine Xi laughed through tears. He then composed himself and said, "I wish to reward you both, but I do not know if something vain like wealth can express my gratitude, so I will knight you both." Kang Juhyan, surprised, exclaimed, "Huh, what's that about?" Kang Hejim hurriedly asked when she saw his expression. Kang Juhyan, and to the question from this scatterbrained girl, he began to explain. In the ancient Roman Empire, the title of knight carried great weight. In a chaotic world, it is even more esteemed. When one becomes a knight, one is granted the power of storytelling. This is a precious gift that cannot be bought with points. As he spoke, the king opposite began the investiture. "O noble and strong humans, in the name of Constantine Xi, I bestow upon you this honorable title." Immediately after the king's words, both of their bodies were enveloped in a shaft of light. The system then announced, "You have received the title Noble Knight. Physical ability and combat prowess greatly increased." Physical ability and combat prowess greatly increased. At that moment, King Constantine Xi also bid them farewell. "May you find glory on the road ahead." As his words echoed, his body slowly began to fade. And the Roman soldiers cheerfully bade them farewell. "Holy maiden, thank you, we will never forget you, thank you so much." And as soon as the farewells were spoken, everyone's bodies dissolved into beams of light. "We finally did it, yes we did it. I thought we were going to fail," Kang Hejim said, crying. To celebrate the victory, the system issued a notification, "Unexpected achievement. The beings above are mentioning your name. No one in the lower realm has ever achieved this. You receive 10,000 points. The entire mixed world is cheering your names." Kang Hejim was so happy she cried, "Ha ha, there's no turning back now, right? Yeah, but we're still going together, right? I don't know what the future holds, but whatever happens, we'll stand by each other." Kang Hejim smiled and said, "That's all I need." Then the system issued several more notifications. "Congratulations, you cleared the realm of consciousness. This is an achievement no one has attained before. You receive 10,000 points. You have broken this world's curse. You receive an additional 10,000 points. The Holy Spirits praise you. You receive 5,000 points. Your names will be recorded across other worlds." At that moment, the book in front of Kang Ju-hyun also emitted a brilliant light. Worthless. That's what they said. No matter how I tried to rise, I was too weak, and in the end I had to give up. But I will not be like that anymore. This is my first story and the foundation of this world, the tale of the unbowed storyteller and the sword empress. A few days later, as Kang Ju-hyun had predicted, Baek Suryeon was now swamped with work. Hello, this is Baek Suryeon of the Baekwa administration, speaking. How may I help you? You want an interview? Our schedule is fully booked, so it's hard to arrange. Yes, so when it's possible. Blah blah blah. Seeing her so busy, Kang Ju-hyun beside her felt a bit sorry for her. She was truly busy, but she was doing her job very well. Turning to Baek Suryeon, right after she finished saying goodbye to the last client, she turned to Kang Ju-hyun and asked, Hey Ju-hyun, did you really give up the blessings? Before he could answer, the scatterbrained Kang Hee-jim replied for him, Of course, I can touch him because of that. She said this as she began wiggling on Kang Ju-hyun's lap. This made him extremely uncomfortable. If you keep wiggling, don't blame me. But the threat seemed ineffective. Kang Hee-jim's playful attitude was completely different from when she was on the battlefield. Turning back to Baek Suryeon after confirming Kang Ju-hyun had truly abandoned the system's protection, she worriedly said, Isn't that dangerous? Kang Ju-hyun replied wearily, Well, fighting without it means I can't escape to another room or teleport. There are many disadvantages. Still, I'm fighting alongside Hee-jim. You probably think of me as a collector. That's right, Ju-hyun and I have been very close lately, Kang Hee-jim said cheerfully. And the price for that cheerfulness was a hammer blow from Kang Ju-hyun. I told you not to wiggle. The blow left a huge bump on Kang Hee-jim's head. Kang Ju-hyun didn't care much and then looked to Baek Suryeon and asked, Suryeon, you look tired, are you okay? Baek Suryeon replied, But when will I get this many calls again? I'm just happy about it. I still can't believe you two cleared that notorious realm of consciousness. To be honest, I didn't think we could succeed either. But don't accept offers too quickly. We don't have time for interviews with everyone, Kang Ju-hyun said. Across from him, Baek Suryeon sighed and replied, I know, I keep declining guild offers, but I can't ignore the reporters. I've also received a few advertising offers. Kang Hee-jim, rubbing her head, gasped and said, What, advertisements? Whether she had any ideas or not, Kang Ju-hyun immediately shut it down. Decline them unless they're a major brand, agreeing won't do much good. As he said that, several notification screens suddenly appeared before him, which annoyed Kang Ju-hyun a bit. Most were offers from holy spirits proposing sponsorships after the battle. Many holy spirits want to sponsor me, I should turn them off, Kang Ju-hyun thought. Having so many holy spirits watching is troublesome. I need to set up some rules quickly. But nothing major has happened yet. The holy spirits are still quiet, Kang Hee-jim wondered. To answer her question, Kang Ju-hyun pulled an item from his inventory and said, Because of this. What is it? Kang Hee-jim said as she began staring intently at the thing in Kang Ju-hyun's hand that looked like a fruit. At that moment, Baek Suryeon seemed to recognize it and shouted, Ah, could this be the immortal fruit? That's right, you know it. I know a little. To support collectors, we have to understand mythology well, Baek Suryeon said. The origin of this immortal fruit is that it was a gift from Satan after his victory. But Satan giving him such a precious thing made Kang Ju-hyun think, handing this over with so many holy spirits watching, what is he thinking? This storyteller is mine, don't look at him, does he want everyone to think that? Turning to Kang Hee-jim with her scatterbrained mind, she didn't grasp the fruit's value and asked, Really, it's that powerful? Her naivety made Baek Suryeon exclaim in disbelief. You don't know the immortal fruit, it's one of the 2 fruits in the scriptures. Indeed. Even though it's small, 10 million gold might not buy it, Kang Ju-hyun added. At the same time he thought, if I carelessly eat it while still low level, my body couldn't handle the surge of vitality and would explode. I must be given something I can't consume immediately. What a sly old fox. And just as Kang Ju-hyun thought this, another notification screen suddenly appeared before him, making him curious. What's this? A message. Weird, I clearly blocked all messages. Then the notification displayed the line, One who resembles light requests a private meeting with you. When Kang Ju-hyun saw that line, he hurriedly stood up and said, Excuse me, there's an important guest. Saying that, he immediately pressed the yes button on the screen and vanished at once. When he reappeared a moment later, Kang Ju-hyun was a little astonished. He was now standing in midair, so this is the space for meeting holy spirits. He had never been here in his previous life. At the same time, a voice sounded behind him, "Welcome." Upon hearing the voice, Kang Ju-hyun quickly turned around and widened his eyes in shock, unsure who he had met. Cut to Jinpeng. News of Kang Ju-hyun successfully obliterating that notorious realm of consciousness had reached him, leaving him incredulous. Damn it, what's going on? How did he conquer even Constantinople? Something I couldn't do. He returned the blessing, teamed up with the collector, and survived, saying that. He began trembling and calculating, if I can't deal with him, the Bureau will deal with me. I must stop him. But as he thought that, he suddenly realized something and muttered, wait, he abandoned the blessing, now I can attack him directly. Not knowing if he could beat that fake collector, but at this point he had to change tactics. Saying that, he began operating something on his system screen. Notification display, she completed the mission. Can we kill the Sword Empress too? She has many advanced skills. Assassinate him, he's without a blessing. Jinpeng, upon reading those lines, began to laugh slyly. Kang Ju-hyun, I'll make you pay for refusing the blessing without a shred of fear. Turning to Kang Ju-hyun, he was now looking toward the owner of the earlier voice. Thank you for accepting my sudden invitation. The man with 2 pairs of wings was the Archangel Saint Michael. Hearing the polite tone, Kang Ju-hyun quickly replied, It's nothing, sir, I just didn't expect to be invited by heaven. Please sit, Michael said as he began to sit at a table that appeared before him. Kang Ju-hyun couldn't figure out where the table had come from. His calm demeanor surprised the Archangel a little, and he asked, Aren't you surprised? How could I deny it, having someone noble like you personally visit, who wouldn't be surprised? You say that, but you seem quite composed, Michael said. Then he stated the reason for summoning Kang Ju-hyun. I called you here to confirm the rumors that have been spreading these past few days, do you recall? Kang Ju-hyun, hearing this, understood everything. Ah, so that's what it's about. You're referring to Lord Satan, right? That explains it. Michael has been a mortal enemy of Satan since the beginning. With that in mind, he began to explain, It's a misunderstanding, I haven't dealt with hell. Then I'm relieved, Michael said calmly. Kang Ju-hyun then voiced his own question, but it's strange, I didn't expect heaven to pay attention to my channel. Michael replied, Only fools believe rumors. After a bit of investigation, we found you have no ties to hell whatsoever. However, we know you had contact with that devil. The angel's words made Kang Ju-hyun uneasy. Does he want to know my relationship with Lord Satan? Thinking this, he began to clarify everything. I met Lord Satan at the welcome ceremony. We exchanged a few words and then went our separate ways. And he gave you the immortal fruit after just a few words, Michael wondered. I'm not boasting, but he seemed interested in me. It was hard for me to refuse his offer to sponsor my channel. This made Michael even more curious. Why did you do that? Isn't sponsorship vital for storytellers like you? Kang Ju-hyun reluctantly said, It is, but every person is different. My personal goals matter more to me than gaining a sponsor. So he liked you even more and said he'd surely take over your channel. I understand, direct comparison is the best choice as I see it. Knowing you're not aligned with hell makes me glad. I'll seize this rare opportunity. Would you accept sponsorship from heaven? Michael proposed. The offer made Kang Ju-hyun hesitate. I wondered when he'd ask. It's expected since they sent Saint Michael. Heaven is involved. They are one of the strongest forces in the multiverse, with a good reputation and great influence on other worlds. This is certainly a strong offer. And thinking that, Kang Ju-hyun spoke up, I must decline your kindness. Michael was not angered and asked instead, May I ask why? As I told Lord Satan, I have my own goals and do not intend to accept sponsorship from anyone. I don't want my channel to ally with anyone or any force, Kang Ju-hyun said firmly. His confident assertion piqued Michael's interest, who replied, From what you say, I gather your stories don't just carry good messages but also depict vices. Ju Haiyan responded, "It's not that simple. I just want the stories I tell to be diverse and not influenced by any individual, and they should certainly be unique. You may see me as arrogant, nonetheless, if you remain skeptical, please continue to follow our channel. Surely you must be curious about the goals and outcome of our channel, the one that refused offers from both heaven and hell." As he spoke, King Ju Haiyan had a thought. Although Saint Michael is a divine being without desire, that doesn't mean he dislikes stories. He might not show it outwardly, but inwardly he's very curious. As Ju Haiyan had suspected, Michael truly felt some interest and asked, "You say you want both hell and heaven at the same time?" King Ju Haiyan confidently nodded in response to the question. Upon seeing his answer, Michael stood and said, "I understand. We will respect your wish. Your story has aroused my curiosity and I will observe it personally. I will observe it personally, to show appreciation for taking the time to meet me. It would reflect poorly on heaven if I left after bringing you here and wasting your time. This is a personal gift from me, accept it." Saying that, he handed King Ju Haiyan an egg. King Ju Haiyan, seeing the egg, broke into a cold sweat and said this. Cut to the Bechkwa office. Kang Heejim and Bech Suryan were admiring the divinely given egg and wondered, "Did you get this egg from a client? It's huge. What species of egg is this?" Kang Ju Haiyan, hearing them, grew curious and guessed, "Well, it could be a dragon egg. If a dragon poked its head out, it would acknowledge me as its master and cling to me all day." Of course, these were just Kang Ju Haiyan's wishes, though he thought that it's probably not a dragon. Heaven considers dragons symbols of loathsome demons. As he thought this, a crack suddenly appeared on the egg's surface. Kang Heejim cried out joyfully, "Hey, look, it's about to hatch." To everyone's amazement, a creature resembling an owl emerged from the egg. Kang Ju Haiyan, seeing its shape, lost interest. An owl, though its appearance didn't impress him much, it had enormous appeal to women. The immediate examples were Kang Heejim and Bech Suryan, whose eyes sparkled. "It's an owl. Oh my god, it's so cute. Can I raise it? Oh, it doesn't like me." Kang Heejim began to tear up as the tiny owl darted to hide on Kang Ju Haiyan's head after hearing her voice. "It just hatched, so of course it's scared of you," Kang Ju Haiyan said. "I think it already considers you its mother," Bech Suryan said with a smile. Turning back to Kang Ju Haiyan, after seeing the owl hatch, he guessed Michael's intention. Satan's familiar is a snake, and owls prey on snakes. Michael surely did this deliberately as a warning for him not to act rashly. Notably, the owl carried a small book, though being newly born it emitted no aura. At that moment, Kang Heejim cheerfully suggested, "You should name it. I think it should be Un or Uli." "I think its name should be Un or Uli." Faced with her enthusiasm, Kang Ju Haiyan made an incredulous face and said, "Are you kidding me? Who names something Un? I thought it was a cute name." Kang Heejim stammered, "Let Ju Haiyan name it." Kang Heejim stammered, "Let Ju Haiyan name it. After all, he's the owl's owner," Bech Suryan said. Turning to Kang Ju Haiyan, he stared at the tiny owl in his hands and thought, "And then Bikyo, your name will be Bikyo." Cut to the scene at some gate. Two people were talking. "How's it going? Is everything ready?" The blonde said, "Not as much as I expected, but it's enough." "All right, I'll get ready to start," the other replied. As they spoke, sudden noises rose from behind, drawing their attention. Then exclamations rang out. "Is that the Sword Empress? Wow, it's really the Sword Empress." Back with Kang Ju Haiyan, seeing the collectors' reactions didn't surprise him. Kang Heejim was well known to ordinary residents, but to collectors she was like a demon who wrecked every place she entered. Unlike other collectors who reserve mindscapes to keep grinding levels, Kang Heejim cleared every mindscape she entered, so collectors called her the Grinding Field Destroyer. Looking at the crowd, Kang Heejim remarked, "There are a lot of people gathered here. That's because the entrance is right in the city center, and it's a great spot for continuous leveling. So many people come here," Kang Ju Haiyan said. As he said this, the crowd in front grew chaotic. "Big news, the Grinding Field Destroyer has arrived. Damn, am I not going to make anything today? I should have entered that dungeon earlier." Heejim let out a faint laugh and said, "They act like I want to clear this mindscape super fast." The expression made Kang Ju Haiyan worry. It seemed she was used to being called that. Thinking that, Kang Ju Haiyan turned to her. "Heejim, you and Bikyo stand a bit aside. I want to make an announcement before opening the channel." Then the moment Kang Ju Haiyan opened his channel, countless holy spirits flooded into it. The system displayed viewers 2,482, subscribers 1,142. Kang Ju-hyun was a bit surprised. Over 2,000 viewers instantly. Did the rumor spread that fast? With that in mind, Kang Ju-hyun greeted the Holy Spirits. Welcome to the Storyteller and the Sword Empress's story. In response, the chat erupted in insults. Someone demanded silence while others wanted to meet the Sword Empress. In short, the chat was chaotic from the start, which drove Kang Ju-hyun mad, but for a few coins he gritted his teeth and endured. Right now I miss Lord Satan so much. Regaining some composure, he said, "Calm down everyone. I opened chat earlier than usual because I have an announcement. Thanks to your support, my channel has grown rapidly and I'm grateful, but the current situation is hard to manage. So I've set a few rules effective immediately. First, no factioning within the channel. Second, do not mention other channels or their collectors. That can lead to fights. Third, romantic slander or similar behavior will be dealt with severely. Additionally, requests from top comments via sponsored donations will be honored." A Holy Spirit donated 100 points and said, "He's strict. I came because of the rumor, but there's nothing here." Kang Ju-hyun muttered, "Fine, leave. I won't entertain those who break the rules," and kicked that person out of the room. His decisive action impressed the Holy Spirits. Kang Ju-hyun smiled, thinking, "Do you think you're clever because you communicate via sponsored messages here?" Just as he thought this, a comment from some Holy Spirit popped up that caught his attention. "The White King of the Sea at Dusk donated 1,000 points to you. Hey young man, forget about that. I'll sponsor you a lot." The amount genuinely impressed Kang Ju-hyun. It was a sizable sum, but still not enough to make him sell out his rules. "Rules are rules. What's the point of having them if you just ignore them?" he said. As if to challenge him, the Holy Spirit then commented again. "The White King of the Sea at Dusk donated 10,000 points. How about this?" It seemed this spirit was determined to buy Kang Ju-hyun's soul with money. This began to annoy him. Look at that bastard. The White King of the Sea at Dusk, just the name implied power, and he spent money lavishly. No doubt about it. Affiliated with the 36 heavens of the upper realm, one of the strongest forces, the Dragon King of one of the four seas, the Eastern Sea White Dragon. I thought my channel was known only to a few famous holy spirits, but my fame spread that quickly. Thinking of this powerful identity, he changed his expression and immediately smiled. "I'm honored by the presence of a Dragon King, sir." His attitude made the White King of the Sea at Dusk nod and smile. To reward that respectful tone, he generously added another 10,000 points with the message, "Don't be so difficult. Moderation, young man. Do you really think we'd let a few words ruin our relations?" Kang Ju-hyun squinted and said, "Haha, moderation. Moderation, excuse me. But I can't do that." His sudden refusal made the chat fall silent for a moment. It took a few seconds for the White Dragon King to recover, then he asked, "What do you mean? I said no is no, don't you understand, Kang Ju-hyun?" He spoke firmly. Puzzled by Kang Ju-hyun's words, the White Dragon King tossed another 10,000 points and asked, "I've donated this much and it's still not enough. Fine, how much do you want?" From this, Kang Ju-hyun inferred a lot. His pride had been wounded. He probably believed points could solve everything. "But not for me." With that in mind, Kang Ju-hyun bluntly declared to the rich man, "No matter how much you offer, it won't work. My rules have no exceptions. Even if you try to bribe me or use your power and influence to force me, I will never change my decision, at least not for you, Eastern Sea White Dragon." His words began to enrage the wealthy man. Even his comment turned red. Still, Kang Ju-hyun wasn't worried. It's difficult for the upper realm to affect the lower. He was surely very angry now. But thanks to the Genesis system's multiverse governance, he wouldn't dare recklessly display his full power. And as Kang Ju-hyun suspected, all the White Dragon King could do was pump money into the chat and taunt, "Lowly storyteller, all you need to do is take the money and obey me. There's nothing money can't solve." Is this enough now? The White Dragon King posted 3 such comments in a row, throwing away 30,000 points. Faced with the old man's generosity, Kang Ju-hyun thanked him. "I appreciate your donation, but you just posted a comment insulting the storyteller. Farewell." After saying that, Kang Ju-hyun kicked him out of the room with a cheerful face. The remaining holy spirits admired his nerve. Donations are donations, but rules are rules. This is a typical case, so understand, if I can keep a pleasant atmosphere without punishments, I'll consider easing the rules. And as he thought this, a beam of light suddenly appeared in the sky above. Immediately after, the White Dragon King's comment popped up. "You bastard, Kang Ju-hyun." Seeing his comment, Kang Ju-hyun was so shocked he was speechless. He bypassed the system's restrictions. He wondered, and as if answering Kang Ju-hyun's question, the system issued a confirmation. "The White King of the Sea at dusk has entered your channel." At that point, Kang Ju-hyun realized the situation was extremely tense. Someone was defying the system's rules. "I know you're furious, but it seems you've crossed the line," Kang Ju-hyun said seriously. For some reason, his words only enraged the White Dragon King more. "A pathetic storyteller like you dare say that to me after taking a pile of points and then kicking me out. Despising me, a member of one of the greatest divine forces, is a grave crime. Do you think you can escape the charge of insulting the 36 heavens of the upper realm?" Kang Ju-hyun waved his hands in denial. "I never insulted anyone from the 36 heavens of the upper realm. And I never insulted you, Eastern Sea White Dragon. I only kicked out a guest who broke my channel rules." "You broke my channel rules, you say? How dare you utter those words?" the White Dragon King shouted, and as tensions peaked, a special guest visited. The one like shimmering light joined. Immediately the guest noticed something was wrong and asked, "What just happened?" Kang Ju-hyun recognized the guest's identity. "Is that Lord Michael?" At the same time, Michael muttered, noticing the system anomaly. "Wait, how is this possible?" Then a notification appeared. "The Genesis system has been activated. An abnormality in the system has been detected. External interference has been identified. The rule violator has been identified. Target, the White King of the Sea at dusk. Proceeding to adjudication according to system rules." Right after this message, a bolt of lightning shot into the White Dragon King's comment panel, followed by his pitiful scream. Seeing this, Kang Ju-hyun had only one thought: serves you right. The Genesis system wields power even the highest holy spirits fear. A mid-tier holy spirit who dares defy it will be struck down for ages. Then the system announced, "The White King of the Sea at dusk has been forcibly expelled." Turning to Kang Ju-hyun, after seeing the wealthy man driven out by the system, he smiled and said to the remaining holy spirits, "Although there was a bit of chaos, I hope this serves as a lesson so no one repeats it. If any holy spirit has objections to my rules, please raise your hand and speak up." At this point, no holy spirit dared object, especially since Michael didn't, so what could they protest? Lord Michael's influence is indeed tremendous, Kang Ju-hyun thought. After seeing no further comments on the rules, Kang Ju-hyun continued, "I see no more objections, so I'll show you this. I'm thinking of completing a mindscape today. Today, a place like Constantinople from before is a bit much, so we plan to go somewhere a little easier." The holy spirits were somewhat disappointed when he said that. Kang Ju-hyun, still smiling after hearing them, said, "Don't be like that, we won't just enter a mindscape to stroll and farm gear." He then turned to Kang Hee-jim and asked, "Are you ready, Hee-jim?" "I'm ready," Kang Hee-jim answered. At that, the chat went crazy at her appearance. "It's the Sword Empress. The Sword Empress is looking this way." Not long after, they stepped into the mindscape, and the setting appeared to be a forest. As they entered, Kang Ju-hyun introduced the place to the holy spirits. "Today we're going to the Dahlin Marsh. It looks quite different from the places we've been to before, doesn't it? First, we need to find the border of this place. Hejin, I'll brief you on the details." As he said this, a voice rang out ahead of them. "Hey, do you two want to join us for a hunt?" The remark came from the leader of a group of 4. Seeing Kang Ju-hyun's group had only 2 people, he asked again, "Only 2 of you came in?" "That's right," Kang Ju-hyun replied. The brown-haired man then began to persuade them. "We usually go in groups of 6 but lost 2 due to an incident. Do you 2 want to team up with us? I think it's doable with 1 person, but it's a bit tough." Turning to Kang Hee-jim, she pondered the offer. "Don't they know who we are?" "Well, understandable. If they don't follow rumors, they wouldn't know. But I'm here to complete this mindscape. I can't ally with people only here to make money. With that in mind, she began to decline. Thanks for the offer, but… Before she could finish, Kang Ju-hyun interrupted. Perfect, I'm actually looking for a group too. The brown-haired man cheerfully replied, oh great, that's wonderful. Kang Hee-jim wondered why Kang Ju-hyun agreed to team up with them. But then she glanced over at the sexy blonde and thought to herself, it's probably because of her. A beautiful woman with blonde hair and a scorching figure. I don't want to admit it, but she's really attractive. It's strange, when I touched Ju-hyun he didn't react at all. So this is his type, Kang Hee-jim began to think in despair. At the back, the brown-haired man said, then let's do our best together. Agreed, Hee-jim, greet them, Kang Ju-hyun said. At Kang Ju-hyun's request, Kang Hee-jim shot the brown-haired group's members a deadly glare. Nice to meet you, she said with the tone and face of an assassin. What's wrong with her? The brown-haired man wondered. Then he laughed and said, we'll be going ahead, all right. After watching that group leave, Kang Ju-hyun turned to Kang Hee-jim to remind her about her earlier attitude. Hee-jim, yes, Ju-hyun, I know everyone has different tastes. However, I didn't know your taste was like that, but if I go on a diet… Kang Hee-jin started to cry, tears welling up. Dieting seemed like torture to her. Kang Ju-hyun didn't understand what the goofy girl was saying. What are you talking about? Care about your image. He then brought his face close to Kang Hee-jim and said, Hee-jim. The slightly ambiguous scene made Kang Hee-jim's cheeks flush as she awkwardly said, Ju-hyun here, suddenly with holy spirits watching. Oh, I'm not complaining or anything. I can only say this girl's mind has a lot of holes. Back to the story, Kang Ju-hyun ignored her embarrassment and began speaking seriously. Listen carefully to what I'm about to say, Hee-jim. That group are all scavengers. What does scavengers mean? Not sure, but Kang Hee-jim's face stiffened as soon as she heard it. For scavengers, they make a living by quietly taking or stealing stories and items left by collectors in minescapes. They do this because hunting monsters here is too difficult for them, so they resorted to this method. Back to the story, after Kang Hee-jim heard the true identity of those people from Kang Ju-hyun, she grew worried and said, so those people approached us to secretly steal our stories. It would be nice if that's all they did. There are plenty of wicked ones who don't just steal but kill their victims. Those four are likely a group that does exactly that, Kang Ju-hyun said seriously. After hearing him, Kang Hee-jim trusted Kang Ju-hyun completely without a shred of doubt. If he said it, it was the truth. But how do you know they're scavengers? She asked with a sparkling expression. Her excitement left Kang Ju-hyun momentarily at a loss for words, but he began to explain. Do you remember what they said? They claimed they'd tried hunting and found it too hard, but their clothes are spotless, which proves they've never actually hunted monsters. This place is a marsh with water up to the ankles. Even the lightest step sends mud splashing. So if there had been any fighting here, their clothes would definitely be dirty. Above all, what could be more suspicious than the way they approached us without hesitation, pretending not to know who we are? We're fairly famous. Even if they didn't know us, it's still suspicious they'd dare approach someone they just met and invite them into their group. Kang Hee-jim understood, but she had a question. Then why did you agree with them? If they have such motives, why didn't you refuse the invitation outright? Kang Ju-hyun smiled and said, why not? Let me ask the holy spirits. He then turned to the watching holy spirits. We see some wicked people hiding their true intentions, approaching us with a knife behind their backs. They see me as easy prey. If any of you encountered this, would you avoid them? Tell me your opinions. Right after he said this, the keyboard heroes started to chime in. People like this are unforgivable. You should wipe them out completely. You can't ignore this, Kang. You can't ignore this. Kang Ju-hyun had been waiting for those words. His hand clenched with determination as he said, the plan is I'll pretend not to know and follow what they say, and at the crucial moment I'll strike them from behind with a killing blow. Wouldn't that make the story more interesting? Kang Ju-hyun's play-acting plan sounded reasonable, but Kang Hee-jim still worried. But will they be fooled? Kang Ju-hyun smiled and said, do you know which people are the easiest to fool? Those who always think they know everything but actually know nothing. Those deluded into believing the world is exactly as they see it. Those overly confident, convinced they understand it all and consider themselves superior. People like that are my favorite prey. After that, Kang Ju-hyun and Kang Hee-jim went hunting with the scavenger group's members. At that moment, Hee-jim was able to defeat the Lotus monster with a single sword strike. This made the brown-haired man and the girl beside him gasp in admiration. "Wow, you're amazing. I can't believe you took it down in one blow. I've never seen anything like it." Turning to the brown-haired man, though he praised her outwardly, inside he was terrified. "Damn, how is the Sword Empress so strong? She's not even tired after hunting so long." As he thought that, he noticed Kang Ju-hyun preparing to go somewhere and asked, "Oh, where are you going?" "I'm just stepping out for a bit," Kang Ju-hyun said cheerfully. The brown-haired man sniffed an opportunity and said, "Wait, this place is too dangerous for you to go alone. You should take someone with you." He then looked at the gray-haired man and ordered Yang Gun go with him. "You said you needed to use the toilet, right?" The gray-haired man was startled, but then awkwardly replied, "Ah, right." Combined with 239, and of course that awkward expression couldn't escape Kang Ju-hyun's eyes, he realized they were probably about to make their move. So he began to telepathically transmit to Kang Hee-jim. "Hee-jim, can you hear me? I'm using telepathy to talk to you. Once I leave, they might act. Stay put, and if you notice anything strange, attack immediately." "Understood," Kang Hee-jim said. After that, he left with this Yang Gun, and for some reason Yang Gun's worried expression was clearly visible as they walked. Seeing that, Kang Ju-hyun started making conversation. "Your name is Han Yang Gun, right? You seem different. Did something happen earlier?" Yang Gun, startled, said, "Huh, me." "You can speak freely now without trouble," Kang Ju-hyun said calmly. He said this because he already knew everything. The other three were scum who couldn't be forgiven in his book, but this Yang Gun seemed fairly ordinary. Turning to Yang Gun, he gathered his courage and stammered, "Your name is Ju-hyun, right? Please run away immediately. I know you won't believe me, but those guys are murderers. Baek Ga-hyun forced me to follow them and was the one who proposed killing the two. I tried to refuse, but he threatened to kill me if I didn't go, so even though I knew, I didn't dare tell anyone and I joined them. I'll go back alone and report that I killed you, so run now. I'm also trying to open a path for the Sword Empress to escape." Kang Ju-hyun didn't rush to agree. Instead, he asked back, "If you're caught, wouldn't both you and Hee-jim be in danger? More importantly, why do they want to kill me?" "I'm not sure, but a storyteller from a famous branch hired them to do it. He said he'd sign a contract if they succeeded," Yang Gun stammered. "A storyteller from a branch?" Kang Ju-hyun began to smile at the familiar detail. Yang Gun continued urging Kang Ju-hyun, "So you should run, leave the rest to me." Thanks to those words, Yang Gun was fortunate not to be put on Kang Ju-hyun's salt-selling list. "I was going to deal with Yang Gun like the others, but on second thought it's unnecessary." Thinking that, he said to the gray-haired man, "I think I have to do that. Stay here." "What do you mean?" Yang Gun exclaimed. "Do you think I'm stupid? Who would trust someone who suddenly approached them out in the middle of nowhere like this?" Kang Ju-hyun said. This surprised the gray-haired man even more. "So you knew everything from the start? You could say that, but you don't need to be afraid. I can vouch that you're not a bad person." "What about the Sword Empress?" Yang Gun cried out. At the same time, a sudden piteous scream rang in their ears. Hearing it, Kang Ju-hyun smiled and said, "I guess they're just about done over there." His words made Yang Gun realize something and mutter, "Almost done, don't tell me." As the young man guessed, when the two returned to the original spot, they found Baek Ga-hyun and the other two lying flat on the ground, beaten by the Sword Empress. Seeing them so thoroughly beaten, Kang Ju-hyun didn't bother tying them up. What a waste of effort. He glanced at Kang Hee-jim and thought, "She's really strong, she always holds back and doesn't show her power." Which made me think she was weak. Those were a few stray thoughts from Kang Ju-hyun after stopping his musing about Kang Hee-jim. He turned and shouted at the three scavengers, "How long do you intend to lie there? Get up already." At his command, the leader Baek Ga-hyun began to stir and regain consciousness. Then he noticed the young Yang Gun standing beside Kang Ju-hyun and grew furious, shouting loudly, "Han Yang Gun, is that you? You betrayed us, didn't you? You traitorous bastard, you damn piece of scum, I'll kill you, I'll kill you." His threats made the young Yang Gun tremble like a shaken rag. But unfortunately for him, Kang Ju-hyun was right there. In response to the threats, Kang Ju-hyun lifted his foot and stomped straight on his hand. A bone-cracking sound followed. Big Gahyun began squealing like a slaughtered pig. Seeing him like that, Kang Ju-hyun grew excited and said, "Big Gahyun, you still don't know your current situation, do you? Let me tell you, Big Gahyun. A level 7 collector profession, scavenger, you've killed more than 10 people, not to mention colluding with gangs in assault, extortion, and human trafficking. And this time, I guess you were assigned to kill some nobody and the Sword Empress who's been famous lately, right? Right. So who hired you to do these things?" Kang Ju-hyun asked in an ice-cold tone and expression. The young gun opposite him seemed clueless. Though his life was in Kang Ju-hyun's hands, he still sneered, "What can you do if I don't tell you? Are you going to kill me? Do you have the courage to take on the name murderer?" Kang Ju-hyun, tired of it, said, "In the end you show no remorse. Aren't you afraid of the law?" "Afraid of the law? The law? You gonna send me to court? In this country the worst punishment is prison. That won't stop me. Put me in jail, but know that once I'm out you'll be the first I kill." The fool spat ignorant words, unaware that with each line his face only grew colder. Meanwhile, the holy spirits cheered Kang Ju-hyun on, "Kill Big Gahyun." Combine with 273, even Saint Michael said, "Evil must face proper punishment." Those cheers began to make him think. Turning to Big Gahyun, who saw Kang Ju-hyun's contemplation and grew bolder, he yelled, "What? You've been silent this whole time? Say something, think carefully before you decide to mess with me." Kang Ju-hyun coldly replied, "Not necessarily." Having said that, he clenched his sword tightly in his hand and sent one of the group to the afterlife. And Kang Ju-hyun's sudden action made the scavenger's face go blank with stupidity, looking at the body of their comrade, which no longer showed any sign of life. Both of them turned pale with fear, and all the earlier bravado evaporated. Now only utter terror remained. Unable to bear it, the blonde girl beside them hurriedly turned to beg Kang Ju-hyun for mercy. "Please spare me. I was crazy when I did it. I'm begging you. It wasn't my fault. I was forced to do it, please." At the beautiful girl's plea, Kang Ju-hyun raised his sword, preparing to send her back to her village. But suddenly his arm was held back by Kang Hee-jim from behind. Seeing that, Kang Ju-hyun turned to her and asked in surprise, "Hee-jim, he also thought she wants to stop me? Of course, from her perspective what I'm doing looks horrible." But contrary to what Kang Ju-hyun expected, immediately afterwards, Kang Hee-jim swung her sword at the beautiful girl. "I can assure you there's no personal grudge here whatsoever." Kang Hee-jim's unhesitating strike made Kang Ju-hyun's eyes widen in disbelief. Perhaps he still couldn't believe this ditzy girl could act without hesitation. It took him a few seconds to regain his composure, then he said, "I may have underestimated you a bit, Hee-jim." Turning to Big Gahyun, after seeing yet another teammate gone, he was terrified. The situation grew even more dangerous when Kang Hee-jim looked at him coldly and said, "Leave him to me. I realized during the siege of Constantinople what I should have done. To achieve the desired goal, I'm willing to do anything, no matter what." After hearing her words, Big Gahyun's face went pale and he said, "Don't come here, please spare me. We can talk, right? You'll regret it if you kill me." On this side, Kang Ju-hyun, seeing him babble, spoke up, "Do you know something? You never had the right to negotiate with us in the first place." Kang Ju-hyun's words pushed him into despair. But then Yang Gun remembered something and hurriedly said, "But if you kill me, you won't learn who hired me." Unfortunately for him, that line might work on others, but it meant nothing to Kang Ju-hyun because he had already guessed who was behind it. Jin Peng, the storyteller from the pentagonal star of Celestial Corporation. "You think I don't know about the secret deal between you and him?" Hearing that, Big Gahyun's face froze and he stammered, How did you know?" But that was a question no one would answer because Kang Ju-hyun turned away and said, "Hee-jim, I'll leave the rest to you." Those words were effectively a death sentence for Big Gahyun. His face drained of blood as he cried, "No, don't come here, help, someone help me. Yonggun, help me, we're so close, you bastard. I treated you so well, damn it. Don't come here, please, please, someone help." He cried out in desperation. And then Big Gahyun's head was promptly cleaned up by Kang Hee-jim. Kang Ju-hyun, seeing this, began to smile with excitement. "There you go. People are always cocky, thinking they're the best, unprepared for what's waiting, only pointing fingers and sneering. For those kinds of people, it's thrilling to watch their expressions when they realize how brutal reality is. What a twisted justice. Haha, I know. Still, this is an unavoidable aspect of my nature, an indelible stain when bearing that rotten world. It sounds strange, but I can't help it. It's my nature, Kang Juhyan thought, blushing. Then he remembered Jin Peng and murmured, Jin Peng of the Pentagon, I hope you can entertain me too. Turning to Yang Gun, seeing the three big Guhyuns die like that, he was so terrified he nearly split open. His legs began to tremble and he collapsed to the ground, too weak to stand. Just then he noticed Big Guhyun's head rolling right beside him. The horrific sight turned his face purple and he screamed, "Ah, what have I done?" Just when I was about to save someone and had gathered all my courage for the first time in my life, I didn't expect. I got played by those two from the start. Thinking that, he bit his lip and asked, Why kill them? If not, we would have died. If you hadn't, you wouldn't have been safe either, Kang Juhyan said coldly. But for some reason, Yang Gun then turned and shouted at Kang Juhyan, Is everything a joke to you? After all, storytellers chose you and the Holy Spirits back you because you're too strong, right? What do you even know? That feeling of having nothing in your hands, yet we still have to keep surviving. Why is it only me? Why only me? Yang Gun began to lament his miserable fate. Hearing this, Kang Juhyan took on a lecturing tone. Everyone has a unique role in life. We only refuse it and strive harder. We have worked, resolved, labored, and even risked our lives for it. To you, we may look like the chosen ones, but we're just like you. Then why am I like this? Yang Gun said, trembling. To that question, Kang Juhyan answered bluntly, Because we accepted reality. I refuse to be content with what's given. If it's not there, you create it or take it from someone else if necessary. Hearing that, Yang Gun began to shout, You think I want to give up? What am I supposed to do when all my efforts are pointless? What am I supposed to do when everything I do ends in failure and becomes a joke? The desperate words of the young man even made Kang Juhyan pause in thought for a moment. Then he offered some advice. The human world is very small. They mistake what they hear and feel for the whole world. If someone decides you're a failure, you'll think the whole world thinks the same. And that's all you keep focusing on, you know. The world out there doesn't care about you. No one blames you. They don't know who you are and they don't care. If you want to change, start by changing your worldview. Let those who don't know you learn who you are. It may be difficult, but it's less pitiable than those who give up from the start. With that, Kang Juhyan was done with him and turned to Kang Heejim behind him. Let's go, Heejim. Let's go, Heejim. Kang Heejim, hearing that, began to follow Kang Juhyan as they left. She asked anxiously, Is it okay to leave him like that? Yeah, he'll be fine, Kang Juhyan said. Then the two of them began their conquest of the mindscape. At that moment, Kang Heejim was fighting a giant carnivorous tree monster called the Lebra Illusion Boss Entity. And of course that ragged tree couldn't stand up to Kang Heejim. After dodging a whip-like strike from the beast, she quickly accelerated and leapt straight over the monster's head, then delivered a cleaving chop that split the creature in two. Immediately after, the system issued a confirmation. You have cleared the Dalan swamp. You received 3,000 points. You obtained the skill Expanded Chi Sensing combined with basic Expanded Chi Sensing. Expanded Chi Sensing has become Comprehensive Chi Sensing. You received the Legend Gardener, received Swamp Root X90, and received Lebra Resin. The spirit world began to vanish, and as the notification appeared, Kang Heejim's body was covered by strange ancient script flows that helped her body recover. Clearing the spirit world makes all traces of it disappear. Great, I love this outfit, Kang Heejim said happily. Kang Juhyan next to her explained, Except for injuries and rewards, all traces belonging to the spirit world are erased when it's cleared. Got it. Combine with 338. By the way, Juhyan, you've been looking pensive. Her words made Kang Juhyan recall an earlier memory. People never change. That's what I used to think, but perhaps adaptable people can. From what Kang Juhyan saw, Yang Gun's book emitted a silver glow, indicating he had silver potential. Maybe it wasn't like that at first, but influenced by Kang Juhyan's words, his story changed. Back in reality, after thinking it over, Kang Ju-hyun smiled and said, "It's nothing." Just as he finished speaking, both of them were suddenly teleported back to the area where they'd been before entering the gate. Not only them, but all the collectors inside the mindscape were ejected. "Ah, we're back," Kang Heejim said in surprise. The other collectors, having realized what had happened, turned and screamed at them. "No way, the level-up ground destroyer cleared it out. I rushed here as soon as I heard about that leveling ground, but I was too late. Damn it, leave something for us." On the other side, Kang Ju-hyun felt a bit guilty seeing the collectors wail like that, but only a little. "We've gotten what we needed, let's go," Kang Ju-hyun said cheerfully. Back at Biqua headquarters, Kang Heejim let out a breath and reverted to her airheaded mode. "Phew, I'm exhausted." Baek Suryeon, seeing them return, asked, "How was it today?" Nothing special." "But I still got a lot of rewards, see," Kang Heejim said, happily showing off what she'd received. At that moment, Kang Ju-hyun remembered something and said, "Oh right, Heejim, can you show me your status window?" "Huh, oh sure," Kang Heejim said as she brought up her status panel. Name: Kang Heejim. Traits: Goryeo, swordsmanship, unity of sword and self, heavenly sword path. Titles: Combat Knight, Honor of the Holy Roman Empire, Sword Empress. Legends: Attained Saintess Errands, Apostle of the God, Survivor of the Labyrinth, Veteran Reviewer. Skills: Triple Sword Sever, Mercenary Athos Sword Technique, Wide Range Chi Sense, Radiant Eye Sword, Zen Break, Physical Enhancement, blah blah, more. Stats: Strength low, Agility mid, Endurance low, Intelligence low, Magical Chi low. But when Kang Ju-hyun saw this exact information, he fell into thought. Kang Heejim noticed and asked, "Is something wrong?" "Not exactly, it's just that the stats are a bit vague." "Isn't it a little too simplistic? Even though your abilities increase rapidly, the stats still only show as low rank. That's odd." Kang Heejim thought and said, "It's really strange, more than strange, it's a big problem. If the stats are this vague, neither storytellers nor collectors will be able to measure your true level. If you push yourself to grow but the status window stays the same, how will you feel?" Kang Ju-hyun asked seriously. "If I worked that hard and the stats stayed unchanged, I'd be devastated," Kang Heejim said, despondent. Then he also recalled some memories from his previous life. After the apocalypse in the last life, there had been a major revision to the status window. Back then, the stats were listed very detailed and accurate. It seemed intentional to kill collectors' motivation with vague figures like this. Someone was intervening. "Until now, I thought the disasters were the result of collectors' carelessness. But what if there is a cause that leads to collectors' laziness? What if someone is controlling this entire process from behind the scenes? It's too early to conclude, but if my suspicion is right, those lurking in the shadows are planning to destroy this world. Bring them all out, because then I can truly enjoy cleaning you up," Kang Ju-hyun thought, his face taking on a very dangerous expression. A few days later at the Biqua office, "I'm back." Baek Suryeon's voice rang out. Kang Heejim asked, "Suryeon, where did you go?" "I had a meeting with a magazine publisher at. I have a feeling you'll be getting interviewed soon." Baek Suryeon said cheerfully, which flustered Kang Heejim. "What, an interview?" "Yeah, you'll be appearing more in public." Kang Ju-hyun added from beside them, "That's right, collectors are famous too, some TV shows and ads. If the goal is to promote Heejim's name, interviews are the best choice." But hearing this, Kang Heejim began to cry. "Ju-hyun, I can't do that, I only know how to fight." "If you take interviews you'll make money," Kang Ju-hyun said. The moment someone mentioned money, Kang Heejin's expression changed instantly and she asked, "How much?" "At least a few $100,000, I'll do it," she said very confidently. Over here, Baek Suryeon looked at the sword in Kang Ju-hyun's hand and asked curiously, "By the way, what are you doing?" "I'm researching a new weapon," Kang Ju-hyun replied. "A new weapon?" Baek Suryeon asked. Kang Heejin beside them, hearing this, also grew curious and said, "But isn't that just a cheap sword sold in the space shop?" "It is. This sword only cost 100 points, Heejin." "Can you help me look up the information on this sword?" Kang Heejin quickly checked and said, "It says Salyo, ancient sacred longsword." "Is that good or bad, Kang Ju-hyun?" Kang Ju-hyun began explaining what he knew to the two. "You might not know, but Salyo is a fairly famous name across the multiverse. Although the Salio Empire was destroyed thousands of years ago, it's still renowned for magic tech that blends spellcraft and machinery. This sword is an ancient sacred relic from the Salio Empire, saying that made King Ju Haiyan pleased, and he thought, although the value of this sword isn't widely known across the multiverse. I, coming from the future, know this well. Even in the mindscape, this hidden item can't be found. After that thought, he remembered something and turned to Kang Hejin. Oh right, Hejin, you should practice your main attack move more. You'll become a mid-rank collector soon. In terms of physical stats, you don't fall behind other mid-rank collectors, but your skills and manuals haven't caught up with your physique. Because her talent allowed her to leap to a strength that many others would have to train years to reach. That's why you should start preparing intermediate and advanced manuals. But aren't those advanced techniques very expensive? Kang Hejin asked. Facing that question, Kang Ju Haiyan confidently told them, I know how to buy them cheaply. First search for Thunder Step in the low-rank manuals, then try opening your space shop, Kang Hejin. Kang Hejin hurriedly opened her space shop and found the Thunder Step manual priced at 100 points. Seeing that she found Thunder Step, Kang Ju Haiyan continued to guide. Next is the innate skill Frenzied Thunder from the intermediate manual. Finally, among the low-rank manuals, there's one called Lightning. Buy all three. As soon as he said that, Beak Suryan next to them made a puzzled face and said, Ju Haiyan, aren't those manuals famous for being trash? No one can withstand the speed of Thunder Step. The innate Frenzied Thunder is so powerful it can continuously electrocute the user's body. As for Lightning, it's a sword technique but very difficult to use. They call these three the most useless brother trio. Kang Hejin, startled, turned and said, then what's the point? Is learning these safe? You don't trust me, Hejin? Well, since you're so eager, Kang Hejin said, gleefully tapping the system screen to purchase. Immediately 3 orbs of light appeared before her. Okay, I just need to learn all 3 moves, right? With that, Kang Hejin pushed the 3 light orbs into her body. Right after, her whole body erupted with a fierce surge of power. Kang Ju Haiyan clenched the sword tightly and thought, now. He raised the sword above Kang Hejin's head and let it absorb the power flowing from her. The moment the sword met the thunderous power emitted by Kang Hejin's body, it began to undergo some kind of transformation. To the astonishment of Beak Suryan. When the transformation finished, the rusty sword in Kang Ju Haiyan's hand had taken on a completely new appearance. When Beak Suryan saw this, she exclaimed, the sword's shape has completely changed. Is this its original form? She reached to touch it, but Kang Ju Haiyan stopped her immediately. Careful, there's still lightning running along the blade. He looked at the sword and beamed. From rumors, I knew this was an amazing sword, but seeing it with my own eyes is even more incredible. Across from them, Kang Hejin opened her eyes. It seemed her manual learning process had finished. Kang Ju Haiyan asked, how do you feel, Hejin? Any pain? Comfortable? No, I don't feel anything at all, Kang Hejin said after checking herself. Then open your status window, there must be a new skill. Kang Hejin hurriedly opened her status and said, oh, you're right. The 3 skills I absorbed are gone, replaced by a new technique called Heavenly Thunder Sword. It's a skill that will make you much stronger. This item lets you command Heavenly Thunder. In terms of manual rank, it's above advanced manuals, let alone intermediate. Hearing that, Kang Hejin turned to Kang Ju Haiyan with sparkling eyes. Ju Haiyan, thank you so much. She then lunged at Kang Ju Haiyan, but he dodged her immediately. She ended up face-planting. Kang Ju Haiyan warned her, don't you know I'll get electrocuted if you hug me before you fully control the thunder power? Once she calmed down from her excitement, Kang Hejin asked, how did you know this hidden trick? If the Holy Spirit saw this, they'd go crazy. Of course they'd love it, but it'd be troublesome if they started to get curious about its origin, Kang Ju Haiyan thought, then said. I don't want any extra trouble, so forget it. You should keep this. The sword will absorb the thunder power you can't control. As he spoke, he began tossing the sword to Kang Hejin. The instant she touched the sword, arcs of electricity began to flash. Beak Suryan beside them witnessed the scene as well. She pulled Kang Ju Haiyan aside and said, Ju Haiyan, come here and talk to me for a moment. Are you planning to use Hejin as a battery for the sword? Kang Ju-hyun asked. Isn't that fine? It helps Hejin too. As he said that, he noticed Baek Suryeon trembling and thought, is she worried about Hejin? But unfortunately for Kang Ju-hyun, Baek Suryeon was worried about something else. If anything goes wrong, the office will go up in flames, she declared firmly. Oh, so that's what you're worried about, Kang Ju-hyun said in surprise. Turning to Baek Suryeon, she began to scold. Kang Ju-hyun, if you plan to do things like this again, at least tell me first, blah blah blah. Kang Ju-hyun, hearing her nag, was astonished. I just realized Suryeon isn't normal either. I thought her personality had finally changed. While he was still listening to Baek Suryeon's lecture, a message suddenly arrived. Sender Choi Jong-mo, I've found information on Choi Do-jun. The message made Kang Ju-hyun's face go stiff for a moment. Then he hurried out the door, saying, I'm going out for a bit. Hejin, don't take your hand off the sword. As he rushed outside, he started musing, why, since there's a fresh start, do I no longer have to be tied to him? Why do I care about him so much? Should I be angry if I meet him again? Maybe I won't feel anything at all. Oh well, I still want to try meeting him once. Not long after, Kang Ju-hyun ran to the Collectors Association. The receptionist saw him and asked, Welcome, how can I help you? I'd like to make an appointment to see Association Manager Choi Jong-mo. Kang Ju-hyun said this, but before he could add anything, Choi Jong-mo's voice rang out nearby, Ju-hyun. Follow me, his voice was a bit tense. After entering the office, Choi Jong-mo began to explain. First, I want to ask about your relationship with Choi Do-jun. Hearing that, Kang Ju-hyun replied. Kang Ju-hyun said, we don't know each other, I've only heard rumors about him. HMPH, is that so? Anyway, per your request, I searched for him. Since you provided basic info like age, gender, and distinguishing features, it wasn't too difficult to find him. Is this the Choi Do-jun you were looking for? Choi Jong-mo said as he handed a photo to Kang Ju-hyun. The moment he saw the person in the photo, Kang Ju-hyun could confirm it was Choi Do-jun. Yes, that's him. Do-jun, it's definitely him, 100%. Where is this person? To that question, Choi Jong-mo calmly explained, 15 years ago when Earth was added into the multiverse on the day of Mindlink. He disappeared. The sudden revelation made Kang Ju-hyun's face go blank. What? Choi Do-jun went missing, he blurted out, and Choi Jong-mo confirmed again, yes, he was among those who vanished on the 99 Ku day. We call the disappeared tidal seafarers when Earth, which was a physically unified world merged with the multiverse, suffered a huge impact and all barriers between illusion and reality collapsed. Marking the moment when story contents became reality, we call that day the unification of thought. During that time, many people vanished from reality and were presumed missing. Why the tidal seafarers disappeared remains a mystery, but one thing we know for sure, those who vanished left Earth for another dimension. Occasionally, a few tidal seafarers return to reality, but most of them come back only as corpses, while those who return alive are transformed into monsters. In the future, there will be some tidal seafarers, also called returnees from other worlds, who come back unharmed, but that time hasn't come yet. I didn't expect Choi Do-jun to be a tidal seafarer, so after disappearing on the unification of thought, he returned with Earth's apocalypse. The power and judgment he displayed during the apocalypse were formed because he had adapted to the rules of another world, he thought to himself. Meanwhile, manager Choi Jong-mo at the front recalled something and added, one more important detail, he has a mother. After Choi Do-jun went missing, she tirelessly searched for her son for 15 years. She says she wants to meet you, would you like to see her? Meet me, Kang Ju-hyun said in surprise. But then he understood, it's understandable, she heard someone knows about her son. His mother, thinking this, the protagonist felt he had nothing more to do there, so he stood up and said, I'll meet her myself later if needed. Could I ask for your help again? Thank you for your efforts today. If it's storyteller Ju-hyun, you can ask any time, he nodded. As for Ju-hyun, after leaving the building, he began to think about his own situation. Maybe my parents are still alive in this world right now. But I'm very afraid if I'm existing here, what happened to me in the past? If I've been reborn as a storyteller, then another Kang Ju-hyun of this world might still exist. If so, can I really call them my parents? Would they be uncomfortable seeing a storyteller in human form? No, what if they think I'm an imposter? The more Ju-hyun thought, the more anxious he became until a loud shout snapped him back to reality. Ju-hyun. Hejin, what are you doing here? He said as he looked at the swordswoman before him. She answered a little embarrassed. Well, I followed you because you looked restless when you left. I wanted to make sure you're okay. Is that so? Sorry for making you worry, but I'm fine. The matter isn't as big as I thought. He waved his hand. Hejin brightened up. Oh really? You do look better now. Then let's head back to the office too. The office, Ju-hyun muttered as if pondering something. Hejin looked a bit puzzled. What's wrong? Do you still have something to do? But Ju-hyun was truly lost in thought. I've decided to be the protagonist in this life. My parents are the biggest influence on that decision. So even if my parents won't accept me as family, I don't need to be afraid or run away. Having thought that, the protagonist seemed more motivated and spoke up. Right, there's a place I want to go. Would you like to come with me? Can I come along? Of course. What are you going to do? She asked excitedly. I need to meet my benefactors because whatever happens, they'll still be my parents, he told himself. They quickly caught a ride to get there. During the trip, Hejin complimented him. You're really interesting. Even though you're a storyteller, you don't associate with other storytellers and you have a past no one knows about. You're wrong, Ju-hyun shook his head, but the swordswoman stood by her belief. No way, I'm sure one day you'll tell me. So who are these benefactors we're going to meet? They must be amazing if I call them benefactors. Yes, they're truly wonderful, Ju-hyun nodded. Whenever he mentioned family, his expression brightened, which made her endlessly curious. I wonder who they are that you praise them so highly, Ju-hyun. The part of Ju-hyun's past I don't know, I want to hear it. Back with Ju-hyun, seeing her so curious about family, he grew a little curious too. I wonder if Hejin has family, right? If I read her book, as he thought this, he reached toward the book on Hejin's head. But then, seemingly reconsidering, he stopped and directly asked her. Never mind, Hejin, do you have any family? What? You asked because you're interested in me, right? She said excitedly, making Ju-hyun slightly regret the question. There you go again. If you don't want to answer, it's fine. No, it's because I'm happy. I'm an orphan. I have no family. She said calmly, but the protagonist's face went blank. Huh, what? Beside him, Hejin explained in detail. Well, I did once, but I don't even remember what my father looked like. Apparently he ran away after my mother gave birth to me. He ran away, maybe that's why my mother beat me so much. She said I wasn't her child. And then one day when I was little, she chose to leave this world herself. After that there wasn't much. Since I had no parents, I went to an orphanage and was bullied for being shy. That's it, I have no family. But it's fine, things are different now and it's all thanks to you, she said as if it weren't a big deal. However, Ju-hyun couldn't help shouting, Hejin. What is it? She said in surprise. Which calmed Ju-hyun slightly. Nothing, I'm sure you've been through a lot. No, it's nothing. If it weren't for you, I'd probably still be living like a failure. You helped me realize what I want to do, Hejin said with a bright smile. But in Ju-hyun's eyes, he saw something completely different. She looked as if she were standing on the verge of total collapse. The Sword Empress I know isn't like this. But I never knew the Sword Empress's true self in the past, so there's no need to feel disappointed or compare the two. Although her mental state is unstable now and could break at any moment depending on his actions from now on, Hejin has the potential to change. Thinking this, Ju-hyun realized this was the moment to comfort her. Hejin, it's okay, at least I will never abandon or leave you, he said calmly. The Sword Empress smiled back, me too, and so with a small conversation it seemed both of them eased some of the pressure in their hearts. Not long after, our protagonist was nearing his home. Familiar sights began to appear and filled his mind with thoughts. The gaming cafe he used to visit as a child, the bakery his mother liked, the food cart where he bought snacks, and the cram school he once hated. Everything was the same. Everything was the same, the only thing that had changed was him. With that thought, he glanced at the nearby playground and exclaimed, this amusement park, that's right. This playground, right? I used to hate going to cram school and would purposely linger here, but my mother would always find me and scold me. The more he thought, Ju unconsciously smiled, remembering his mischievous childhood. But at that moment, a sudden shout made him startle. Kang Jura, skipping cram school again? Oh my god, I promise I'll go tomorrow, a frustrated girl cried as she ran past Ju Hyan. Yet her appearance truly startled the protagonist, because at a glance it seemed like the two of them were siblings in the same family. Not only Ju Hyan, Jura herself also seemed to sense something when she looked at the protagonist. As they looked at the protagonist, unfortunately they hadn't had much time to think when the earlier voice rang out again. Kang Jura. I've told you, people who give up easily won't succeed. I know, stop scolding me, others are watching, she hurriedly said. Our Ju Hyan froze for a moment when he saw the owner of that voice. The woman opposite quickly bowed her head and said, I'm sorry we disturbed you, Mom, he murmured in such a tiny voice that no one could hear. But then he stopped himself. What am I waiting for? Kang Ju Hyan, who wasn't supposed to exist here, thought to himself that someone had taken the seat that should have been his. After haggling with her daughter, his mother turned to look at Ju Hyan and pondered. Have we met before? You look very familiar. Beside her, her daughter Jura nodded eagerly like a pecking chicken and added, So Mom thinks the same as me. Do you know my father? At that, the schoolgirl noticed Hejin standing nearby and cried out as if there were a fire. Oh my god, is this for real, Mom? That girl is the sword empress everyone talks about. After saying that, she hurried over excitedly and asked, Can I get your autograph? Jura, you're scaring her, the mother hastily warned. After collecting himself for a moment, he spoke up, Perhaps fate arranged for us to meet like this. Shall we sit and talk for a bit? And so. For some reason, although Ju Hyan and Hejin were strangers when he made that offer, the mother and daughter gladly accepted. They decided to pick a nearby cafe and sit down. Only then did the mother realize she hadn't asked his name. I still don't know your name, do I? Oh, sorry, I'm Kang Ju Hyan. Currently working as a narrator at Celestial Corporation. As he spoke, he showed them an information card about himself. This truly surprised the mother and daughter opposite them. Oh my god, a narrator, see, he's a narrator, Jura said in admiring tones. The mother, though surprised, kept a composed expression. A narrator, not an ordinary person. You resemble my husband so much I thought you were related to him. I can still feel a bit of familiarity from him. I want to tell her the truth, but I can't, Ju Hyan thought to himself. Turning to Jura, who was now sitting up straight, she asked, So you're a narrator? Yes, that's right. So can you help me become a collector? Jura asked expectantly, prompting her mother to scold. Jura, you're being rude. Oh, it's fine, she's just asking, Ju Hyan interjected, which only made the girl more pleased. Ha ha ha, see, he said it's okay. Before she could celebrate, he dashed her hopes. To answer your question, that's impossible. To turn an ordinary person into a collector, narrators only sign contracts with those who are already collectors. They don't train people from scratch. What a relief, I was worried you'd agree, the aunt breathed, which made her daughter on the verge of tears. What do you mean by relief? If you rely on others to reach your goals, that's wrong. If it's unattainable, you should let it go instead of clinging to it blindly, she snapped. Jura began to bite her lip to keep from crying out loud. She immediately ran outside. Jura, the mother shouted. However, the girl had no intention of stopping, in the end with no choice left. The mother awkwardly turned to Ju Hyan and Hejin. My daughter behaved terribly, I'm sorry. It's nothing, kids that age all want to become collectors, Ju Hyan replied stiffly. Jura's mother voiced her concerns. She only sees the bright side of being a famous collector and hasn't thought about the hardships, and even as her mother I have to say. She has no talent for it, the aunt stated bluntly, which made Ju Hyan recall childhood memories. Back then she had said the same words, Ju Hyan. You don't have the talent to become a collector. Thinking this, he bit his lip slightly and said to Hejin behind him. Hejin, could you step outside for a moment? Jura will be at the park where we met, go check on her. All right, Hejin agreed, as if she sensed Ju Hyan wanted to speak privately, and she left. Only after seeing the Sword Empress leave the cafe did Ju Hyan begin to share. You shouldn't crush a dream just because you yourself lack talent. I once thought the same, everyone has dreams. But from my years of life experience, you can't achieve a dream with passion alone. But she's still your daughter, isn't she? Ju Hyan reminded. However, Jura's mother had reasons for her actions. Yes, that's why I only want her to succeed in life, not to be a collector. It's too dangerous and risky. I don't want her constantly getting hurt. I just want her to grow up like everyone else. Across from them, after hearing this, Ju Hyan continued to counsel. You're not wrong, but you shouldn't do that. It's your child's dream. No matter how hard that path is, you shouldn't block it. Are you telling me to let her do that? She countered. No, I think you should let her know the full truth about how arduous a collector's work is. And if she still doesn't flinch, then let her follow her will. Why would you? Jura's mother said, hearing Ju Hyan's advice. Before she could finish, Ju Hyan interrupted. Because that proves your child isn't just acting on a whim but has a fierce passion. Have you ever truly cared about how she feels? A single encouraging word or action can change a person's future. I believe if the two of you sit down and talk sincerely, everything can be resolved. So I hope you'll trust your child one more time, regardless of the hardships and scorn of reality. Just let them pursue their dream. If you let her pursue her dream, one day she'll become the main character in your life. At this, the aunt's face froze. I've always told her that. How can you say the exact same thing I do? Without waiting for that question, Ju Hyan continued. No matter how many trials or how difficult the road to success is, people don't stop or get blocked until they reach their goal. So I hope you'll trust her. Turning to the aunt, hearing this, she truly seemed to realize something. You're right, I went too far and smothered her talent. Still, it's charming. You've only just met and you're already talking like the child I raised, she said with a smile, which made Ju Hyan a bit embarrassed. At the same time, the cafe door opened once more. Then the Sword Empress led Jura back inside. From behind, seeing this, Ju Hyan offered, let me speak first. Ah, fine, she replied. After gaining the parents' consent, Ju Hyan began to enlighten the schoolgirl. Jura, can I talk to you for a bit? Why do you want to become a collector? Don't let me laugh at you. Of course not, he replied. The girl then explained her reason. They have lots of money, fame, and they always shine. I want to be like them. Isn't that ridiculous? Nearby. Ju Hyan heard this and smiled. No, it's not ridiculous at all. I once had dreams like yours. Really? The girl said in surprise. No one taxes dreams. What's important is your actions. Tell me, would you risk your life to become a collector? Risk your life, Jura cried out in surprise. Meanwhile, Ju Hyan began listing the hardships of the profession. The Sword Empress you admire has stood on the brink of life and death countless times to achieve the success she has today. Not just the Sword Empress, any collector is the same. Are you willing to do that? The schoolgirl stammered, unable to find words. The protagonist, knowing this was a hard decision, added, I'm not forcing you to answer right away, but you will have to answer me at some point. Hearing this, Jura lifted her head and asked back. So do you think I can do it if I'm truly serious about becoming a collector? Do you think it's possible? Yes, of course, you definitely can. Ju Hyan affirmed with a bright smile. If someone tells you they believe in you even once, everything can change, he thought inwardly. He gave the girl a calming assurance. As a narrator, I guarantee you can do it. I hope you'll decide soon. Right after saying this, his face froze. Then he broke into a joyful smile. Because at that moment, the book above Jura's head began to emit a silver light, indicating the girl had the potential to reach that level. So it's successful, he thought happily. And so, after finishing the enlightenment session for Jura, it was time for them to part. Thank you very much today, the aunt said with a smile. Meanwhile, her daughter began to well up. I want to spend more time with her. Both of them are very busy, so no, honey, she reminded, over here. Ju Hyan also offered Jura some encouraging words. It was truly a pleasure meeting you. I hope everything turns out the way you want. Even if you didn't say that it would still happen, the girl replied confidently with a grin. Well then, goodbye. Goodbye, Jura waved in response. Back with the two of them while waiting for the bus. Hejin turned to look at Ju Hyun and asked, "You seem really happy, huh? Am I? Whatever, what did you say to Jura?" Hey, that's a secret," she said, covering her mouth in delight. But at that moment, Jura's mother's voice suddenly rang out. "Ju Hyun, yes, what is it?" He replied quickly, then turned to Hejin. "Hejin, wait here for a bit." "Ah, sure." Then Ju Hyun stepped closer and asked, "What's the matter? It seems you forgot this properly before leaving. You've worked hard." She said this as she hugged Ju Hyun tightly, causing tears to brim in his eyes. "I need to say I'm not her son. I have to set clear boundaries. And say that we're just strangers," Ju Hyun told himself, but then he also tremblingly hugged the woman and spoke. "Yes, it's been hard indeed. I'll always cheer for you." "Thank you," Ju Hyun replied, and as he watched his mother leave, he prayed for her. "Thank you. May you spend peaceful days in this life. My parents died in the early days of the apocalypse. But now it's different. They won't die and the apocalypse won't happen. I won't let that happen," he promised himself. Cut to Jin Peng's office where he was like a rabid dog. "Damn it, what the hell is going on? I thought they ran away, but all of them are dead," and Ju Hyun is still grinning. "There's only one last way. But if we use that method," he stammered, then, likely too cowardly to actually try what he had just thought of, he hesitated. "No, I can't do that," the villain said as he began to swipe away the screen in front of him. But at the same time, his words fell into someone's ears. "Just arrived at the office." The sudden voice made him startle and turn around. Upon seeing the owner of the voice, his attitude changed immediately. Agai, what wind blew you here?" But in Ju Hyun's eyes, Agai appeared as a small fairy. "I was just checking whether my Jin Peng has been doing his job well, but it seems maybe not." "No, it's not that, but it seems like it's not going well." "Ah, that," he stammered, unable to finish. However, Agai in front kept a cheerful tone. "Agai is very disappointed. I trusted you, Jin Peng." "No, I've never failed to complete a task," he hurriedly explained. Unfortunately for him, the girl before him already knew everything. "Agai is saddened that Jin Peng tried to murder one of my beloved colleagues." "Absurd, how could I do that?" he protested frantically. As soon as he said that, Agai's demeanor shifted instantly. "So Jin Peng, are you saying I'm lying?" As she finished, an immense pressure began to emanate from her, forcing Jin Peng to collapse to the floor, splitting the floor beneath him. "How is this possible?" he asked, alarmed. The little woman then began to explain to him in detail how he had been trapped by another narrator within his own channel. "When you signed a contract with my management division, I obtained control over this entire channel. To regain authority over your channel, you must become a senior collaborator. Until then, you will not be able to control your channel. You could die within your own channel, the safest place in the world for you." She threatened him, then snapped her fingers to withdraw the pressure and offered him a chance. "But don't worry, Agai is a kind superior, so I'll give you another opportunity to deal with Kang Ju Hyun. And this time I'll provide a special service, support you with points," she said with a smile. Meanwhile, the sleazy Jin Peng below exhaled like an ox and asked back, "Support with points? You want me to do that?" "Exactly, a narrator battle, a wager between narrators who control their channels online. What better opportunity is there?" Agai said with excitement. However, at her proposal, Jin Peng was terrified. "But isn't that a battle between collectors as their employers? The one Ju Hyun contracted is the Sword Empress, too prominent. I couldn't." Before he could finish, Agai had already prepared a response. "It's fine, the Pentagon Star is considering sponsoring a fairly skilled collector for you, a collector our department has secretly trained but not yet revealed. Although a rookie, they're talented enough to handle a mid-tier collector easily. And when that collector defeats the Rising Star Sword Empress, the sacred spirits will be overjoyed." She began painting this picture for him. The foolish Jin Peng perked up at this. "Yes, if I defeat the Sword Empress and take control of Kang Ju Hyun's channel, I can eliminate him," he schemed silently. Back with Ju Hyun, he was carefully cleaning the Salio sword. Thanks to Hejin swinging the blade around, it had stored a lot of charge, but the sword's true nature still hadn't fully revealed itself. "Now I just need to inscribe this mana vein," he murmured, then used a horn to draw precise lines along the blade. And the moment he completed the final stroke, the sword burst into a blinding light. Simultaneously, a system notification appeared. The sword field of the ancient Salio relic below will evolve into a magically forged blade of the Salio Empire. You will receive 100,000 points as a reward for successfully inscribing the mana vein onto the sword. You have now obtained the legend, a craftsman. Is this the true form of the Salio relic's sword field? He muttered, then hurriedly checked the sword's stats: increased critical chance, higher damage, shape-shifting capability, and reduced cooldown. Unbelievable, he said in astonishment, but that wasn't all. Because a few status lines remained locked due to his low level. The special window is still locked, but it's probably because my level is low, so not all the sword's functions are unlocked yet. They'll open over time. He guessed, but immediately after, Ju Haiyan noticed a strange description line. Grants the wielder immense power or becomes a double-edged blade that can endanger them. The sword contains a vast latent ego. That's what the system described. What is this, a vast ego? He wondered aloud. Before the protagonist could ponder further, the sword in his hand began to tremble violently. Then it floated into the air and emitted a joyful voice: freedom. Wait, this is a talking sword with an ego. And a book, the general exclaimed, eyes wide, as a spirit began to crawl out from inside the sword. Turning to the spirit, after emerging, she let out a relieved breath. Phew, I don't even remember how long I slept. Are you the one who woke me up? Are you my master? Yes, I'm King Ju Haiyan, the narrator from Celestial Corporation. Ju Haiyan explained calmly. The girl's face immediately drained. What, a narrator? A narrator wielding a sword? Are you going to sell me? She asked in panic, prompting Ju Haiyan to quickly reassure her. Don't worry, I use you for myself. Huh? A narrator using a sword? You're an interesting one, the girl exclaimed. The protagonist leaned in close and asked, What's your name? I don't know. I slept too long and forgot everything. Why don't you give me a new name? If you awakened me, it means you have a craftsman's talent, so you can surely think of a good name. Hearing that, Ju Haiyan stared at the sword and racked his brain. This pure white blade reminds me of Bikryun. It looks like a pristine white lotus. At that thought, a name suddenly came to him. Then it's Bikryun. Note, the name means white lotus. Turning to the girl, the name seemed to please her and she nodded. Bikryun? Fine, all right, King Ju Haiyan, from now on you'll be my master. As her voice rang out, she emitted a glow and a gentle breeze. Then a system notification appeared. You have become the master of Bikryun, the sword field of the Salio relic. You have acquired the tale, the forgotten heir. You completed the awakening of the ancient sword's ego. The legend, a craftsman, will be changed to the title craftsman. I can feel her tale flowing into me and my tale flowing into Bikryun, Ju Haiyan began to think. But suddenly Bikryun realized something and screamed, making the general's eyes bulge. Wait, King Ju Haiyan, what do you mean by regression? You died and were reborn? Yes. Turning to Ju Haiyan, hearing this, she hesitated. Oh no, she looked into my past through the master-servant contract. So it will be useless to try to hide it. Realizing he couldn't keep it secret, he began to spill everything. To be honest, blah blah. After some boasting, Bikryun finally grasped the situation. I understand. I thought you were a strange narrator, but to think you have a story like that. So you found me using knowledge from the future, right? Yes. But the person who used me back then didn't seem to know I was a sentient sword, he nodded in response. And the girl offered her own judgment. Maybe he only awakened me a little. You have the craftsman trait, so that's why you could awaken me fully. Anyway, my master will be a narrator. I like that better. It'll be fun. I'm always curious what narrators do, she said excitedly. The general began painting a rosy picture. From now on you'll see a lot of things, so much it will be troublesome. Let's do our best together. Absolutely, she affirmed. The two then clasped hands as if sealing an agreement. Time passed quickly. Scene shifts to a forest where the pair, Ju Haiyan and Hejim, are present. Hejim, are you ready? I'm ready. Okay, I'm opening it now, Ju Haiyan said as he quickly tapped the system's open button. Immediately, countless viewers began flooding into his channel. Hello channel owner, it's been a while since you reopened the channel. It's the Sword Empress, someone shouted. Seeing their enthusiasm, the protagonist felt a bit pleased. Hello, it's been a while, right? As I mentioned in the notice, we've been taking a break. And we're back with a new reorganization method. What's that method? I'm so curious. Show us, they clamored. To heighten the drama, Ju Hyen didn't reveal it right away. I'll show you gradually, please be patient. First, I'll explain the story we'll present today, the mindscape we're entering. He spoke calmly, but before he could finish, a shout rose from behind. Kang Ju Hyen. The voice belonged to the sleazy Jin Pum. Seeing Ju Hyen pay attention to him, he cut to the chase to save time. I demand a narrator duel with you. Turning to the sacred spirits, seeing the potential drama, they began to stir. A narrator duel, the sacred spirits murmured among themselves, some intrigued by the sudden turn of events. Beside them, Baekryun, not understanding, poked her head out and asked, Hey, what's a narrator duel? Ju Hyen transmitted an explanation. As the name implies, it's a battle using stories. But not every narrator can do this. It's a method reserved for narrators of Celestial Corporation. Wait, can you appear like this in front of everyone? He asked, startled. She confidently replied, Of course, only you can see me, and only you can hear me speak. I see. Anyway, a narrator duel is a contest relying on a collector's abilities with the narrator's assistance. It's a fight that allows the winner to legally claim the loser's channel, he explained calmly. Although not a narrator, Baekryun grasped the seriousness. What? The winner takes the loser's channel? That's severe. As for Jin Pum, seeing Ju Hyen frozen by the question, he began to taunt provocatively. Why aren't you responding, Kang Ju Hyen? A narrator duel. I don't like that, he smiled and declined, carrying himself like the victor, causing those around him to gape. Even the sacred spirits who were spectating felt disappointed at Ju Hyen's blunt refusal. Are you really going to refuse? Come on, agree, we really want to witness a narrator duel. The group began to plead. Jin Pum grew furious at Ju Hyen's outright rejection. At least the protagonist started to explain his reason. I said I don't want to. There's no reason for me to accept your challenge. You do have the right to challenge a narrator duel, but I also have the right to refuse. Hey, is it okay to refuse like that? The sword spirit hurriedly reminded her master. But she was needlessly worried because our protagonist is shrewd. Most people won't do that out of pride, but what if I just enjoy refusing? As Ju Hyen predicted, Jin Pum began to invoke vague notions like honor. Don't you have the honor of a narrator? Are you dodging out of fear? He jabbed a finger at him. Faced with that empty rhetoric, Ju Hyen just sighed. Is that something someone barging into another's story should say? Clearly you planned this, coming here to demand a narrator duel exactly when I reopened my channel after a short break. What's wrong with that? He stammered. Ju Hyen then exposed his scheme plainly. You thought that by challenging me in front of many sacred spirits I'd have no choice but to accept. Trying to use the sacred spirits in a situation like this is arrogant and opportunistic, he said calmly, and the audience's attitude shifted. The sacred spirits began asking if it were true, feeling outraged and affronted. Your intent was obvious. Don't you have any conscience? Which department are you from to be so presumptuous? I need to speak to them privately. Some agitators started shouting, making Jin Pum sweat. And no, he stammered incoherently. In the end, Ju Hyen stepped in to defuse the situation. All right, you don't need to be so angry. He probably did it because he doesn't fully understand things yet. He tried to placate them, but Baekryun at his side immediately read him. You're pretending to care about him while mocking him. Ignoring the teasing, Ju Hyen continued to persuade the sacred spirits. If we treat him too coldly, it'll leave a bad impression on my channel. Isn't this exciting? It's been a long time since the last narrator duel took place. A duel between the renowned 5-Point Star faction and the Rising Star Sword Empress. Exciting, right? He slowly lectured to stir up interest and earn points from them. The sacred spirits agree with you. Proceed with the narrator duel. Someone gifted 500 points. Someone gifted 300 points. Other sacred spirits kept clamoring, returning to Ju Hyen to accept the challenge. He also made a demand. I have one condition. If we're going to fight, we need to put something on the line, and we can't wager half-heartedly. So let's go all in. The winner takes everything the loser has, including the right to live or die, he said with a grin. Jin Pum began to feel a bit scared. Are you serious? Is he going to walk into his own trap? The bearded man wondered. Ju Hyen, as if reading his thoughts, added, It's not a bad offer for you either, is it? Fine, you proposed it, so you can't back out now, he blurted hurriedly, as if afraid Ju Hyan would change his mind. And so their battle was set, officially organizing a narrator duel, combat mode, deathmatch. The announcement was sent to many people within the company. When Agai saw the announcement, she laughed with excitement. Haha, this is getting interesting. I was curious because he's an up-and-coming narrator star, but he seems better than I thought. As I predicted, he really is quite capable, but looking at the way. His refusal to calm the tense atmosphere showed he understood crowd psychology well. It would be bad for our faction if we let him run amok like that, but it's fine. He's become a greedy prey by agreeing to participate in this duel. Now we'll patiently lure him into a trap and take him down. She laughed as if victory was assured. Meanwhile, because of this battle, Ju Hyan and Hejim's trip was put on hold. Ju Hyan, will we be okay? She asked anxiously. Ju Hyan confidently affirmed, I made a decisive declaration, so of course we'll be fine. We can show off Bikryon's power. This is a good opportunity. But still, she stammered, sounding unsure. Worried, be honest about it. Some sacred spirits are also questioning my decision, that I agreed to such hasty conditions, he said calmly. Before Hejim could respond, Bikryon cut in. That's right, we don't know what they'll do. Although it seems like a one-on-one match, it's actually you against his entire faction. What were you thinking agreeing to this? Ignoring her, Ju Hyan began to explain to Hejim. Hejim, remember what I said before, the most easily deceived aren't the smart or the dumb, but those who think they know everything. In reality, they're empty barrels making noise, knowing nothing. This is the same, he's just a jerk who thinks he knows everything about me and can beat me in this contest. Not just him, but the one pulling his strings and the whole faction they're responsible for. The Sword Empress understood, so you deliberately acted provoked? Yes, I have a way to beat them, he nodded. Bikryon, impressed and a little creeped out, said, Wow, you're a psychotic mastermind. Thanks for the compliment. Does that sound like a compliment? You're really crazy? She complained. At that moment, a notification appeared beside Ju Hyan reminding him there were 5 minutes until the match started. All right, Bikyo, thanks, he said as he stroked the little owl. Then released it to fly off somewhere. Shall we go out? I'd like to see the arena before the match, Hejim suggested. Ah, Hejim, there are a few things I want to ask you. I need your help. Back to Jinpum, he was gleeful that Ju Hyan had so easily fallen into the trap. Hee, that stupid bastard. He's too arrogant because he has the Sword Empress, although she's extremely talented, even to me. It seems that Sword Empress will have a hard time winning this time. And the management faction, I didn't think they'd have someone like him. Now you're under my management, your skill is unquestionable. When they let me manage you for this match, they must trust I'll win. So in this battle, I don't need to waste time overthinking. It all depends on you. He laughed. At the same time, the system announced 1 minute left until the match, so he reminded, Hey, it's time, let's go. Hey, what a pain, the young man behind complained. They quickly left the waiting room and headed out to the arena. From above, you could see the arena was built in the style of a Roman Colosseum. Above, the crowd began to roar loudly. Come on, hurry up, Jinpum urged. But the young man barely paid him any mind. Don't order me around, it's so annoying. Endure it, this is a necessary process to defeat Kang Ju Hyan, he screamed in his heart. The young man was getting excited and said, My opponent is that famous Sword Empress. Exciting, I wonder what it would feel like to slice her to pieces. He spoke with extreme confidence, though who knows if his skill matches his mouth. Not making them wait long, a figure appeared on the opposite side. She's here, good luck, Jinpum called out. But once he got a clear look at that figure, he became stunned. Even the fairy Agai froze in place. The young man didn't understand either. Hey, old man, what's going on? That's not the Sword Empress, he said as he looked at Ju Hyan, who had stepped forward to take the stage. Up in the stands, Satan was also present, there to gawk. As predicted, his actions are unpredictable. I never even thought he'd personally enter a narrator battle. I hope he lives up to my expectations, he murmured. Meanwhile, the young man from the 5-Point Star faction was surprised to see Ju Hyan step onto the arena. Oh, the Sword Empress's narrator. A narrator can go up on the stage? No, there's no rule against it, Jin Pum reminded him. But then he was secretly overjoyed. Though surprising, this is our chance to take him out. Go up and kill him, he urged hastily. I would do it even if you didn't tell me, so don't order me around, the young man snapped. On the opposite side, Bikryun grew a bit worried for him. Hey, is this really okay? That guy is clearly not simple, she said anxiously, seeing the young man begin to emanate a red aura around him. To her concern, Ju Haiyan confidently reassured her, don't worry. Then he began to draw the silver book from above the young man's head and opened it to read. As soon as he read the first lines, Ju Haiyan's face darkened. Name, Kim Han-jong, trait, Whitekapel murderer, title, none, own stories, return from hell, cognitive impediment, sweet tongue with a bitter heart. Skills, soul-slaying blade, euphoric blood, enhanced senses, mist, darkness, invisibility, flash, hemorrhage. From memories of a previous life, he immediately knew who this was. He was Jack the Ripper. About a year later, there would be a serial murder case in Korea. Collectors wouldn't be killed in the mindscape, but in reality. And because all the murdered collectors were mid-ranked, it would be a major shock. Although the case seemed at an impasse because the perpetrator's identity couldn't be found, he exposed his identity himself. In the end, he died trying to escape while being hunted by the Collectors Association. The important thing is that before he died, he took the lives of thousands of innocent people. Unexpectedly, the 5-point star had secretly nurtured someone like him. Back then, the 5-point star actively participated in storytelling and monitored matters related to collectors. But from this, I concluded they were connected to the apocalypse to come, he deduced. Cut to Hejim, who was watching Ju Haiyan on a screen and was getting frantic. I should be the one up there if something happens to Ju Haiyan. Thinking that, she recalled when Ju Haiyan said he'd fight himself. Why can't I participate? Then you don't need to go, she shouted. Ju Haiyan calmly explained. This is my battle, you shouldn't get involved. I'm your collector, and collectors have to fight for their narrators. Obviously, I must participate. If I were a normal narrator, of course I wouldn't have to fight at all. I understand what you're worried about and thank you for caring for me, but in the end, you still don't trust me. You reacted that way because you think I'll lose, right? He asked calmly. And although the Sword Empress said nothing, her expression already proved she truly didn't trust Ju Haiyan's strength. Yes, the reason I'm so worried is because I don't trust Ju Haiyan. He trusts me, but I can't put my trust in him, Hejim thought bitterly. Our protagonist noticed this and gave her a comforting pat on the head, assuring her. Don't worry about me, I'm not as weak as you think. I'll show you that your worry is pointless. I'll prove those who laugh at me wrong. Back in the present, despite Ju Haiyan's confident assertion, she couldn't hide the worry on her face. Honestly, I'm still very worried, but I trust him. She thought while clenching her hands. Meanwhile, their battle officially began. As soon as the announcement sounded, the arena around them suddenly transformed as countless buildings rose from the ground. When Ju Haiyan came to his senses, he found himself at the center of a 20th century city. This is the map of London, Whitekapel. As for Bikryun, she noticed the young man's figure in front had vanished and hurriedly shouted, Hey Ju Haiyan, look ahead, he's gone, he was just here. Ju Haiyan listened and quickly observed, muttering, Did he use invisibility? As he guessed, Kim Han-jong used his stealth skill, swiftly climbing onto a nearby roof to watch him. The fool still didn't know Ju Haiyan's true strength and treated him as prey. How should I kill him? First I'll take it slow. But before he finished speaking, Ju Haiyan below suddenly looked up and stared at him. Which startled Kim Han-jong. Number impossible, it must be a coincidence, I am invisible. Having said that, he felt uneasy and immediately left that position to find another spot to be safe. All right, if I'm invisible here he won't be able to see me, he told himself, but once again, Ju Haiyan began turning his gaze straight toward Kim Han-jong, making him worry what he can actually see through my invisibility. At the same time, Agai also noticed Kim Han-jong's puzzled expression. What are you doing? I thought you were confident in your stealth skill, she said in surprise. The fool, unaware of his position, still shouted, Shut up, if you don't say anything, I'll handle him myself. Even if he sees me, if I attack his blind spot from behind, he won't be able to stop my strike. With that, he closed in on Ju Haiyan from behind and launched a fatal blow. But unfortunate for him, Ju Haiyan had already anticipated his moves and easily raised his sword to block the attack. "What?" Kim Han-jong cried out in shock as he saw his attack. At blocked, he immediately retreated and used his invisibility skill again. However, in Ju Haiyan's eyes, the silver book above the man's head always hovered, allowing him to detect the opponent's location. As for the sword spirit girl, seeing Ju Haiyan block such a mysterious attack, she asked in surprise, "Hey Ju Haiyan, how did you notice him?" "I have my own way," he replied calmly. "Oh, whatever, now he knows you can see through his invisibility. What are you going to do? If he doesn't come here himself, then I'll have to go find him," he replied, and immediately dashed straight toward the direction where the book was hovering. As soon as he was in range to attack, the protagonist didn't hesitate and swung the sword in his hand directly at him. Once attacked, Kim Han-jong's form was revealed. How is this possible?" he exclaimed. "It's ridiculous that you think you can do anything with just that invisibility skill," the protagonist taunted, causing the madman's face to stiffen. "You think I only went this far with invisibility alone?" Kim Han-jong shouted angrily. Then suddenly his body dissolved like smoke before Ju Haiyan's eyes, leaving him unable to react in time. After that, when the killer's silhouette reappeared, he was already right behind Ju Haiyan. "Ju Haiyan!" Hejim shouted in alarm when she saw the scene. The killer, Kim Han-jong, gleefully cried, "Die!" and immediately slashed at him. But once again, our protagonist only had to lean slightly to the side to dodge the strike. He even didn't forget to give him a confident smile. "Done, now it's my turn." Ju Haiyan said this as he tightened his grip on his sword and prepared to launch an attack. As for the little owl Bikyo that the protagonist released earlier, it now flew up to the stands reserved for the holy spirits to listen in. And all the information it heard was relayed back to the protagonist. "See that? Kang Ju Haiyan just dodged that. Impossible, he must have some skill to do that." "Probably so, right? Of course, he's not really someone meant for fighting. I'm betting he's just here to draw attention. I think that hooded guy is even stronger. I placed a 500-point bet on Kang Ju Haiyan's defeat." Those voices began to reach Ju Haiyan's ears, all transmitted by Bikyo's sight and hearing sharing skill with its master. "I saw this skill in Bikyo's book before and was curious about it. Pretty amazing. This must be the owl god's plan. So everyone thinks that of me, I'll show them and broaden their horizons." Thinking that, Ju Haiyan charged forward with his sword, causing Kim Han-jong to hesitate. "He's coming, which way will he strike, left or right?" The more he wondered, the more hurried he became. Then Ju Haiyan performed a spear thrust that skimmed past his face, leaving him extremely surprised. A spear? Didn't he just use a sword? When did he switch weapons? After that, seeing his attack fail to have the desired effect, Ju Haiyan began attacking continuously. The spear in his hand fired like a machine gun at Kim Han-jong, forcing him to desperately fend off the assault. "What kind of spear technique is this? I thought he was a swordsman. But I feel like he's even stronger with the spear." "I knew you weren't a narrator, so now I'm getting serious," the man screamed in his mind. Meanwhile, the protagonist also began leaping straight at him and prepared to deliver a spear bash. "He won't be able to block me from that distance," the man calculated inwardly, then shouted madly, "You fool, I'll stab you to death before you can reach me." Kim Han-jong roared. It's unclear where he got such confidence, wielding a short sword yet trying to match reach with a spear user. And the result was obvious. The spear in Ju Haiyan's hand immediately pierced the man's shoulder, causing the villain's face to change color instantly. "How? I kept my distance from the spear. I also predicted you'd evade that. But it seems you didn't foresee this," he said calmly. Kim Han-jong now understood why he'd been pierced. The reason was that the spear in Ju Haiyan's hand had suddenly extended beyond its original length. "Cheater," he roared, but the protagonist paid it little mind. "That's not something you should be saying here, you're just too weak." "Shut up," he yelled, then began charging straight at him to attack. "If I get close enough that he can't do anything, I'll deal with you in the most painful way." Kim Han-jong thought to himself. But suddenly, his sword was stopped by something. When the killer realized it, his eyes bulged as he saw the spear in Ju Hyan's hand had transformed into a shield. Wait. It's not that he changed weapons, the weapon itself just changed shape, the man thought in astonishment, but before he could react, Ju Hyan had already begun shifting his weapon back into a sword and swept it repeatedly at the man, forcing him to raise his sword to block. But just as he was getting used to the force of the sword's strikes, our protagonist immediately shifted his weapon into a great mace and slammed it down, knocking the man backward. Then he transformed the weapon into a two-handed axe and executed a powerful chop, sending the brat's body flying backward like a cannonball. As for the gossiping spectators, seeing Ju Hyan continuously change weapons like that left them equally surprised. What is that weapon? Can he master every form? Is he really a storyteller? Where did he get that weapon? I've heard heaven and hell are fascinated by his library. Could that be why? Someone remarked. Nearby, some god overheard and grew curious. Heaven and hell? Well, it's just a rumor, but I heard even the deep darkness and Michael showed up. As for the High Lord Satan, the god smiled and thought, he sure knows how to attract attention. It's disappointing I was turned down. But still, deep darkness, are they talking about us? The god thought, widening his eyes as he looked around, making others get goosebumps. I feel a chill. Yeah, it feels like someone is watching us, they whispered. Back in the battle, after taking a devastating blow from Ju Hyan, Kim Han-jong lay flat on the ground. Not giving the killer a chance to recover, Ju Hyan immediately charged up again, swinging his sword straight at him. However, the arrogant brat was quick enough to react and dodge the attack. Meanwhile, the 5-Point Star faction members could no longer contain themselves. Hey, what is he doing? What are you doing, Kim Han-jong? Shut up. I'll handle this myself, he shouted. Having said that, he prepared to switch into berserk mode. I commend you for driving me to this point, but you've underestimated me too much. You should have finished me when you had the chance. As he spoke, Kim Han-jong began to be enveloped by strange runes. And as those archaic symbols appeared, the assassin's power surged dramatically, to the point that even his cloak couldn't withstand the pressure and tore into pieces. Meanwhile, Agai, seeing Kim Han-jong begin to use his trump card, calmed down. Revealing your trait here, I didn't think you'd use this on a low-tier storyteller, but since you've used it here, I think this match is already decided, she said confidently. As for Kim Han-jong, before attacking he had to shout a few lines to steel himself. I won't hold back anymore. With that said, he drove power into his legs and stomped, leaping so hard that the ground beneath him immediately cratered. Then, to Ju Hyan's eyes, the man began to become a streak of light, darting around the walls so that it was hard to pinpoint his location. I can't see his movement. Are you saying we didn't know there was such a powerful collector? The group shouted, speaking of Kim Han-jong, the idiot. After using that insane speed, he didn't attack but started mocking the protagonist. Haha, try to catch up with this speed. It's too late to regret now. Catch up to who? You, Ju Hyan muttered, and by some miraculous means. As Kim Han-jong flew past him, he quickly grabbed the man's arm and instantly threw him off balance. Then, the man careened like a race car out of control into the nearby structures, causing the buildings to collapse on impact. After the collision, Kim Han-jong's eyes rolled back. It's unclear whether he was alive or dead. I would have finished you faster if I'd known you had so little strength, Ju Hyan said with a smile. And even in that state, Kim Han-jong didn't know his place and screamed. What are you? What the hell are you? This is my arena. I'm the main character. You're nothing but a stepping stone for me to shine. How could I possibly lose? Above. Ju Hyan, hearing this, switched to lecturing mode. You don't try to learn because you're intoxicated by your own power. You lost because of your arrogance. Look closely at the one who defeated you. You thought you'd win, that you're the main character here. This is my power, the thing you've always underestimated. With that, Ju Hyan swung his sword to finish off this third-rate villain, sending him to the underworld. Then, after Kim Han-jong was officially out of the way, the system announced. Kang Ju Hyan has won the storyteller match. The arena will disappear. The winner will receive a reward. Please stand by. With that, confetti began to rain across the sky. The audience applauded him in rounds, though it's unclear whether the losing bettors clapped along. Speaking of Hejim seeing Ju Hyeon win so decisively, she gasped and covered her mouth. Ju Hyeon actually won. I still can't believe he pulled it off. Now I believe you. I won't replace you with anyone in this world. My light, she murmured as she began to stroke Ju Hyeon's face on the screen. At the same time in the upper realm, the god Michael quietly rejoiced that he'd invested in the right person. You're special, so this is why the Holy Spirits noticed you. Above all, you did it with many eyes watching. I'm sure other gods will observe you from now on. I have high expectations for you, he said. Cut to the waiting room of Jinpeng. Because Kim Han-jong lost, now he will have to face consequences from Agai. Are you messing with me? How dare you say that to me? Our collector poured all his wealth into this and was defeated in front of everyone just because of a newly active storyteller. As she spoke, she began to emit a pitch-black aura that tightened around his throat, turning his face red from lack of breath. To save his own skin, Jinpeng hurriedly shifted blame onto someone he didn't even know. This can't be how it happened. Someone must be behind him. Also, there's another person, he blurted, but of course. Such excuses couldn't fool Agai. You think saying that will make me spare you? What do you think will happen if Kang Ju Hyeon receives sponsorship from another branch? There's no other option now. The situation can only go one way. Saying that, she fixed a dangerous stare on Jinpeng and said, Right, we need to find someone to take responsibility for this, the one who caused all of this. Madam Agai, please forgive me, he cried out hurriedly as he felt the murderous glare from the woman. But sadly his crimes were too grave for apologies to save him. Forgive you, you lost the branch's secret weapon and now you failed the mission. What use is it to keep you alive? I can still, he stammered, but before he finished the sentence the woman cut him off. Sorry, Jinpeng, the failure you've caused this branch isn't just financial. Someone like you can't repay it even by selling your life. No, that's impossible. My value is not insignificant, he shouted, pleading. Your attempt to save your life is pitiful, Jinpeng. You've lost all rights to the channel because of this failure. And because you're my junior, I have been merciful. Yes, you should have lived the life of an insect. Haven't I freed you from that existence? Facing Jinpeng about to meet his end, he finally felt regret for what he'd done. How did everything turn out like this? That bastard Kang Ju Hyeon, he had the win locked from the start. He knew everything from the beginning. Am I not a hunter but the prey? He thought bitterly to himself. Then his entire body dissipated like smoke, and only a few ancient runes remained. At that very moment, the door to the room suddenly opened. The protagonist entered and saw Agai inside. Unlike her earlier fierce demeanor toward Jinpeng, she now greeted him with a bright smile. Oh my, what an honor. I'm Agai from the 5-Point Star branch. Honored to meet you, Agai. I'm Kang Ju Hyeon, he replied with a smile. The two then chatted as if they were old friends. I really enjoyed your match. You were amazing. Wow, I don't know how to respond if you keep praising me like that. Also, where's Jinpeng? I want to speak with him. On hearing this, Agai put on a slightly mournful expression and said, It's a bit sad to say, but he's no longer around. He lost the wagered storyteller match with his life. You could say he wanted to die from the start. Strange, since I have the right to decide his life, I don't recall saying he should die, he said, stroking his chin. Agai continued to feed him the lie about Jinpeng being out. You don't realize because this was your first match. That's just how it goes. But unfortunate for her, Ju Hyeon had already seen through everything and laid his cards on the table. Oh, is that so? Are you finished babbling? He said with an icy face. Her smile immediately faded. Did I mishear? No, you heard correctly, Agai. I'm telling you to stop the nonsense. Who gave you the right to handle other people's property as you please? Is this normal at the 5-Point Star branch? He demanded. Agai frowned at his words and replied, Even if I killed him, I'm still ranked above you. Shouldn't you show me some respect? Yes, you're my senior, but that doesn't make everything you do right, does it? You handled Jinpeng, who belonged to me. Isn't that an abuse of power? Oh my, I'm sorry. It seems I was mistaken. I will compensate you later. How about this? Is this enough? Meanwhile, the main character didn't care much about the money. What caught his attention was her identity, Pentagram Star Branch storyteller Agai. I know her, a psycho who always grins while others suffer in front of her. She was the one who attacked us. I still remember the look in her eyes as she gathered all the failed contestants in one place and unleashed a bloodbath. As she watched, she smiled madly and relished it. The way she looked down on corpses like mere bugs is something I can never forget. Thinking this, Ju Hyan knew this wasn't the time to butt heads with her, so he put on a cheerful expression and continued, I've received the points. Guess Jinpeng's value was only worth that much. You've worked hard, taking care of juniors must be exhausting, huh, hee hee. You sure know how to flatter people, but that's fine since I'm a merciful person, she smiled smugly. But that smile didn't last 3 seconds before Ju Hyan dropped a bombshell. Right, have you heard? Rumors are spreading that certain branches have ties to Exodus. Exodus is one of the forces interfering across the multiverse, known for bringing destruction and suffering to the lower realm. A branch connected to Exodus is undoubtedly the Pentagram Star. They recruited geniuses fighting for Earth's interests, abandoning the benefits of storytelling battles and causing many branches to shut down. Yet the Pentagram Star participated in the storytelling battle as if nothing happened. He deduced inwardly. As for Agai, after taking a few seconds to process the shock, she immediately smiled and said, I wonder why you're telling me this, Ju Hyan. Anyone hearing this might suspect me of having ties to Exodus. I'm just advising you to be careful when they approach. My apologies if you misunderstood. Anyway, I must get going to claim the channel belonging to Jinpeng. All right, catch you later, she waved goodbye cheerfully. The moment Ju Hyan walked away, her expression darkened as if deep in thought. Returning to Ju Hyan after witnessing Agai's two-faced nature, he rated her even higher. She's way harder to deal with than Jinpeng. She knows how to mask her emotions and will do anything to hide information about the Pentagram Star branch. The fact that the Pentagram Star has ties to Exodus speaks volumes about their power. Just seeing how they managed to nurture someone like Kim Han-jong under the watchful eyes of the spirits proves how strong they are. They might be tough to handle alone, however things are different now. He muttered as he held a silver book in his hand, likely chronicling Agai's story. Shifting scene to Su Ryan's office, where she had already found out about Ju Hyan participating in a storytelling battle and putting 2 people through the ringer. I'd appreciate it if you guys could give me a heads up on what you're planning to do. Do you have any idea how I felt hearing that my contracted storyteller and collector went into a realm of the mind to make money only to get dragged into a storytelling battle? Sorry, the 2 of them bowed their heads. I'll let it slide since you 2 look remorseful. Besides, what better news is there than returning victorious? Hee hee, right, Ju Hyan is amazing, Hejim smiled. Meanwhile, Ju Hyan showed off his results. Our tier limit increased when the 2 channels merged and the spirits are quite satisfied. You look happier than usual though, what's up? Up ahead, Su Ryan startled. Huh, oh, I look happier, oh gosh. I didn't want to say it, who knew you'd figure it out so fast. To stop you from going crazy with curiosity, I'll tell you. No, I didn't say that, Ju Hyan hurriedly clarified, but Su Ryan couldn't stop her mouth. Actually, today is payday. Payday? The Sword Duchess scratched her head. That's right, this is what everyone earned this month. I sent it after deducting contract fees, so please check. Su Ryan replied cheerfully, prompting Hejim to hurriedly pull out her phone to check. And whatever the amount was, the moment she looked, the girl's face flushed with excitement. Ju Hyan, what do I do? I'm rich, she cried in a panic. It was the sort of reaction a poor person has when suddenly wealthy overnight. I'm jealous that you're so thrilled over just a bit of money. A larger sum will come from the government as a reward for cleaning up the mind realm, he said calmly. Meanwhile, Su Ryan's eyes in front of them turned into stars as she explained. Above all, because Hejim became famous, we've had more ad and interview requests. Just the advertising contract fee alone reached 200 million. What? 200 million? The swordswoman shouted. Then the girls immediately discussed how to spend the money reasonably. With this money, we won't have to worry about rent. We can have tea and even coffee in the office, Su Ryan, so we can eat a different kind of noodles, right? Not only that, we can add eggs to the noodles. Eggs too. Of course, we can even add kimchi, they said happily. Such petty aims made the sword's spirit Bikryun widen her eyes. Why are they acting like that? Let them be, they're probably just poor. Anyway, the BHWA management office is full of life. She smiled as she watched the two girls so cheerful. Then Ju Hyan suggested, can we buy extra food from the shop across the street? The two girls flinched. Like rich people do, that's a bit much. Your goals are too small, Ju Hyan complained. Time passed quickly. A few days later, everyone's life returned to normal, except Su Ryan had increasingly more work to handle. I've heard Hejim's been getting a lot of ad offers lately. She seems very busy. I should probably get to work too, he told himself, then quickly opened the system board. It was only then that Ju Hyan noticed a special message. Ah, there's a notice from Celestial Corporation. It was buried under the announcements about the storyteller match, so I didn't see it. Congratulations, you have completed a long-term mission. Long-term mission, promotion to senior collaborator. Required 3,000 merit points, completed. Required 10,000 city points, completed. Seeing this, Ju Hyan's face lit up with joy. A promotion, so my work in the storyteller match was recognized. That means from now on, I've become a senior collaborator. He thought happily before reading the following notices. To be promoted to senior collaborator, you must attend a promotion ceremony. Until the ceremony, your rank will be senior collaborator trainee. You will have the authorities of a senior collaborator trainee. Incredible achievement. You completed the long-term promotion mission to senior collaborator in the shortest time. You have received 5,000 points. Seeing he'd have to attend banquets and meet high-ups, Ju Hyan felt bothered. What a hassle. But it seems I'll need to stop by headquarters soon. The issue is the promotion ceremony will take some time. Well, it's my fault for rising so fast. Across from him, the Sword Duchess saw Ju Hyan sighing and asked, Ju Hyan, what's wrong? It appears I've just been promoted. Of course, it's not an immediate promotion. Is that so? Congratulations, she said excitedly. Su Ryan beside them clapped her dark hands. Congratulations, Ju Hyan. Thank you. How's the work going? He asked. Upon hearing the workload Su Ryan had to handle, he grimaced. I've taken care of most of it, but there's still a bit left. I need to adjust interview schedules and meet privately with advertisers to decide ad concepts. I also need time to handle the byproducts from the mind realm. So you'll be even busier from now on. It'll be quite hard on you, Su Ryan. Meanwhile, our protagonist remembered something and spoke up. Since it's been mentioned, let's start now. Su Ryan, do you have time? Let's go on a date. In front, the manager froze at that, to the point that her pen slipped out of her hand without her noticing. What? Her shout echoed through the building. Time quickly passed, cut to some street where Su Ryan complained. Ju Hyan, you're really mischievous. Hejim is right there, why say something like that? She's been overworked lately, so I just wanted to tease her a bit. Although it seems it worked better than expected. He said this while thinking of the swordswoman's teary reaction to his earlier remark. Putting that aside, Ju Hyan continued. By the way, you're having trouble finding a company to handle byproducts, right? Ah yes, how did you know? Su Ryan asked, startled. Ju Hyan's knowledge came purely from experience. Of course, I mean, we're growing fast, but it's hard for an unknown management company to sign deals with other firms. Beside him, Su Ryan confidently affirmed, I won't deny that, but given a little more time. Before she could finish, Ju Hyan interrupted. By then it'll be too late. We need to sign contracts as soon as possible to reduce the time required to build credibility. I want to go out with you to personally assist. If a storyteller shows up in person, other companies will find it harder to look down on you. Speaking of Su Ryan. She then voiced her goal. Thank you. There's a company I've been eyeing, but there's a problem. Could you listen to me for a moment? So to make talking easier, they headed to a roadside cafe. There Su Ryan began her story. My family was fairly well off and harmonious. Although I was raised by my adoptive father without a mother, things were fine. My brother was a collector called a rising star, and he had several close friends who were quite famous. But one day he died in an accident. The problem was what happened afterward. A few collectors also died or were injured around the same time. Some of them came from major families, yet those families sued my brother, claiming he was the source of everything. My brother was gone and no longer there. The court ruled largely in favor of the powerful families, which instantly plunged my family into heavy debt. Ju Haiyan heard this and pondered. Even the courts had no choice but to side with influential families who hold sway over society. Returning to Su Ryan, she continued, "My brother was a good man, fairer and kinder than most, and he truly cherished our family, but unlike other collectors, he believed society was deteriorating." "Did your brother think that the mind realms?" Ju Haiyan began, but before he finished, Su Ryan nodded. "He thought they shouldn't be preserved." "I see," Ju Haiyan replied calmly while internally analyzing. "It seems the great families truly want to preserve the mind realms, and that's likely why they sued Su Ryan's family. It's only my speculation, but I don't think Su Ryan's brother's death was a simple accident. I should investigate this soon." He silently made plans. But at that moment, a voice from behind them caught their attention. "Huh, who's here?" Su Ryan. "Wow, a familiar face." "Nice to see you." The voice belonged to a well-dressed man with the face of a stereotypical villain. It seemed Su Ryan knew this group, so she hurriedly stood and greeted. "Hello. After you left the family, I was quite saddened, but I heard you started your own management company. At that scale, can you actually make any money?" he said with a teasing tone. Ju Haiyan couldn't help himself and asked, "Su Ryan, who is he?" He's my senior, Gel Cancel. We knew each other from my previous workplace," Su Ryan hurriedly said. Meanwhile, the fat man paid no attention to Ju Haiyan or who he was and continued his disdainful attitude. "Su Ryan, who's this effeminate fellow? Is he the collector you signed a contract with? Not bad of you. In this labor shortage, most personal agencies can't last a few weeks. I'm really curious how you managed to snag this guy," the fat man said with eager interest. Meanwhile, the hounds beside him sneered and laughed openly. Then the mangy dog continued spouting unpleasant words. "Oh, is this a contract signing meeting? With your level, can you even handle one collector?" Su Ryan, seeing Gel Cancel barking like that, Ju Haiyan began to stand up, ready to deal with the dogs. "You're Gel Cancel, right?" "Oh, forgot to introduce myself. I'm Gel Cancel of the Cancel family. You must know us." "I'm Kang Ju Haiyan," he said calmly. The rotten pig then began to size him up. "I've never heard of you, just awakened. What's your collector rank? It looks like you don't have any weapon or gear." "Enough already, can you leave?" Ju Haiyan said coldly. Which made the pig's face contort. "What, you dare tell me to leave? Such immature talk, is that all you have to say?" he snapped angrily. Hearing that, Ju Haiyan spoke his mind bluntly. "No, that's not all. Honestly, I want to smash you to dust and blow you away. I'm holding back for Su Ryan's sake, but you should rethink your words." "Ju Haiyan, stop!" Su Ryan grabbed his arm to restrain him. The rotten pig then went into a frenzy. "An unknown collector like you dares threaten me, a member of the Cancel family. Do you know what the Cancel family is?" Ignoring the fat man's words, Ju Haiyan turned to Su Ryan. "Insulting you is insulting me too. How can you just let that slide? What is this? That kind of relationship between you two? Impressive, Su Ryan. I thought I got him through my skill. But instead you used this method. If that's how it is, you should have told me when you were at my company. If you had, I could have had a little fun. What a shame," he sighed regretfully. But the bastard didn't realize he'd hit Ju Haiyan's limit. "Hey, Gel Cancel," Ju Haiyan shouted and drove a punch straight into the fat man's face, sending him flying backward. "Are you insane?" the blonde hound barked. Gel Cancel trembled as he got up and began to threaten. "Hey, are you crazy? A collector dares use violence against a citizen. Don't you know what will happen? Do you know how severe the punishment for assaulting a citizen is? I'll sue you. I will definitely sue you. Hissa, call the special unit here now," he howled like a rabid dog. But those empty threats had no effect on our protagonist. Calling them is pointless. "I'm not a collector, so I didn't break any collector laws. How do you plan to punish a storyteller like me under collector law?" he asked coldly, leaving the fat man dumbfounded. "What, a storyteller? Then finish what you were saying earlier," Ju Haiyan taunted. Gel Cancel weakly tried to threaten back. "Even if you are a storyteller, there are limits. If you don't stop, we won't let it go." At his words, the hounds began to draw weapons and slowly surround Ju Haiyan. But that was exactly what our protagonist wanted. "You won't let it go? Fine, take out your weapons." But the moment you do, you'll be dead at my hands. Get out before I deal with all of you, he shouted angrily, causing those little hounds to tuck their tails and flee. Then the general confidently turned to Su Ryan and said, "See that, Su Ryan? I'm pretty reliable, aren't I?" On this side, the manager sighed, "Good grief, I can't stop you." After the troublemakers left, they resumed their conversation. "Why did you choose me?" Su Ryan asked. Of course, the protagonist couldn't say he knew her from a previous life, so he made up a reason. "You're perfectly suited for this job, so I thought you'd do well. Storytellers can see others' talents. But after that incident, the big families put me on a blacklist, so now I'm struggling to find a company to handle byproducts," she said sadly. Ju Hyun asked his question, "Are you angry with your brother Su Ryan? I used to hate him, but thinking back, I realized he wasn't a bad person, he was just diligent about his work and that annoyed those up above. So are you just going to accept this injustice? But how can I fight those people?" she said despondently. At that, Ju Hyun eagerly offered, "Isn't that why I said I'd help you? Let's destroy this damn world, cause chaos and prove we're not wrong. It may sound a bit absurd now, but you'll change your mind soon. For now, let's find a company to handle the byproducts. I'll help you." As he spoke, he reached out his hand toward Su Ryan. After a brief pause, she reached out to meet his hand and said, "You might regret this. I'm the type to act first and regret later. You always have a comeback, honestly," the girl complained. Cut to a shop. With Ju Hyun's help, the two easily set up a deal with the store. "Oh my, thank you for the business," the old man hurriedly said. Then, after leaving the shop, Su Ryan was still astonished. "No surprise there, that's something I could never do. I only do what I can do." Ju Hyun waved his hand, but that didn't make Su Ryan feel more confident. "At this rate, I don't know if you even need me as manager. Su Ryan, you're the only weak link here and we can survive if we help each other. We're a team, right? Okay, let's go. If we don't get back, Hejim will complain." "So should we buy anything before heading back?" Su Ryan asked. Time quickly passed to the next day. It seemed Hejim was about to do a promotional shoot, so Su Ryan was helping her change clothes while Ju Hyun waited outside. "Should be done by now, right?" Ju Hyun wondered to himself. At that moment, Su Ryan's voice yelled from inside the room, "Lift your chin. It would be a waste not to show people after all this makeup." "It's so embarrassing," Hejim mumbled, but before Su Ryan's insistence, Hejim finally stepped out. "Ju Hyun, have you been waiting long?" Su Ryan said with a smile. Meanwhile, the Sword Empress began scratching her head and asked, "Ju Hyun, how is it?" "I know you're cute, but you're even cuter today," he said, surprised. Hejim, simple-minded, burst into an uncontrollable smile. Su Ryan looked at Ju Hyun with a suspicious glance. "Whoa, such a charmer. All right, shall we go?" Cut to a large building. The three of them were present. "This place is huge," Hejim said in surprise. Our protagonist reminded his collector, "This is one of the country's top 3 magazines, so don't worry too much and remember to maintain your image." Then, he also led the group to a receptionist and asked, "Hello, we're here for the Sword Empress interview. Where should we go?" "Please take the elevator to the 7th floor," the man replied hurriedly, turning to look at the Sword Empress, and after seeing her dazzling appearance, the receptionist's face flushed bright red. While he was still daydreaming, Su Ryan turned to the other two and said, "Are you two okay to go to the interview? I have things to handle in the lobby." "Yeah, that's fine," Ju Hyun nodded. Meanwhile, the Sword Empress followed his lead and maintained her aloof demeanor. Not long after, they met a woman from the advertising company. "Oh my, welcome, we've been expecting you." "And you two are?" she asked. Ju Hyun quickly introduced himself. "I'm Kang Ju Hyun. I'm the assistant for collector Kang Hejim today." "Oh, so there's another manager besides Su Ryan. I'm Singarong, head of information gathering at the magazine. Let's begin the Q&A session." Saying that, she invited them to sit and started the conversation. "You've cleared several mind realms, which sets you apart from other collectors. That's not happened in a long time, so what is your purpose in cleaning mind realms?" "I don't need a reason to clear mind realms. As a collector, I just do what must be done," the Sword Empress replied coldly. Head Singarong, knowing this is Hejim's image, wasn't surprised and smiled as she continued. You're called the Sword Empress. What do you think of that? And do you have any future plans? Yes, about that, blah blah blah. In short, the interview went well. Ho ho, very good, you answered superbly. I don't think there's anything to worry about. So far collectors just act high and superior when they appear, she said with a laugh, then looked at Ju Hyan. Oh right, I heard something about a storyteller living with a human. A storyteller living with a human, that's intriguing, isn't it? Storytellers don't usually do that. I've heard he abandoned the blessing of bodily protection and entered the mind realm with the collector. Turning to Ju Hyan, he realized what she was hinting at. She must have suspected from the start. Thinking that, he honestly admitted, yes, that's me. The storyteller from urban legend, that's me, he sighed. Meanwhile, though she had vaguely guessed it when Ju Hyan confirmed it directly, the head of the department brightened. Oh my, I knew it. Working in this field, of course I'd know. I apologize if I'm blunt. I'm a reporter, so there are a few things I'd like to ask. It's personal curiosity, not in my capacity as a journalist. Opposite them, Ju Hyan didn't refuse hastily. So what are you curious about? If it doesn't affect anything, I can answer. Why do you clear mind realms? What else? That's the best way to get famous. He replied calmly, but Singarong still seemed unsatisfied. That's true, but I don't think you did it just for that, considering how much others hate you, she asked further. To that question, Ju Hyan answered vaguely. My answer to that question doesn't mean anything right now. I do have personal motives, but I've realized something bigger than that. Let's end the interview here. Today's star is the Sword Queen, not me. Ju Hyan stood up as he spoke, and his words reminded Singarong. Oh, I see, we'll end the interview. She sighed with regret, then instantly brightened and offered. Also, I'd like to contact Ju Hyan privately. Ho ho, I'm just joking. She hurriedly corrected herself when she saw Hejim's murderous glare. Thus the interview concluded successfully, and the two of them quickly went downstairs to meet Su Ryan. Hey, Su Ryan. Oh, you two are done. How was the interview? She jokes a lot. She didn't do anything, right? Yes, it went well, but... Ju Hyan nodded and began to speak but didn't finish the sentence. He was distracted by the noise ahead. The lobby is so loud, he muttered. Su Ryan immediately explained, it seems the famous collector Yu Kaiyosu has arrived. He's more famous than most collectors. She spoke as she looked forward. Following her gaze, a handsome man escorted by two female bodyguards was entering. The moment the crowd saw them, the female fans went crazy. There he is. Look at me, sir. Please sign for me. Look over here. The frenzied crowd made the sword spirit Bikrion feel slightly disgusted. Hey, what's his deal? Who knows? Don't care. Ju Hyan shrugged and called out. Su Ryan, let's go. Su Ryan, who had been in full fan mode, snapped back to herself at Ju Hyan's voice. Oh my, what was I doing? As for Ju Hyan, seeing Su Ryan's strange state made him suspicious. In just a moment, she was enchanted by that name. What did he do? He wondered, then started to read that man's book to check. And once he read it, the protagonist was startled. Trait, artist soul, red coat Casanova. His trait is Casanova. What kind of trait is that? So that's why Su Ryan was captivated by him, he thought to himself. But before he could analyze that strange trait, Hejim spoke up. Ju Hyan, he's coming over. Honored to meet the beautiful lady. I'm Yu Kaiyosu. People often call me the artist. I've heard a lot about the Sword Queen. I came hopping to meet her, and now she's even more beautiful than I imagined, a white lotus on a pond. He began to recite his 45-year-old flirt lines. The result of that tired line was Hejim's face, cold as money. Oh, is that so? Seems even Casanova can't compete with Hejim's mental strength, Ju Hyan conjectured. Meanwhile, Bikrion also paid attention to the handsome man's words. Wait, did you hear what he just said? He came because of Hejim's beauty, so he's here for Hejim. We should act before he approaches, Ju Hyan thought to himself. And immediately stepped in front of him. That's enough, she's uncomfortable. Huh, who are you? I'm her manager, Ju Hyan replied calmly. The handsome Yu Kaiyosu snorted with disdain when he heard Ju Hyan's identity. A manager dares to block my way? How insolent. Don't you know who I am? I'm the artist Yu Kaiyosu, a national-level collector. He spoke pompously, but Ju Hyan didn't care. Relevant. Don't come near my collector, she doesn't like it, he warned once more. And that fluffy dog of a man, hearing this, started to narcissistically proclaim, "Ha, there's no woman in this world who hates me, there are only women who don't know me." Back to Ju Hyun, encountering something like this for the first time drove him mad. Damn it, this is the first time I've wished for jungle law so badly, he thought, grinding his teeth. The battle-hungry Baekryun immediately cheered him on. Hey, hit him. As for Hejim, while Ju Hyun was getting angry, she stood up and declared, "Stop it, you're causing trouble. If the beautiful lady says so, I'll obey. Anyway, if you have time, would you like to have tea with me?" "I'm sorry, but I must decline, I don't have time," Hejim replied coldly. The golden-haired dog of a man only pushed further, even reaching to touch her chin as he said, "Don't be shy. Is there anything that bothers you about being a collector? I can give you advice as a senior." Hejim slapped the man's hand away and snapped, "No, please stop it." Offended by Hejim's words, Yu Kyo-soo shifted to a petulant tone. "I've tried to be polite, but it seems that's not working." With that, he removed his glove, tossed it straight at Hejim, and proposed, "Sword Queen, I challenge you to a duel." "Oh my, a match? The artist is challenging the Sword Queen. Yu Kyo-soo will win," the frenzied crowd yelled. Baekryun, the sword spirit, was puzzled. Collectors can fight each other. The authorities prefer collectors to settle things one-on-one. It's better than harboring grudges and committing crimes, Ju Hyun explained. Then he stepped forward. "Since you're the one unilaterally asking for a duel, I honestly don't want to accept your request. But it seems Our Lady doesn't want to let it go." He said this while glancing at Hejim's cold face and addressing her. "You may accept, huh, really? Yeah, you don't want to avoid it, right?" Ju Hyun nodded. The Sword Queen's face lit up and she declared, "Good, I accept the challenge." As for Yu Kyo-soo, the Sword Queen's acceptance went exactly as he wanted. In fact, it seemed he had planned this. Everything is going according to plan. By issuing a duel request in front of everyone, she can't refuse for the sake of honor. Since her rank is lower, I'll surely win. Any petty problem can be solved with strength. How can a rising nobody stand against me, a member of a major guild like Hesiod? Now I'll make this damned Sword Queen return to her place in front of everyone and make her fall for me. Just thinking about it is delicious." He smiled a very vile smile. Meanwhile, Ju Hyun saw through the trick and turned to warn the Sword Queen, "It's fine to postpone the match." "But not now, 3 days from now," she said. Although Yu Kyo-soo guessed Hejim would use the 3 days to prepare, he didn't care. 3 days? How cute. What does she think 3 days will change? Thinking that, he agreed, "Fine, let's duel in 3 days. We can use the venue the association designates. I'll wait 3 more days." Having said that, the sleazy man immediately walked away. Because of his foolish action, he was officially placed on the protagonist's blacklist. Let him be arrogant, because Hesiod is backed by the great divine force Olympus. Just wait, we'll crush that pride in 3 days. He thought inwardly. At the same time, manager Singarong, hearing the commotion below, ran over and asked, "What's the disturbance?" "Ah, it's Garong. A collector named Yu Kyo-soo just arrived," Su Ryan explained. And for some reason, that fluffy dog of a man had a grudge against her. The moment she heard his name, her expression darkened. "Yu Kyo-soo, you know him?" Ju Hyun asked. The manager sighed and explained, "Of course, I can't forget that bastard staring at me during the interview. His looks and actions were very uncomfortable." "So Yu Kyo-soo harassed you too?" He nodded, turning back to Singarong. Putting aside the fact that the guy had flirted with her, she added, "More importantly, there's a rumor he uses the guild to do bad things. What did he do to you too?" "No, nothing major. He only requested a one-on-one duel with Hejim and she agreed," Ju Hyun explained calmly. Manager Singarong exhaled in relief. "Oh, a duel, huh?" At that, her brain seemed to reboot and she shouted, "What? Even if Hejim is an up-and-comer, the gap between her and them is still huge," she said anxiously. Ju Hyun, understanding, replied calmly, "We're not fools, we still have tricks we haven't used yet, which is why we accepted the challenge. Think of it this way, if the Sword Queen has an exclusive interview with your magazine and then wins the one-on-one against the artist, a mid-tier collector, that would become big news, right? You want to turn this situation into an advantage." She was surprised by Ju Hyun's intention. Our protagonist then bluntly asked, I'd appreciate it if you could notify some media contacts you have. Hearing that, Singarong felt she couldn't keep up. I thought you were just eccentric, but you're crazier than I thought. Fine, whatever, do it your way, see you later. With that, Singarong turned and left to find contacts to spread the story. After she left, Hejim spoke up. Ju Hyun, thanks for supporting me in this fight. I support you because I'm sure you can win. Ju Hyun said confidently. The Sword Queen still had a question, but why do you want to push the match 3 days later? We need to make this as big as possible to attract more attention. While you prepare over the next 3 days, the news will spread. He said with a smile. Thanks to Singarong's help, the news quickly reached the reporters. Of course, the media rushed to buy HWA company to gawk. Say something before the match with the artist. How do you feel about the fight? They shouted outside. But to ensure Hejim could prepare properly, Ju Hyun and Su Ryan refused to see visitors. What the hell? What did Garong do? She's picky and only favors people she truly likes, Su Ryan wondered. The protagonist smiled and replied, oh really, good that she likes me. At that, he considered his real motive for backing Hejim. Hejim has been recognized by a few holy spirits, but people still don't know her name. This will be a good opportunity to build Hejim's reputation, and she's already fully ready anyway. Ju Hyun thought as he watched the Sword Queen slowly accumulate charge around her body, fully confident in his collector. Kang Hejim will surely become a better collector than in her past life. I can't keep chasing the past and stagnating like before. We need to catch up and surpass it, surpass even her best version. This match is for that, he told himself. Time passed quickly and the day of the match arrived. The venue had been set at a place resembling a Roman arena. When people heard about the match, they flocked there like to a festival. So many people. This is no joke, Ju Hyun marveled as he observed the crowd through the system screen. Su Ryan beside him began to sigh heavily. Which surprised our protagonist. Su Ryan, are you worried? Of course, is this a joke? What is this crowd? And why did all these media outlets come to watch the match? She shouted. Meanwhile, General Ju Hyun still had no idea what had happened. Who knows, I only asked Singarong to spread the word, but seeing such a huge reaction that Yu Kyo-su probably promoted it even more than expected. Originally, story battles and one-on-one matches between collectors aren't trivial events. Everyone's likely been looking forward to this. Do you need to use the restroom? The general casually asked, which made her snap. How can you say that to a girl? It's just a stomachache. Back to Ju Hyun, although not worried, seeing such a large audience made him think, well, so many people showed up. In the premium seats there are many guild members and even famous collectors. I get why Su Ryan's stomach hurts from nerves. Bikreon, sensing her master's thoughts, reassured him, you don't need to worry. I can't say I'm not worried, but this match isn't just about me, it's also about the Sword Queen. Ju Hyun thought this as he glanced at Hejim meditating beside him. With 3 minutes remaining before the match, Hejim woke up. Seeing that, Ju Hyun asked, are you ready? Ready. Hejim answered calmly. At her reply, Ju Hyun smiled and immediately gave her a light tap on the head, leaving Hejim puzzled. What was that? That hurts, she said, rubbing the bump on her head with tears in her eyes. I did it on purpose to make you worry a little less. Didn't I? The general explained. The gesture truly eased Hejim's tension and also stoked her anger. You should have warned me. What's the point of warning beforehand? Wait until I'm this tense and you'll see, she ground out. Then Hejim smiled, thanks. Soon after, both Hejim and Yu Kyo-su stood on the arena. The contestants have entered. The Holy Spirits are excited for this match. The Holy Spirits hope the Sword Queen will win. Number of Holy Spirits watching, 4,500. The battlefield is being generated. At the announcement, the two noticed their surroundings had transformed into some kind of primeval forest. Before the opponents could observe more, the announcer continued, I will explain the rules. The match ends when a contestant surrenders or can no longer fight. All kinds of monsters will appear on this simulated battlefield and you earn points for defeating them. Each monster's level yields different points. Defeating boss-level monsters on the field gives the most points. This match lasts 3 hours. After 3 hours, if there is no winner, the result will be determined by points. Also, killing is strictly prohibited. If you break the rules, you will receive the harshest punishment according to the association's regulations. Now, let the match begin. The referee announced enthusiastically, and the crowd began cheering for both fighters. As soon as the match started, a huge explosion occurred inside the forest. The artist, he defeated a large monster right at the start of the match. He earned 150 points, the commentator shouted. The female fans began cheering for their idol. There he is, Yu Kyo-soo, good job. Ignoring them, the male fans focused on Hejim and were surprised. But what is the Sword Queen doing? She's doing nothing, just standing there. Has she surrendered? They exclaimed in shock as they watched Hejim remain motionless. Their surprise came from ignorance. Because at that moment, the instant Hejim opened her eyes again, a terrifying surge of lightning began pouring from her entire body. Turning toward Yu Kyo-soo, he suddenly heard a sound and looked back. What was that? Something's running this way, he wondered to himself. Before he could think further, the Sword Queen appeared before him at blinding speed and swung her sword to attack. The strike forced the pompous brat to grit his teeth and defend. The Sword Queen, she targeted me instead of the monsters from the start, he thought through clenched teeth. Outside, people saw the two clash as soon as the match began and screamed excitedly, "What's happening? The Sword Queen is going straight for the artist," the announcer shouted. Then, in their view, the lightning enveloping Hejim converged and formed the illusion of a dragon aimed directly at Yu Kyo-soo. Yu Kyo-soo refused to take it lying down. "How dare you look down on me?" the handsome man shouted. At the same time, a remarkable red aura burst forth from his body. But compared to the Sword Queen's Thunder Dragon, it was weak, and under the dragon's pressure he could no longer keep the contemptuous expression he had 3 days earlier. What is this? Where does this absurd power come from? He wondered inwardly. Hejim didn't want him to find a counter, so she poured on more force, forcing Yu Kyo-soo to buckle. This caused the protective aura around him to shatter in an instant. The spectators outside watching the fight gaped at one another. What is this? The Sword Queen can do that. I heard she's strong, but this is beyond expectations. As for Hejim, she was overflowing with joy while fighting. This is exactly what I wanted. The feeling of crushing someone who looked down on me. The thrill of releasing restrained power and this sense of freedom. So this is what Ju Hyan felt. Hejim thought as she swung her sword again. The strike produced a wave of sword energy that sliced through all the surrounding trees. It also left a cut on Yu Kyo-soo's handsome face. Although the wound wasn't deep, it caused enormous psychological damage to Yu Kyo-soo. His whole body began to tremble like in a seizure as he shouted, "How dare you do that to my handsome face?" After saying that, he gritted his teeth and charged again. But with his thoughtless assault, the Sword Queen simply swung her arm, knocking his sword away and throwing him off balance. Before the brat could regain his footing, Hejim lunged and slammed her knee straight into his handsome face. The knee strike sent his nose spraying blood like a fountain. "Oh my, the artist!" The female fans cried anxiously at their idol's face that looked like it needed plastic surgery. As for Yu Kyo-soo, he was now completely cornered. No, at this rate I'll lose. I can't lose my A-rank collector title. Logically, if I stay calm, I can read her attack. If I react in time, I'll have a chance. He thought as he began to calm down and focus. Now, Yu Kyo-soo cried inwardly as he saw Hejim start her attack. He seized the moment to counterattack, but unfortunately, every action of the artist had been anticipated by Hejim. As he lunged, she slipped to the side to evade. She even flashed a mocking smile, making the face of the Yu Kyo-soo go pale. She's toying with me. I will never let this go, the foolish man shouted before being a punch square in the face by Hejim, sending him to the dentist with his jaw knocked loose. But it wasn't over yet. After Yu Kyo-soo fell to the ground, Hejim didn't stop. She continued unleashing countless thunderous punches like a punching machine. Her murderous expression as she attacked turned Ju Hyan and Su Ryan pale with fear. The artist has no chance to fight back. He's completely helpless against the Sword Queen, the announcer cried. Meanwhile, Yu Kyo-soo's face began to deform under Hejim's blows. Sir, he weakly tried to say surrender, but before he could finish, he took another full punch to the face. forcing the unfinished word back down his throat. She won't let me give up, Yu Kaiyosu thought inwardly. Having been hit so much and with his face mangled, his Casanova charm seemed to lose its effect on women. What's going on? I thought Yu Kaiyosu was strong, but he just talks big. He's only confident because of his looks, they said with contempt. The announcer was left speechless. So the Sword Queen is very strong and the artist. He trailed off, unable to find the words. Meanwhile, cutting to a corner of the competition, the managers watching their company's collector being beaten shouted, "Damn it, why don't you stop the match?" "We can't do that, the Sword Queen. She won't even let him say, 'I surrender,'" the woman beside them hurriedly replied. Back in the fight, it seemed Hejim was tired of roughing him up, so she prepared a finishing move. She clasped her hands together and slammed them hard downward, sending rocks and dust flying. When the dust settled, Yu Kaiyosu had officially fainted. "The match is over, the Sword Queen wins. Deactivate the arena," the announcer urgently called out. The two of them were then returned to the original competition area. As for Agai, she watched Hejim's match with a frown. Revealing her true strength at the right moment. Clever, someone ordered her to do that. I wanted Kang Ju-hyun to fail, but now I'm just irritated. I'd tear that man's face apart if I could. But if I act rashly, he'll use it against me. I need to move carefully from now on. The final opportunity will come, she said, reassuring herself. Cut to the BHWA company's waiting room. When the Sword Queen returned, Su Ryan cheerfully congratulated her. "Hejim, are you okay?" "You were amazing." The audience's reaction was incredible. "Hee, thanks," she replied, beaming. Our protagonist also didn't spare praise for Hejim. "You were impressive, well done, thank you." She smiled, her face nearly blooming like a flower. While the three of them celebrated their victory, at the same time a meeting was underway among some high-ranking people. First, a man slammed the table and shouted, "We can't let this continue. If we let the Sword Queen keep getting attention like this, we'll lose countless minds. We have to do something. But as long as she has the public's attention, we can't touch her," someone reminded. "So we can only leave her alone?" another voice asked. Finally, seeing the group tense, someone else began to calm them. "Everyone's too hasty, what's the rush? Leave them be and they'll tear each other apart." This was Lim Gang-woo, a senior collector of the Nemesis Guild. Faced with his indifferent demeanor, the chair had to speak up. "Mr. Gang-woo, even if this goes against your wishes, you should focus on the meeting." Those words didn't even register with the old man. "If this wasn't the guildmaster's order, I'd have left long ago. I hate how they meddle with mind realms as they please. Now they're trying to eliminate the Sword Queen. What can I expect from a place where pigs squeal for greed?" he thought despondently. Time passed quickly. Cut to BHWA company, where Su Ryan was checking the news. Breaking news, an unparalleled rookie, the Sword Queen has appeared. A collector has handled many mind realms. Is this the start of a new era? An interview with the Sword Queen will soon be published in Collector magazine, blah blah. Reading this, Su Ryan happily shouted, "Amazing, people are talking about Hejim all over the net. I hope she keeps getting this popular, and there are countless requests coming to buy HWA management. Then we can finally buy kimchi." "Su Ryan," the Sword Queen exclaimed joyfully. Apparently her mind was full of food. After speaking, she noticed Ju-hyun's pensive look and asked, "Ju-hyun, what are you thinking about?" On this side, our protagonist had come to a decision and stood up, saying, "I've decided. We should add another collector," he said calmly. But this remark left the two girls in front of him almost frozen. "Wawa, I'm abandoned," she sobbed. Leaving Ju-hyun bewildered. "Hejim, when did I abandon you?" "Liar, you said you only needed me," she screamed. Our protagonist immediately defended himself. "When did I say that?" At this, he began to explain patiently. "Hejim, we can't go into mind realms as just the two of us forever. It's fine for now, but for larger mind realms it won't be feasible with only us. Well, there's no rush. We've handled them so far, but the truth is one day we'll need to choose someone else. And wouldn't it be okay for you to have an apprentice? Since you ranked up, you should be treated like a senior," he said with a smile. Hearing this, Hejim's eyes turned cat-like. "Can't argue with that. I should accept this with the grace of a senior," she said, her nostrils flaring. Meanwhile, Su Ryan asked, "So who are you thinking of?" "I don't have a name in mind yet." Ju-hyun shook his head and began to mull it over. Among verified collectors, besides the Sword Queen, there are two called the Extraordinary Generation, the Fire Cavalier and Bang Sang. The Fire Cavalier operates in the US, so he's unlikely to have a pact with our narrator, and I don't know Bang Sang's identity, so finding them is very difficult. What if we used knowledge from the future to search for someone? Bikrion suggested. Ju Hyan thought it over and found it hard to pick a suitable candidate. There are too many candidates, but not now. Some haven't awakened yet, while others have been taken. But I can't just make a pact with an unknown collector. It's harder than I thought, he pondered. Bikrion then remembered something and said, "Oh right, tomorrow is the collector's graduation. That's when new collectors awaken and enter the recruitment market. What if we look for a rough gem there? I'm sure there are raw gems who don't even know they have abilities and who no one will remember," he murmured. Then suddenly a video call came in. From a stranger sent to Ju Hyan, leaving him a bit surprised. "Oh, what's this? A video call? Who could it be?" Ju Hyan said as he hit accept. And immediately a face appeared on the screen. What's this? Does it run? Hey, can you hear me? I heard you're about to be promoted to senior staff. Yes, Ju Hyan replied awkwardly. What's with that expression? I was thinking about you and wondering what you've been up to anyway. Congrats. He spoke casually as if they were old friends. The two girls leaned in and asked Ju Hyan, "Who is this? I've never seen them before." "Go away, please," he waved them off like shooing ducks. Then, noticing the horns on the other person, Ju Hyan suddenly recognized someone and shouted, "You're the horned kid I met at the welcome event." "Huh, horned kid, my name is Alicia," the girl yelled angrily. He thought to himself, she thought that little thing could become beautiful from her appearance. She must have become an individual like that, then spoke aloud. "Anyway, glad to see you again. You're from the story office too, right? How are you doing?" Alicia smiled proudly. "I was lucky to get into the branch and received help from seniors. I'm working on a planet called Estella where swordsmanship and magic coexist." "You're working in a great place, you must be doing well," he said with a smile. "Ha, who do you think I am? Don't be surprised when you hear this. I hit 500 viewers on my channel. I have a pretty good collector. He was known as Bad Boy before he made a pact with me. He's top tier," she said proudly. From this, our protagonist guessed who her collector was. Is he a noble or a baron ruling a domain? "Huh, what? How do you know he's from a domain?" she asked in surprise, but she grew even more surprised when Ju Hyan began spouting a pile of information. He used to be called Bad Boy and caused a lot of trouble, but one day he suddenly woke up and became a new person, right? Everyone around him was shocked. His father, who used to ignore him, was overjoyed and asked, has he finally come to his senses? And the young lady from a noble family who was engaged to him said, I can't believe it. He used to be chubby but lost weight and became very handsome. What? How do you know all that? Alicia exclaimed and asked back. Did you check his profile on the forum? Story forum? No, I haven't been on it in a long time. Ju Hyan shook his head. If you have time, you should take a look. I think some strange things are happening because of you. Anyway, I'm busy now, so bye. With that, the demon girl immediately cut the call. Her words made Ju Hyan curious, so he opened the forum to check. And just as Alicia said, the forum was buzzing about some recent incidents. Hey, did one of the regular narrators do something crazy? A lot of people copied Kang Ju Hyan's method of abandoning his blessing and fighting on his own to gain popularity, but one of them died. What, really? They imitated that. I know narrators got hurt trying it, but this is the first death. Is there a video of it? I want to see. At the end of this comment was a link, and our protagonist quickly clicked it. When the video played, it showed two people, a narrator and a collector, being mauled by monsters. Help, what are you doing? Don't run, the collector shouted. But his narrator was too panicked to turn back and save him. Sit still, try to figure it out yourself. You're the collector, you said we'd fight together, right? No, the collector screamed, then was devoured by the nearby slimes. Meanwhile, our protagonist couldn't understand why some people would be so reckless just to boost their follower count. I didn't think it would go this far, but an accident really did happen. He also began reading the following comments. This isn't something you should recklessly imitate. That's why I said abandoning the blessing is suicide. Then how is narrator Kang still okay? He must have prepared many contingencies. Look at how he fights. He's on a whole different level from us. Damn it, I abandoned the blessing. Shit. Whoever abandoned the blessing, good luck. Even if you want it back, I don't think you can restore it. If you want to formally request restoration from the system, you at least need to be a branch chief to have a way back. Otherwise, all the fools who pinned their hopes on this will face the consequences. Back with Ju Hyun, he was somewhat pleased by the stupid actions of those others. If you reckless ones think this is an easy path to success, it will backfire, but it's still a favorable outcome. People will look at me because of it again. Anyway, many people have abandoned their blessings. Wouldn't it be entertaining to watch the story of a narrator enduring hell after abandoning their blessing? Time quickly passed to the next day. And now Ju Hyun was preparing to go somewhere, which made Hejim a little worried. Ju Hyun, are you going alone? Yeah. There are still many reporters and paparazzi waiting for her because of the match with the artist. I need to handle it as quickly as possible without being disturbed by others. Please understand, I'll be back. After saying that, Ju Hyun immediately activated his presence concealment skill and silently slipped outside while the main entrance was being guarded by a group of reporters. This time, Ju Hyun's target was the collector's graduation ceremony. So many people, Baekryun said in astonishment, but Ju Hyun wasn't surprised by the scene. Well, people are here to watch the ceremony, and I'm sure members of the major guilds are here too, even some narrators. There are a lot of competitors. I wonder if we can find anyone, and the major guilds already have the intel, so they must know all the good collectors, Baekryun said anxiously. However, Ju Hyun didn't intend to search by normal methods. Anyway, I'm not trying to find those already verified. The original guilds also considered Hejim unrecruitable. Of course, the higher the rank, the more talent. Even if a nation has an excellent training program, it still can't evaluate a person's abilities comprehensively. Now let's go find a collector, shall we? She suggested, and the girl nodded. I can't judge by appearance alone, but let's go. And so time slowly passed, until late afternoon. And the duo still hadn't found anyone. Hey Kang Ju Hyun, haven't you found anyone suitable yet? Everyone's already left, the girl complained. Meanwhile, Ju Hyun was still intently watching the book above the crowd. All their colors are average. I hoped at least for a yellow, but no one, he murmured. But then Ju Hyun suddenly noticed something and hurriedly ran forward, causing the girl perched on his shoulder to tumble backward. Hey, Kang Ju Hyun, she shouted and immediately chased after him. There's no way I'm mistaken, he muttered. Then, upon seeing the figure ahead, he called out, excuse me. 1 second, wait, what is this? Ju Hyun wondered in a daze when he saw the book emitting a rainbow glow on this girl's person. A rainbow book? No, a rainbow bookshelf. Usually a person owns only one book, but she really has many. Does that mean infinite reincarnation or infinite rebirth? The more Ju Hyun thought, the more he broke into a sweat. Meanwhile, the girl opposite, seeing his stunned face, turned to leave, snapping him back to attention. Excuse me a moment, hello. Nice to meet you, my name is Kang Ju Hyun and yours is. But his greeting was met with a murderous glare. Get lost, if you bother me I'll kill you. Back to Ju Hyun, upon hearing that, he didn't get angry, instead he felt delighted. Finally, a top reincarnator is trying to do something here. Look, this is the thread the Holy Spirit led us to our true love. With that thought, he cheerfully continued. You must be a collector who just finished the graduation ceremony, right? I'm Kang Ju Hyun, manager of Buy HWA. Manager of Buy HWA. What business do you want to discuss with me? She asked coldly. I want to give you an offer. Ahead, the girl, seeing that Ju Hyun only wanted to recruit her, refused. I'm busy, don't bother me. She turned to leave, but Ju Hyun hurriedly stopped her. It's just, go away before I kill you. She threatened him with a look that was no joke. In the end, our protagonist had no choice but to let this prey go. Meanwhile, Baekryun, who had witnessed everything, curiously said, did you really go that far for that girl? If you intended to hire her, she must be very talented, or you recognized her from future knowledge. No, I don't know her at all, Ju Hyun said calmly. He also felt a bit puzzled. If she has a book like that, she should be famous, but her behavior doesn't match the memories from my past life. Could something have happened? Thinking that just encountering someone with that potential was enough to make Ju Hyun happy. Let's go home now, Baekryun. I need to meet her later. How? She didn't even bother to say her name when she left. The girl wondered, but Ju Hyun confidently said, don't worry about that, we'll find her soon. As he said this, the book on the girl's head fell into the god's hand. Back at the Bai HWA management office, as soon as Ju Hyun returned, he immediately asked manager Su Ryan, "Su Ryan, can you investigate someone named Kwon Jia from the recent training school?" "What, Kwon Jia, is that the person you want to hire?" she asked curiously, and Ju Hyun nodded. "Yes, understood, I'll investigate." As for Ju Hyun, the reason he asked Su Ryan to investigate further was because finding information on Kwon Jia from a single book wasn't enough. While he was still thinking, Hejim sniffed something out and asked, "Kwon Jia, that's a woman's name, right?" "Well, she is female," Ju Hyun admitted, and right after he said that, the Sword Queen collapsed to the floor and writhed like a dying fish. Seeing her like that, Ju Hyun couldn't help but explain, "It's not that I chose her because she's a woman. Picking a female collector was purely coincidental." Back to Su Ryan, it didn't take long for her to find information on Kwon Jia, but after reading it she was stunned. "Oh, found her. But Ju Hyun, do you really want to work with her?" "Yes, is there a problem?" Ju Hyun replied. She then looked at the profile and explained, "Out of 359 collectors who graduated, she ranked 340th. Her training evaluations aren't good. Although she scored high in monster fighting skills, her personality and teamwork evaluations are terrible." Hearing that, Ju Hyun hurried over to observe and assessed. It seems she had conflicts at the training school. That's right, she nearly got expelled and almost couldn't graduate because of it. With such high combat scores, she clearly has talent, but based on the information here, Kwon Jia's personality is no joke. Rumors spread, so no one wants to hire her. "Do you really think Kwon Jia is suitable for here?" Su Ryan asked again, and the protagonist remained firm in his decision. "Yes." Saying that, he recalled Kwon Jia's multicolored bookshelf and thought, "Many books and a rainbow glow. This girl may even be more talented than Hejim." "Are you going to recruit her right away?" "No, not in a hurry. I'll approach her after the promotion ceremony. I'll be absent for a bit," Ju Hyun said calmly. "What? Where are you going?" Su Ryan asked curiously. But Ju Hyun didn't state it clearly, only saying there was someone he needed to meet. Scene shifting to a roadside store. This is a store with a very peculiar name. "Wait in front of the door." That's not a name for a street food shop. Ju Hyun thought to himself and quickly went inside. Inside, a woman saw him appear and greeted him. "Hello. Are you Choi Do-jun's mother?" he said calmly. The older woman asked back, "How do you know my Do-jun?" "I'm the one who contacted you previously regarding your son's matter," Ju Hyun explained. Then the older woman invited him to a table and talked properly. "Do you know where my son is?" "I don't know," Ju Hyun shook his head and replied. However, upon hearing that, the older woman asked again, "If you don't know where he is but know his name, then he's still alive, right?" "That's right." "He's still alive," Ju Hyun affirmed, and this answer was nothing short of a sedative for her. "I see, I'm so glad. What's your name, benefactor?" "My name is Kang Ju Hyun, and please don't call me things like benefactor. I'm simply a storyteller. I just came here because I was curious about Choi Do-jun's family." Hearing this, the older woman understood and said, "Ah, a storyteller. But how did you hear about my son?" Opposite her, upon hearing the question, Ju Hyun started spinning a tale. "We storytellers travel to worlds other than Earth. Because of that, we catch wind of stories from different planets and dimensions." In reality, he didn't even know how Choi Do-jun was living in another dimension. The only thing he knew was that the guy was still alive and had returned to Earth during the apocalypse. He was quite pitiful now that I remember, but his personality is probably because his hometown turned into hell. Meaning the woman in front of me probably passed away during the apocalypse, Ju Hyun deduced inwardly. Meanwhile, the older woman shared her own story. "My Do-jun was very mature for his age. My husband passed away before he was born, so the boy grew up without a father, but he never made me sad. That's why I feel sorry for my child. No matter how mature a child is still a child. The boy should have what he wants, but I couldn't do anything for him, and when Do-jun went missing, I felt like the world was collapsing. As a mother, I couldn't do anything for my child and lost him. If Do-jun is alive, it would be better if he met good people and lived there. Even if he returns to a poor mother who owns a street food store, he won't be happy." she spoke as tears began to well up. Meanwhile, Ju Hyan heard this and blurted out, "No way, I understand you feel sorry for your child. But wanting your child to be happy over there is a no-go. I don't know what Choi Do-jun is thinking, but I'm sure he endured it while thinking of you." "I said Choi Do-jun is alive, I didn't say he's happy. I believe you understand what I'm saying." Even with the power to pursue wealth and fame in another world, Choi Do-jun chose to return to Earth for only one important reason. Ju Hyan thought to himself and then continued. "Just because you two are family, I'm sure Choi Do-jun is trying to see his family once again." Across from him, the older woman could no longer hold back her emotion and said, "You're right. We are family. Do-jun must really want to see me again. Thank you. Thanks to you, I realized my thoughts were so meaningless. Anyway, you seem to understand my Choi Do-jun very well," she spoke while wiping away her tears, and this question made Ju Hyan's heart skip a beat. "It's just, I heard about it from someone else." "I understand, I'm just curious whether Do-jun had any friends," she smiled. Ju Hyan admired a mother's instincts. "It seems she already knew something. My mother is like that too. Mothers are always perceptive. If you're okay with it, please eat before." The woman wanted to invite Ju Hyan to stay and eat, but before she could finish, a shout rang out from behind. "Hey ma'am, we'd advise you to sell this shop and be done with it." The voice belonged to three thugs. And of course the woman refused their demand. "Who do you think you are to say that? This is our business. If you don't cooperate, we'll be very upset. I have customers." "Leave," the woman shouted. The thug sneered as if it were nothing. "Customers? This shop has customers." Then he turned and threatened Ju Hyan. "Hey, get out of here if you don't want trouble." "I don't know if this will help him, but look at her face. I should help a bit," Ju Hyan muttered. Meanwhile, the thug's patience snapped. "What the hell is this bastard babbling about? Get lost." With that he flexed and threw a punch straight at Ju Hyan's face, and the result was hardly surprising. A few seconds later, the three of them were hurled out like sacks of rubbish onto the street. My arm, damn it, he broke my arm, you crazy bastard, don't you know what happens when a collector attacks civilians?" the thug yelled, and Ju Hyan teased back, "What if I'm not a collector? What, you think touching us means you'll be safe?" The punk continued to threaten without grasping the situation. "Do you all get the same lecture or something? Why do you all say the exact same lines?" Ju Hyan said as he dragged them into a deserted alley. Then, to ensure they wouldn't bother the woman's shop again, he began his interrogation. "Tell me where your office is. Why do you suddenly want to know our office? You regret this?" the blonde thug exclaimed. However, the answer they received wasn't what they'd expected. "You think I'll apologize for kicking your asses? Of course I could deal with you properly." As he spoke, he began to pull the books from their heads and inspect them. "Let's see. Your office is on 72nd Street, cell VKP. Hearing that, they finally realized that Ju Hyan had an unusual identity and shouted, "Who sent you here? What are you trying to do to us?" "I haven't decided what to do with you yet. I won't harm you further. I'll just go to the office and mess things up. Then I'll give your name and say I found the office so easily because of you." The leader's stated plan made the blonde thug sweat nervously. "What, you bastard, who'd believe you? With your experience, you should know how they deal with traitors, right?" Ju Hyan said coldly, driving the blonde into a rage but leaving him helpless. "You crazy bastard," he shouted. "That's right, I like you already." Next, he began using a few charms to dampen sound in the area. "If I block sound here, noise won't carry outside. Considering the language abilities I gained when Bikryun awakened, this will be convenient," he thought to himself. Then returned to the woman's shop. As soon as she saw him, she worriedly asked, "Are you okay? Those guys?" "I took care of them. As a storyteller, handling those guys is easy enough. Besides, they won't come back, so you don't have to worry." As he spoke, he began carving an anti-intruder ward onto the door to secure the shop. After finishing, he smiled and said goodbye to her. "I'll be going now." "Oh, thank you so much," the woman hurriedly bowed. "Now then, on to other tasks," Ju Hyan muttered as he left the shop. Upon arriving at a new location, Ju Hyan was immediately shouted at by guards identifying him as an intruder. He stood calmly among the room full of defeated men, while a worried guard reported there was only one infiltrator. A new leader appeared demanding to know how he found them, and Yu Haiyan nonchalantly replied that it was the subordinates outside who tipped him off. Angry, the man lunged at Yu Haiyan with a weapon, roaring at his audacity. Yu Haiyan easily dodged and kicked the attacker to the ground. He smirked, recognizing his opponents as collectors, which meant a powerful force was backing them. Surveying the chaos, Yu Haiyan muttered that he seemed to have hooked a very big fish. By the leader's order, the remaining thugs shouted and charged at Yu Haiyan. Yu Haiyan easily defended against multiple attackers, while another man rushed in with a knife. He calmly blocked the blade with his bare hand just a few centimeters from his face. The attacker stared in utter shock, trembling as he wondered how this could be happening. A phantom knight appeared behind Yu Haiyan as he taunted the man. Never seen a knight before, a system window popped up showing his combat knight title. And with enhanced power, he punched the thug straight on. The man flew off and crashed to the floor while his comrades watched in horror. With a confident smile, Yu Haiyan signaled the rest to all rush him at once. Beside them, a scar-faced man in a suit trembled in fear, clutching his briefcase. He watched in terror as Yu Haiyan stood victorious over the fallen henchman. Cornered, the scarred man threatened Yu Haiyan with consequences if a collector harmed civilians. Yu Haiyan found his deception amusing. The man stammered, realizing Yu Haiyan knew they had no legal grounds to oppose him. In his spinning mind, he concluded Yu Haiyan must be an extremely powerful covert contractor sent to kill him. He fell to his knees begging for mercy and offered resources, which Yu Haiyan noted was a fortunate misunderstanding. Yu Haiyan coldly agreed, and the man hurriedly handed over the briefcase. Inside were stacks of cash and confidential files. Examining the documents, Yu Haiyan discovered a criminal organization colluding with the Manhwa clan and another force. His expression darkened when he read the second name, the Twilight Curtain Clan. He wondered why the Twilight Curtain Clan, usually cooperating with the Pentagon, would meddle in real estate matters. His eyes widened as a shocking possibility surfaced. He muttered, wondering if it was a mind realm. He speculated that a clan might be monopolizing a hidden mind realm unknown even to the government. Turning to the man, Yu Haiyan demanded he open the nearby safe, but the man stubbornly refused. Yu Haiyan sneered, knowing such a firm refusal signaled something important inside, and decided to handle it himself. Beep, he activated a skill. An assistant window appeared to transfer him to the observation room, leaving the man stunned. The safe vanished and the man panicked while Yu Haiyan slyly remarked it was only fair he not be left alone. The scarred man was completely bewildered by that remark. Yu Haiyan delivered a punch that knocked the man unconscious. In the observation room, Yu Haiyan stood before the relocated safe. He noted that its mechanical lock was clearly meant to prevent hacking. Confident, he said that with his engraver ability it would be no problem, and prepared to open it. After opening the safe and seeing the documents inside, he realized the situation was far more serious than he'd anticipated. Back at the ransacked office, the three thugs beaten at the restaurant complained to their boss that they hadn't done anything wrong. The scarred boss angrily scolded them, blaming their loose mouths for leading that crazy bastard straight to the headquarters. The scarred man trembled in terror when he heard a familiar sound, realizing this was the place. A well-dressed man wearing an eye mask appeared with bodyguards, introducing himself as the director who had heard the news. The director coldly asked the scarred man if it was true that a single person had caused such a major leak. Worried, the scarred man insisted that although the intruder had taken the safe away, he certainly couldn't open it, implying it was trapped. He pointed at the three battered thugs, identifying them to the director as the perpetrators. With a cold "I understand," the director raised a finger in disdain. Blood spattered onto the scarred man's face, freezing him in shock. The director executed the three thugs, leaving their bodies on the floor as the scarred man watched in horror. Then he told the trembling scarred man he would be spared this time because of past service, prompting a stammered "thank you." The director asked for a description of the intruder, and the scarred man began to recall with growing confidence. But his memory wavered when he realized, awkwardly, that he couldn't picture the person's face. Although he had spoken with him, the director deduced the intruder had used an identity-blocking ability, marking him as a dangerous expert surely capable of opening the safe. He ordered an immediate withdrawal from the area, threatening severe consequences for anyone who leaked information, and the scarred man hurriedly agreed. Inwardly, the director angrily wondered who would dare interfere with the Twilight Curtain's affairs. The scene shifted to a tiny fairy-like sprite with white hair exclaiming, "Wow." With sparkling eyes, she looked up in awe at a colossal skyscraper, excited to realize it was Celestial Body Inc. Accompanying Yu Haiyan, she asked about the armored figures, and he explained they were tellers of the guard office, a faction different from his. An explanation followed that the guard tellers use special armor that grants immense power, which the sprite likened to a power suit. Yu Haiyan added that armor strength varies by rank, with the strongest sometimes rivaling a first-generation deity. From a high position, a pair of yellow, lethal eyes watched Yu Haiyan from the darkness. Below, Yu Haiyan suddenly stopped, sensing he was being watched. The little sprite loudly called Yu Haiyan, urging him to hurry to the promotion ceremony, causing him to shrug off the feeling. The scene focused on the towering headquarters of Celestial Body Inc. A pale blue-skinned man with long white hair smiled. Recognizing the figure below as Kang Yu Haiyan, pleased that such an interesting individual had appeared after a long time. Two men appeared in a split image, linking the observer and the observed. The blue-skinned man looked out over the city, hoping this young teller would bring an interesting story to their world. Inside, Yu Haiyan shivered and the sprite asked if he was worried. He denied it but admitted he had felt someone watching him again. The sprite confirmed his suspicion, admitting she also sensed a gaze from the tower top but hadn't mentioned it, which shocked Yu Haiyan. Realizing the stare came from a high-ranking figure, Yu Haiyan wondered who it could be. The observer was revealed to be the CEO of Celestial Body Inc., Juniwang Lapyet, one of the first-generation tellers seated on a magnificent throne. Yu Haiyan acknowledged the immense power of a first-generation teller but reassured himself that, as an employee, he would be safe from the CEO's hostility. Deciding to temporarily set aside the unease, he cheerfully continued on his way. The little sprite announced the promotion ceremony was about to begin as they arrived at a lavish hall. The host called for applause as the ceremony began, revealing several people on stage, including someone with a wolf's head. In the audience, a lizard-faced man recognized Yu Haiyan's presence and commented on the dizzying promotion after he abandoned his blessing. When the sprite pointed out that everyone was watching him, Yu Haiyan smiled, admitting that the dramatic promotion was attracting attention. Looking at the crowd, he reflected that achieving such status would have been impossible for his former self. He steeled his resolve, vowing to work even harder from now on. The sprite complained the ceremony was dull, but Yu Haiyan ignored it and urged them to leave quickly. Suddenly, he grabbed the sprite and ran, explaining they needed to get out before other departments descended to recruit him. The sprite asked if he had a destination, and he confidently replied of course as they arrived at the records room. Inside the library-like room, the sprite complained about the stuffy atmosphere. Yu Haiyan stopped, surprised to find someone already there. A friendly elder in a white robe greeted Yu Haiyan warmly, saying it's been a month, and Yu Haiyan responded. The elder congratulated Yu Haiyan on his promotion, saying the rumor had spread far. Yu Haiyan said he had returned to fulfill an old promise, deciding he could no longer simply call the man elder. He formally addressed the elder by name, Galiaz. The elder smiled, confirming he was indeed Galiaz. Yu Haiyan froze, realizing this was Galiaz, the legendary guardian of the Dragon Kings. While the sprite, confused, asked what was wrong, Yu Haiyan began to tell the story of the long history of the hybrid world, asking if she had heard of the great draconic power Drayonica. Drayonica is a collection of divine dragon souls, and the 7 strongest among them are called the Dragon Kings. The Dragon Kings are born powerful and grow ever stronger, perfectly suited to rule. However, one of the 7 kings was an exception. Sharuriel, the White Dragon King, was weak from the start, born frail in both body and spirit. And Sharuriel was scorned by his own kind because, to them, weakness was a sin. Yet through great effort and the help of a teller, a being despised by dragons, Sharuriel ultimately rose to the status of Dragon King. Dragons despised tellers for existing outside the narrative, making any cooperation between them seem impossible. The teller's achievement was therefore unbelievable. He turned a dragon into a protagonist, and that dragon ascended to the throne. For this miracle, the teller was given the title Guardian of the Dragon King, and his name was revealed to be Galiaz. Back in the present, Galiaz noticed Yu Haiyan's stunned reaction. Brushing off the past as ancient history and explaining, he chose this quiet post to avoid going mad from constant running. Yu Haiyan joked that maybe he'd retire here too, then laughed, admitting he'd never thought about retirement. Galiaz chuckled at his own silly question, admitting Yu Haiyan was still too busy moving forward. Yu Haiyan earnestly told the elder that he could do it too, which momentarily stunned Galiaz. With determination, Yu Haiyan declared age meant nothing. Moments when passion ignites are the greatest. Galiaz listened intently, deeply moved by Yu Haiyan's fervent words. A system announcement warned there were only 10 minutes left of the promotion ceremony. Realizing they'd chatted too long, Yu Haiyan said he had to go but promised to return to visit Elder Galiaz. Galiaz smiled warmly, saying he looked forward to another pleasant conversation. Yu Haiyan smiled in reply, enthusiastically agreeing. Then peeked slyly from behind a bookshelf. Yu Haiyan saw the coast was clear and decided it was time to return to Earth. Suddenly he felt a presence and broke out in a cold sweat. Startled, he spun around and found a red-haired woman standing directly in front of him. The woman wore a sharp suit, an eye mask, and a cloak, arms crossed and exuding authority. She asked if he thought she had left. And when he realized there were still tellers nearby, his eyes widened in shock at the reflected image. He saw a glowing golden book floating near her, and in astonishment realized she must be a department head. She asked if he was close with Galiaz, and when he confirmed it, she remarked that knowing the elder's name made him special. She connected the clues and recognized him as the teller rumored to have been promoted in just 1 month, Kang Yu Haiyan. She laughed, delighted the rumor was true, and introduced herself as Celestina. Celestina tilted her head and asked if it was true he had given up his blessing to fight alongside his collector, and he confirmed it. Celestina grabbed the startled Yu Haiyan, praising his spirit and complaining that modern tellers were all boring and predictable. She directly offered him a position in her department, but Yu Haiyan awkwardly said he already belonged to the storytelling office. Celestina explained she was also part of the storytelling office, specifically the Celestial Department, which left Yu Haiyan speechless. The Celestial Department was revealed to be an elite group of tellers, rigorously selected at the top tier. It was described as a unique division where scale was seen as a measure of strength. Yu Haiyan questioned the rapid recruiting, but Celestina confidently asserted that, as department head, she didn't offer it to just anyone. She formally repeated the offer, asked for his decision, and promised to make it worthwhile. Seeing him hesitate, she pressed, pointing out that he was actually considering her offer after quickly turning down others. Yu Haiyan admitted her department was less restrictive and suited him, but ultimately apologized and declined. He explained his decision to work alone, and Celestina listened thoughtfully. To his surprise, Celestina declared he had passed her test, nodding his rare passion and explaining the connection to Galiaz. Yu Haiyan confirmed he wouldn't change his mind about joining, but then hinted there was another way they could connect, piquing her curiosity. He boldly suggested she hire him as a freelancer, proposing they collaborate when needed, which she found audacious. Celestina admitted that while she would refuse anyone else, his bold proposal sounded intriguing, and building a relationship with him was a good idea. She agreed but clarified it had to be mutual, and Yu Haiyan consented, saying he liked fair exchanges too. They agreed to discuss it later, and Yu Haiyan excused himself to see Galiaz once more. As he left, Celestina paused with one last thought. She warned him to watch out for the Pentagon on Earth, predicting they wouldn't leave a teller like him alone. Yu Haiyan smiled knowingly and thanked her for the advice. As Celestina walked away, Yu Haiyan's expression turned cold as he silently vowed to personally destroy the Pentagon.